Yeah. No idea what I was doing. Yeah. All right. Getting everything set and squared away. Welcome to Sea Monster Live number 32, 32nd. We got back to covering a couple videos. Yeah. Hey, Antonio. Not much. I have actually just looked at some of the drawings that you've sent in DMs. Let me see. At least the newest ones of like Anguirus and some other monsters. Yeah, I definitely. I would say I do like Anguirus quite a bit. I do like Anguirus's design, pretty much very spiky boy. Very Ankylosaurus like. Actually, really getting across the Ankylosaurus nature. I do really like Gigan. What you got going on with Gigan, like how there's like this center eye thing. Cyclopsian, pretty much. Kind of make that a bit more pronounced. I will say I had to like look for where the claws were. Like I do think maybe like some like making like the line, maybe like emboldening like the lines for where like his arms are, would be would help a bit. But yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I do like what you got going on there. As far as like and as far as Biolante, looking, it looks pretty nice. In general. As far as like Space Godzilla and Destroya, I definitely do like that you kind of have like some like taking like some liberties with like the certain design cues for Space Godzilla, like the crest on his head and what have you. It's like the crystals and what have you. But yeah, it looks pretty nice. I do like that you kind of like it. Kind of makes me think of like Godzilla evolved a little bit, but arguably a little better. And Destroya actually also looks pretty nice. I do like that you actually kind of give like multi eyes and what have you. But yeah, like I mean, I would say like as far as like just profile shots of like their of these monsters designs, like like head to neck and like even like just a little bit up a torso looks nice. I definitely would like see the full body though, so that would be like that could be pretty cool. But yeah, I'm liking these designs. Now let me get a couple people here. We got Antonio in Minecraft World.
What's up?
Hey.
Hey, hey, Sea Monster, have you seen the MechaGodzilla fan art?
No, not yet. Actually, here, hold on. Let me see if I can find.
I have a bit that I need to do real quick.
Okay.
I've come to make an announcement. Gigan is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking head. That's right. He took his zillion cybernetic dick out, and he pissed on my fucking head. And he said his dick was this big. And I said, that's disgusting. So I'm making a call-out post on my Twitter.com. Gigan, you have a small dick. It's the size of a saucer, except way smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dog looks like. Kaboom. That's right, baby. All points, no blades, no wires. Look at that. It looks like two balls and a bong. He fucked my head, so I'm going to fuck Planet X. That's right. This is what you get. My super gravity piss. Except I'm not going to piss on Planet X. I'm going to go higher. I'm pissing on the mothership. How do you like that, Douglas? I pissed on the mothership, you idiot. You have 23 hours before the piss droplets hit the fucking planet. Now get out of my fucking sight before I piss on you too.
I didn't know that
In
was what you were
Minecraft
into.
world, can I say something?
I had that thought yesterday, and I dedicated 10 minutes of my life to
Minecraft
writing that
world.
out.
Minecraft world.
Yeah.
Don't you think that Space Godzilla is far more, a prominent role for Shadow because he's like a doppelganger of Godzilla except more organic. So don't you think that's more obvious?
I know. I just chose Gigan because Ghidorah worked with him, and I imagined Megalon in Rouge's position.
Yeah. Also, hello Zim, how you doing?
Shalom.
I
Lam.
apologize. I apologize
Zim.
for you entering the chat with me doing a take on Eggman's announcement.
I don't mind. What's it called?
Hey Zim,
But
can I ask you something?
yeah,
Have you seen the fan arts I sent you?
yeah,
Any thoughts on them?
they look good.
Thanks.
Yeah. And I've just looked at your MechaGodzilla one. It also looks pretty nice.
Do you have any thoughts on my takes on what the 17 Titans would look like? Like Titan Bunyip?
Let me see which one that out of all the ones you had that say is my favorite. Let's see. Oh, gotta go further up. Let's see. There it is. I'd probably say.
Hello.
And what's it called?
Hello.
Why did it take?
Animus, you missed me doing a King
Probably
Ghidorah
Machilia
rendition of
Membe.
Eggman's announcement.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Thoughts on my Typhon design?
I like it too. Let me see. Yeah, it's probably not my favorite, but it's a good design. I also like the Orochi one that you did.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah.
How is
Team,
everybody?
it's the Animus. The Animus.
Hi. Hello.
Have you seen the latest sketches I showed you?
I don't think Animus is in our Discord, or unless you sent it to him via like Twitter.
Yes, I did
I
that.
saw there was a bunch of stuff on Twitter. I haven't got round to it yet. There's a lot of it. And
My apologies.
my time is has not been well spent. Well, it has been well spent, but not on things I would have liked to have spent it on.
Dang.
Yeah, I feel
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Also, quite literally, I have to go to work right now, so I literally just bounced in just to say hi. But also, I expect good arguments because I wanted to play devil's advocate for this, not for all of it, but for some of it. But
Also,
I'll see what happens.
Can I say something?
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. I seen the comment that C Monster posted on Twitter about how he's going to watch this live stream, and I don't know if I should be nervous or worried because I don't know. I feel like he's going to, point out or debunk us in his backlash.
that's what the point of
Oh,
having more
no.
live streams to respond.
That's what happens on these streams. You have, and to quote Dr. Lockdown, fandom public consciousness is a conversation, a dialogue back and forth. It's a necessary sacrifice to have people who may disprove your points so that you can improve in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and here's the thing: he might have to be a pretty chill guy, who's
Yeah.
So there's always
I
that.
also quite literally just pictured his face, but over the chill guy meme.
He
might just be a chill guy.
Hey guys,
But
hey,
what's it
can
called?
I
I'm a
say
bounce, so y'all make good arguments so that I don't have to shuffle in another video in my busy schedule. So enjoy, gentlemen.
Right.
Alright. Take care.
Okay.
Hi and bye.
Okay. Before we begin, can I ask you something? It's probably a dumb question, or if we do a next live stream, I gotta ask: have you guys seen the movie or an anime movie called Fire Breather?
No.
No.
I'm asking because it's a kaiju anime movie that I don't know. I think you guys will like. It's based on a comic book, and it's It's something that was very popular on Cartoon Network back in the early 2010s. So if we can do a live stream, I would love if we do it on that movie.
You had me at
Sequel?
kaiju animated movie.
Yes. And it's
Ah.
not just any kaiju, but it's part kaiju, part human.
Nice. So
Yeah,
I
I'll
think we
see
should
what
probably.
if I'm able to fit that in my schedule. Maybe.
So, Animus, you asked how we were doing. I have been slowly recovering from a mental breakdown on the weekend because my mental state has not been in good position.
Oh, the debate.
Oh no, it's not the debate. That was well before the
Oh.
debate.
Oh, something else. What happened?
Let's just say way too many self-doubts
Oh.
Oh, okay.
and a
Yeah,
minor
we get
case
a
of
lot. We get those.
and a minor case of imposter syndrome. No biggie.
As for me, today me and my family made a cake together.
Woo! What
That's
flavor?
nice.
It's probably a vanilla slash cookie flavor.
Ooh, delicious. I was expecting you to say pie flavored, unironically, but nice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a pizza at that point?
Beat the
I
time.
don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
I have no
but-
idea about food, so just yeah.
Also, the Animus, I forgot to tell you this on the last live stream, but I plan on writing a comic book someday in the future, if you're wondering.
Oh, based on some of the art that you've sent me so far, I would expect nothing less. Your art style definitely suits that kind of media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm asking you this because I was wondering, could you at least help me out when it comes to structuring a story or how to write a character arc or protagonist, antagonist, rivals, etc.?
Potentially, yes. Well, I could give you some like pointers, maybe. If you get yourself a story together, then maybe I can have a look at it. Because nothing gets the brain cells going better than criticizing. So helpfully criticizing would probably be a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
first I got to write a couple of one-shots and then I can send to you and you can tell me your thoughts, your pros and cons, and see if I can improve on it.
Yep, fair enough. I mean, one day I might actually get around to putting some of my story ideas down.
Yeah, definitely
As
give it a
for
shot.
the comic I am planning on making, I won't say much about it other than the fact that I took heavy influences from both Japanese and Egyptian mythologies, if you will.
Nice.
Japanese
Love.
and Egyptian.
Yes.
An unexpected combo, but it works.
Yeah.
Well,
Pretty
we'll have
cool.
to see in execution, but
I
sounds
mean,
fun.
see, in Minecraft world, have you seen some art I post on Instagram? So you know what I'm doing.
Yes, I have seen the artworks.
What?
Neat. I've already complimented your art style previously, but it's generally good. Hell, I've seen improvements. So,
Oh, I thank you so much.
yeah. But yeah, I have been slowly chipping away at my video essay,
Oh, which one? Which one? Which one?
Nemesis.
Yeah,
Ah.
I'm kind of doing the same thing with my GXK essay thing.
Yeah. I am roughly halfway through the first. I've split the thing into chapters, basically mirroring the style of the books themselves. Like, I have seven different sections with a prologue, introduction, and epilogue, conclusion. I
As for
am
me,
roughly halfway through the first chapter, which is basically just going over Nemesis in an overview manner, like what she looks like, what her power set is, what her general deal is. And then I'm planning to end that section with, but there's more to the story, and then I lead into the other sides.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
as
I
for
just
me, can I say something?
go ahead.
As for me, I am finally decided to stop drawing on MS Paint and plan on going on a different program, and I am also start drawing on my phone. So if I can see if I can have some improvements on it.
Nice.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like as far as like my thing that I got going on, like yeah, like there's definitely like a good portions where of what my project going on where it's gonna be like definitely like paragraph, like at least the size of a paragraph for like one particular like character, one sort of aspect. I mean, guys, I cannot describe to you like how much, like for example, like I can't even describe to you like how much like damage the plot of GXK does to the organization of Monarch. Like, I didn't think you could
Oh
have said
God,
like,
yes.
yeah, I mean, like if there's a word to describe, the equivalent of character assassination to like an entire coalition, an organization like Monarch, then that is what would describe what GXK does to it. Because good lord.
The thing I
Oh, yeah.
absolutely loathe about the GXK is the fact of how Godzilla out of nowhere starts jumping and starts doing these very over-the-top things before his evolved state. I still to this day loathe when he started jumping.
One moment. I talked to UC about getting Rick to squirrel on this. I'm sending the link to him if that's fine.
Okay, go ahead. Go right ahead. Yeah,
So
I'm,
you guys,
I'm pretty
have you
much, I'm
guys,
pretty much looking. Sorry.
so have you guys heard what I just said
Yeah,
about my?
Yep.
yeah, we
Yep.
heard.
Yeah, pretty good.
So for my essay, I'm thinking of like for Nemesis specifically, I'm thinking of like tying it all back to mythology at the end as well. Because one of the things these books are not subtle with the mythological allusions. That for Christ in hell, the kaiju herself is named after a Greco-Roman goddess. So I think it would be fair to tie Nemesis' character and everything else back to the myths themselves. I'm thinking of bringing up Medusa as a comparison specifically because
Can I have a question? Is
if you
Nemesis
read
like
the books, there is a lot that they have in common.
so? Is Nemesis like Zeus's daughter or something?
Yes, it kind of depends in the mythological standard. It kind of depends on what you're looking at. She's more often depicted as the daughter of Nyx and Zeus. So there's that.
I gotta ask, of all the names, why Nemesis for like the ultimate bad guy in any media?
Ultimate bad guy. I don't know. I mean, Nemesis in myth is the Greco-Roman goddess of divine retribution, vengeance, which is often considered to be an ill-founded mentality in fiction. So that's one guess. But yeah. Yeah.
So, brutally hands.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess we kind of get right into it. Kaiju Kuru said that he will be late for the stream. So we may expect him to show up a little later.
Alrighty.
Okay. To be I've downloaded two videos, his two latest videos. Brutally hands is not Kaiju Kuru's. I'm sure Kaiju Kuru has some very nice videos, but brutally hands is videos. Why I hate the MonsterVerse. Is that the videos we are covering?
Yes.
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 Cool. I downloaded the right ones.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So,
Alright.
Brutally Hands, if you are in the chat, if you happen to stumble upon this, so if you're there, we will be as fair as possible. For sure.
Load shotgun.
And I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the stream.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, and here's the thing, if it is in hands, like if you want, if you're welcome to come on, maybe, have a chat, maybe here, then then you're welcome to do so. So,
Just
but
please don't harass us or talk shit about us, please.
Be a civil chap.
if he,
Yeah,
if
don't
he's,
talk shit about us, you coward.
Oh come on, CNMS, you're better than this, man.
That was Antonio. He said that, not me. Antonio, how could you say such a thing?
I am a lifelong Godzilla
I'm
fan,
just trying to say that,
but I also find
Yeah, what you were saying, Tiamat?
No, I was just trying to direct. I was just being comical. Don't worry about it.
That's it. Okay.
Let it begin.
Right, are we good? Are we good?
Yes, it is up. We are
Yes,
good.
sir. Also, Lautaro is in the chat.
Hey, Lau.
It did.
what up?
Lotoro asses. Asses what? Okay, sorry, that was terrible. I've been watching a lot of Yeah Mad TV. It's quite hilarious. And the jokes are brilliant.
Nice.
Yeah, nice.
Anyway, let's hold on to our butts.
Yeah.
Just to let everybody.
Hey,
I have
before I
not
begin,
watched these.
Hey guys, before I
Same here.
begin, can I ask you something?
Oh boy.
How would you guys feel if Legendary announces that Linkin Park is gonna make a song for the next MonsterVerse movie?
I'm down for that.
Oh, good God!
Well, yeah. I mean, it pretty much won't be the same as when Chester used to do it. Chester Bennington. You know,
Yeah.
it just won't be the same. You know.
Yeah.
I'm
Rest
sure it'll
in
be
peace, King.
fine. You know, maybe, but yeah.
All
Or
right.
worse, Nickelback.
No! Don't manifest that!
Why? I like their song.
No! Let it commence.
Say that a hero save us.
I am a lifelong Godzilla fan, but I also find myself just hating the MonsterVerse. Well, hate is a strong word, but I really, really, really don't like it. So, how can that be? Ask a MonsterVerse fan, and they'll tell you, I'm just a troll who simply decided one day to hate this new series of monster films for no other reason than to spread hate for the sake of hate.
Okay,
Based on the
Sorry,
fact.
Manning.
Oh yeah.
So hi, and also like I don't think that his opinion is like that unique. I think a lot of people are critical of the MonsterVerse, and it's not a big deal to be fair.
yeah.
But also, immediately off the bat, straw manning.
Yeah,
Just-
maybe.
Yeah.
Could be his experience. Like I don't want to, like be bad faith. Maybe he does feel like everyone around him has overreacted, and that can happen on Twitter, but
Yeah.
It- not most people. Like I think most
Yeah.
people are normal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just, like, I've talked. Well, with the MonsterVerse fandom, yeah, it is a bit of a 50-50, but also we have good reason to be in that manner when it does happen, considering, as you stated, there are people that have unfairly gone after the MonsterVerse and the Godzilla fandom, especially recently.
Look no further
For
than Dr.
very-
Skipper
for
and
various fandoms.
Lil Platoon.
Yeah, those
Yeah.
two, hell, even before them, EFAP did it with their Condom video.
And even before then, honestly, like some people, and this is something that's going to come up in this video actually because I already watched it. And there's so much criticism for 2014 that literally applies for every other Godzilla movie, but people like shit on 2014 for it specifically.
Yeah,
All right,
and it's
ladies.
funny-
Hypocritical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring in Rick. Bring in a squirrel in.
Squirrel.
Hey.
Yeah.
I may pop in and out, just FYI.
All right. How you
What's up,
doing?
squirrel?
Hello.
All right. Fudge.
Right. Should we carry on?
Let us
sure.
continue.
Sure.
No, really, I've been told that verbatim, and I think that's a shame and a sham. That's why today, I thought it'd be fun to take you on a journey, so you can see how I arrived at my opinion. Maybe by walking in my shoes, you'll understand how I've come to detest this verse we call monster. But if, by the end, you still disagree, Feel free to give me both barrels and tell me exactly why I'm wrong. After
We
Yeah.
will.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
Love shotgun.
case by case basis. You know, it depends on what you say about each entry, I suppose.
See, when I responded to him, it didn't really go over well last time.
Oh, what happened?
Minecraft World knows about it, but it got very from him.
Yeah. To make a very long story short, they had a mini argument that Hannes just, well, more accurately, Rick gave a comment breakdown of the entire thing, and Hannes just said, "I ain't reading that," in response.
No.
Oh, okay, it could be worse. Like I expected to know blackmail, him finding your house. It sounded really scary.
Yeah, nowhere near the worst interaction I've ever seen relating to the MonsterVerse Platoon, but coward.
Yep. I rewatched my video that I made on our last viewing of Bruty Hannes' content. Considering some of the points he came up with and the contradictions, yeah, I'd be very interested to see what his reasonings are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially
On his
yeah.
part one, it seemed very fine. Like he was like, "Wow, I didn't actually get that when." Because I brought up a point about King of the Monsters with the whole nuke thing, which is going to be a thing that we get into here.
Oh, lovely.
Oh my god.
It seemed very fun. Then his part two came out, and a lot of other stuff was like really stinky. So I brought that up, and then the whole response from him and others in the comments was quite the opposite, and just kind of showed a lot. So yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, cool. This should be fun then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just say in
I'm
advance,
not
Sea
ready.
Monster, I hate you.
Oh lord, it's not like this.
Why is it with Saturdays being so frustratingly relating to the MonsterVerse? Ugh.
The important thing is Trapper's back.
Sure, but
After all,
look,
adversity is the diamond dust that MonsterVerse fans can polish my jewels with. I think that's in the Bible. Anyway, why not give this troll a moment of your time?
Here's your toll, troll.
Our story begins in the early 2000s. I was but a young lad, obsessed with Godzilla. Even though I didn't know any other Godzilla fans, I was still hungry for every new movie I could get my.
Oh, look, Sea Monster, it's that scene that is really troubling.
The scene that raises all kinds of questions of like, what even is the world building in Final Wars?
The answer is simply shut your brain off and don't think about it.
Well,
Private talks.
they did show stock footage from other monsters at the beginning of the movie, so we could just say that there's just a bunch of monsters that just happen to look like it. Then
Yeah, but Mecha King Ghidorah and Space Godzilla, like, there's merchandise made up of those, and like
Destroyer.
yeah, and Destroyer, like
Orga, is that Baragon? Oh wait, Baragon's
figure.
plausible. We saw that.
Even though
Titanosaurus.
a little Easter egg.
well, I mean,
I just-
Titanosaurus was in the stock footage, so
Showa and Heisei MechaGodzilla.
Heisei Mecha.
Yeah, this ain't good.
Yeah, it's,
Well, just think of it as an Easter egg, because they have like a similar thing in Destroyer where they have photographs on the wall of the Showa films as well.
well, I mean, which Showa films is exactly on the photos in the
All of
versus
them.
Destroyer?
All of them except all Attack.
Yeah, what's the context of those photos exactly? Like, is it just like people in them, or is it something?
Like the actual just like production images.
I've never really seen that. I'll have to look into that.
I have picture of it. I can look. I have it on my King Kong perfect shot.
Also, just looking at this picture just makes me think, Jesus Christ, how much money has this guy's parents spent on this lot?
I was friends with a kid
He
who was a
must be
single
filthy
parent.
rich.
You'd be surprised. You would be very surprised how much money people with single kids can have.
They
Yeah,
must be
and keep,
filthy rich.
yeah, and keep in mind this is in Vancouver, so it's not even so it's not like it's in the U.S. So yeah,
Yeah,
so,
that makes it even more interesting.
Mm-hmm. I think we're focusing on the wrong thing here.
Yeah, I know. It's a tangent. We do this a
Now,
lot.
yeah, someone asked me. Okay.
All right.
all right, let's get on with it then.
Yeah.
I didn't know any other Godzilla fans. I was still hungry for every new movie I could get my hands on. This was a time before streaming, so the best chance you had to find Godzilla films was to scavenge every video store you could to see if you'd just get lucky. However, the day inevitably came where the well ran dry. I'd watched every movie. I'd seen all there was to see from Godzilla. Every film up through Final Wars, and now there was nothing.
Kaiju Kuru is Kaiju Kuru is like in the backstage. I'm trying. Yeah, I can only fit 6 people at a time right now, so we're kind of at the. What do I do here?
And if I go, the video goes.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's a thing.
I mean, wouldn't you guys mind if I leave so you can see it?
If you're willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, the stream still goes on. I mean, we'll be here.
If you're willing to commit the noble sacrifice for the greater good.
I mean,
Save
guys.
yourself.
Spare yourself from this torture. Run while you still can.
Okay, look, guys, I'm probably gonna be here for a while, but Kaiju Kuru, don't worry, I'll leave somewhat. I'll see if I can make. Yeah, but all I can say is I'll see if I do that.
All right. All right.
Shall we
Yeah.
continue?
What are we doing here right now?
Are you making the sacrifice or not?
No, I'm still gonna be here, so let's continue.
Oh, okay.
Okay then.
You're willing to suffer torture. Let's go.
Okay. Joel.
With no new projects on the horizon, there was nothing to look forward to. A decade went by where it felt as though the Godzilla series had run its course. Maybe that big 50th anniversary blowout was as final as the title suggested. Then one day in the early 2010s, something happened. New trailers? A new Godzilla movie? Is this really happening? Pinch me, I might be creaming. What? Wow, did this movie look great. Soldiers halo jumping into a destroyed city means it'll be action-packed. Bodies laying all over the place means this film wasn't going to hold back on the carnage. The voiceover from Oppenheimer letting us know.
Yeah, the marketing for this film was pretty amazing.
Yeah, even you could say that it was way too good, like for the movie. Like,
oh yeah,
It was so good that I was kind of horrified back in the day.
Yeah, it's probably one of the, if not the best trailer made in the last 10 years, to be fair.
Oh yes. Oh yes. That first trailer, hell, the Comic-Con one itself, the concept mood piece trailer is still amazing.
But it wasn't reflective of the film itself ultimately.
It wasn't reflective of this. Well, are you referring to the marketing? Are you referring to the marketing as a whole?
Not the marketing. Like he's mentioning the Comic-Con trailer, which wasn't even meant to be released to the
public. Yeah. No, it wasn't reflective of the finished film, but it was reflective of the overall tone and what we were going to expect from this film.
Yeah, but he mentioned Oppenheimer, so
yeah.
Like thinking, It'd be kind of funny. He was like, "Where's Vishnu? Where's Vishnu? I was promised Vishnu, and we got these stinky Cloverfield ripoffs."
Oh, we
I
haven't
will
got there
accept
yet.
no disrespect to the Mutos.
Yeah, no, they
I
don't
know
look
you-
like Cloverfield.
Yeah, I freaking hate it when people call those things Cloverfield ripoffs because it's like
Actually, it's really funny because I was thinking about 2014, and the thing is, a lot of people talk about Cloverfield. Like, oh, it's like a baby, it's scared, and all of that stuff. It's like background information. Like, it's something that you only pick up if you heard anyone speak about talk about the movie, like the director or something like that. It's not in the movie that it's a baby. It's not in the movie that it's scared. It's just a monster.
yeah.
Meanwhile, the Mutos, that this thing is like a little bit, scared when it's coming out of the cocoon, because you see that it's coming out of the cocoon. It's confused. It's just an animal. So actually, the Mutos do the thing that they try to do with Cloverfield in his movie way better. Like, I don't know. I just feel like they are more believable as real creatures.
Yeah, I think the thing that absolutely highlights this is the female's reaction to her egg being destroyed. She flat out
Or her
cries.
reunion with her mate, if you will. I still love that scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
sequence-
mean, yeah, and the thing that makes the Mutos actually kind of work as far as like being characterization goes over Clover is because like with Cloverfield, like we don't really have a whole lot of context about where the monster came from. Like once you ignore the viral marketing and all that, and all that jazz. But whereas the Mutos, like they like what you see, as far as how they're characterized, it is pretty much. Well, like it's there.
I mean, you can still kind of
in the movie.
You can still kind of pick up on Clover's characterization, especially if you pay attention, specifically with the sequence of him eating Hudson and the bombing beforehand. Like when they start dropping bombs on the thing, it's actively trying to escape. It's actively trying to run away. It's even reaching out on a building for stability as it collapses. But
yeah, but that's the thing. Like any monster,
but it's very.
bombed.
But you'd have to be specifically looking for it. The Mutos express their personalities front and
Can
center.
you guys explain why the Cloverfield monster just rode the head of the Statue of Liberty onto a street?
That's the point. But
that's the thing.
Edible, so threw it away.
If it was a better movie depicting the monster, you could maybe have seen that it's like playing with it. Like, there's many reasons. Like, who cares?
Honestly, though, I think Cloverfield works because of the lack of context. You don't need the viral marketing to actively get the point of the film. The point of the film isn't the context. The point is, oh crap, there is a kaiju in the city. This guy needs to go save his needs to go save his I think it's a fiance or ex-fiance or something. Ex-girlfriend from a collapsing building and get out of the city alive.
Yeah. Yeah, and it certainly helps to kind of ignore the background information that viral marketing, what have you, does give you, because like it's all just fucked anyways, and like nothing really lines up really. Like they're not, like it's as if like the viral marketing and background info and so on, and of course, not to mention whatever future films like kind of came up. It was like it pretty much like 10 different people like worked on it, and they just all had different ideas about what they wanted to do. They weren't on the same page.
They weren't even Cloverfield movies. They just took scripts that existed, then grabbed them, put them into the Cloverfield universe, if you want to call it that, whatever. And they stamped the name Cloverfield on it, and then added some scenes with monsters. It's called Cloverfield Lane, which is their best movie. Well, it's Cloverfield and 10 Cloverfield Lane are both
What
like
about
awesome,
the Overlord?
but
Is that
that one
connected
doesn't have
to
anything to do with
Cloverfield?
monster. That was just a theme.
Guys, I have a question.
Overlord?
Is the movie Overlord connected to the Cloverfield universe?
No.
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 No, I mean there was like rumors that it was a fourth Cloverfield movie, but those rumors got debunked pretty much. Like the only connective tissue that movie would have with the Cloverfield series is that J.J. Abrams was a producer, and that doesn't really say anything. Really, it's like Overlord is just its own movie. And
J.J. Abrams also worked on The Rise of Skywalker, and we all agree that one's never supposed to be connected to Cloverfield.
Exactly.
I mean,
Are you sure?
Star Trek was.
You know, here's the
Well, you
thing.
don't really-
Cloverfield Paradox opened up. Cloverfield
universe.
Paradox. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just being stupid. Like the amount of Easter eggs and secret boxes, whatever the hell they're called, in that film. You could easily say, well, you know, this thing over here looks kind of like this, and this could be connected to that, and blah blah blah. Before you know it, you've made a connection.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because we were getting off topic, but I wanted to answer the whole Cloverfield thing. You got to keep in mind that this is supposed to be the American Godzilla, and it's supposed to be riffing off of 9/11, where we didn't know what was going on in that process. It was just like mass hysteria at that time, so we aren't going to be focusing on the monster that much.
Oh, I get you. Oh no, we understand that. We got that.
Yeah,
sure.
that's what I meant with the point wasn't the context. The point was the event.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, after that, let's get back to the video.
Let's get back to the other American Godzilla.
That this Godzilla was going to stick to his nuclear roots, and Bryan Cranston was going to be in it.
I'm so much better than any of you.
Walter White versus Godzilla is going to be insane.
Oh.
And then I saw it. And as I left the theater, my friend asked, "Did you like it?" And I said, "Yeah." But I was lying. Wait, I was a Godzilla fan, and this was a Godzilla movie. I mean, I had to like it. Right?
Oh boy.
I hate the whole sentiment of like, oh, Bryan Cranston versus Godzilla. I can't wait. It's like, where in the trailers even suggest that was happening? Like, Bryan Cranston was featured in it, but there was like, I never went into Godzilla 2014 expecting.
It was like a Barbenheimer thing. The fact that Bryan Cranston and Godzilla are going to be in the same movie, potentially sharing the screen. Not exactly fighting properly.
Exactly. It's just having them together because Bryan Cranston was like the biggest fucking thing in the world back then. Also, I think he might be, like just trying to explain the hype he felt. Like I don't think it was like literal that he thought that they were like on a fight. Or
There were fan animations of Walter White meeting Godzilla at the time, though.
Kaiju Kuru is losing his mind in the private chat right now. He wants in.
I'll let him in for you guys. Just letting you know. I'll just let him in so he can vent, I guess.
All right.
So, do you guys just put me in the thing?
I mean, maybe just kind of go backstage, for a bit, I guess. So,
all right, let's go.
Yeah, because I can only fit 6 people at a time. All right, all right. Now I'm letting.
Kuru, you ready?
I'm sorry, Rick.
What up?
I knew where it was going. I know. Please, God, kill me. I have heard these criticisms of 2014 day in and day out. Someone hearing these criticisms is less appealing than someone putting a fucking power drill into my ears.
Hey guys,
guys,
I have news.
Having to hear it in 2025.
Hang on, Hoshi, what's up?
I just saw on Twitter that Monarch Legacy of Monsters Season 2 has officially wrapped up filming.
Ooh, okay.
Cool.
Yeah, no, that was like a couple of weeks ago, I think, or a week ago. What I was saying is that I feel like, I understand your frustration, dude, because it's like these criticisms in 2025. I thought we were over this.
I know.
Yeah, a lot of it.
The thing for me is people consistently have complained about the marketing, and I'm just here like, this was 10 years ago.
Can we talk about the movie?
Can we talk about the movie and not
the marketing, which was 10 years ago.
Weirdly, this is adjacent to a lot of criticisms you will see. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Godzilla 2014 is bad because Godzilla -1 is good.
I will admit I haven't heard that one.
I've heard that.
I haven't really heard that one myself.
Or
I've
Godzilla
heard-
King of the
I'm not-
Monsters, or
I'm not
Godzilla
on
X
Twitter.
Kong, or enter a film and then put it's bad because Godzilla -1 is good.
I'm not on Twitter much, thank God.
Exactly.
But-
Yeah, it sounds like a Twitter thing.
Yeah, that sounds like something you'd hear if you get like. Granted, I have distanced myself a lot from Godzilla-related Twitter accounts for my own reasons, but so maybe that's like part of it. And I'm also not on Twitter for like maybe an hour or more per day, so that could explain why I haven't heard that one. The only
I'm only on Twitter because I post my fan arts, and that's about it.
the only person that I remember saying anything remotely like that is a certain shoe bill we don't talk about.
1 year.
How has it been a year already?
Where?
I heard that particular.
God.
My particular example was from Mark the Cyborg, who occasionally pops up on EFAP. He was mentioning something about -1, so I said, "Oh, what's wrong with Godzilla 2014?" And then he started going about, "Well, in Godzilla -1, blah 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 blah." And I said, "Okay, so what's that? What's that? How does that make
Leave
Godzilla
it to-
2014 bad?" And he just went straight back to, "Well, in Godzilla -1."
Okay. I
leave it
understand. Yeah. So basically, you're talking about the people who are like enlightened by fucking Godzilla -1, like they never seen anything like it before, and suddenly everything has to be the same.
That's a good term, enlightened.
They are
It's like-
Godzilla
it's like
fans
cinematic.
in name. God,
It-
they're Godzilla fans in name only. They
No,
think they are, but
there's
they
another
only...
term we use for them, and I will quote Zim. We call them movie fans.
The filthy normies.
Rick
Casuals,
just said that.
tourists.
Rick just said that there's some. Yeah, that a certain YouTuber unironically thinks that Shoe Bill is correct. First take or something.
Yes.
I know what he's talking about. Oh boy,
Yeah,
That is a conversation for another day.
that is that is a conversation for another time.
Yeah. The whole
Next week then,
2014 is the whole 2014 is bad because -1 is good sort of argument. It really is like the same thing. Like, I mean, I brought up Cinematic Venom before. It's like when it's pretty much akin to Cinematic Venom saying it
Yes.
like Lord of the Rings is bad, but I like because Harry Potter's better.
Yeah.
Like,
Anyways,
what?
Let's move it along. We got 2 videos that the same length of the GXK one, and we all know how long that was. Let's keep it moving. Got to keep this ball
I'm sure
rolling.
this won't take 5 hours.
Oh, it will.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope.
And I have a date.
Guys,
Simp.
your hand is not a date.
Hey,
So-
the animist, I just sent you a fan art.
Nice.
Okay, I'll get around to that at some point.
Oh boy.
Let's go. Let's go.
So I gave it some thought. I've been waiting 10 long years for a new Godzilla movie, but was 2014 worth the wait? For Godzilla wasn't even the focus of the story. He didn't show up until
Okay, I'm so sorry that I have to interrupt. I'm so dude. Again, so many criticisms that are applied to this movie and not to the others. It's like in Godzilla 2000.
He's barely
okay,
in the movie. Dog.
maybe-
He's barely in any of his movies when you think about it.
Exactly, dude. Like
Terra
Godzilla
MechaGodzilla. Godzilla didn't show up in Terra MechaGodzilla until one night when Titanosaurus started tearing up some shit. Okay.
And in Godzilla vs. Hedorah, all the focus is on Hedorah. It's always the other monster that is the focus because they're introduced.
Loud. Even like Invasion of Astro Monster is barely about him.
Now, I do want to be fair, okay, because the thing is, normally in the first movie that you get with Godzilla after a long, long time, it's true that you normally get him only in the movie. Now, that's not something that you can criticize by saying that, like, I think that's a bad thing, like, it again, it's in every Godzilla movie. But I understand that this guy was expecting a solo movie, maybe, and he just wanted to see Godzilla. I
The
get it,
thing
but that's his personal taste. Like,
the
it's
thing
fine.
is, you brought up G2K. That was also in a very similar position to G14, Godzilla 2000. Yeah, the first. Yes, Godzilla is. Granted, I would argue Godzilla in Godzilla 2000 is a lot more prominent in the film than he is in G14, considering the entire opening sequence revolves around him.
Yeah, like
So
you're establishing him as the bad guy at the beginning of the movie, basically. Yeah.
not even
Yeah,
just the
and
bad guy.
Final Wars.
You're establishing the Godzilla Protection Network, our major characters, their motivations, as well as establishing Godzilla's general character, what we can expect from him in this movie.
yeah,
and how
and Rick
he's
Well,
is
going to
Final
Rick is
Wars.
assess.
correct that yeah, if he's seen every Godzilla movie or just about, how is he mad at Godzilla not being in 2014 a whole lot? Like, yeah, it's like
think
yeah, exactly. I don't
this is
understand that
something
either.
I think this is a criticism I only ever found understandable when 2014 was all we had. After like 10 years. I think I said this. I'm pretty sure wasn't in the stream, but the whole like people being frustrated with how little he was in 2014 is because it had been 10 years and people just wanted to see the big idiot again after so long.
Yeah.
But now we live in what is, by all intents and purposes, one of the best times to be a Godzilla fan or get into the series, because now he is damn near everywhere.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
So
You
Okay,
stated
so
No
this
forward than power scalers.
you stated in the previous Brutally Honest stream that this is the most popular that Godzilla has been since the Showa era.
I would go that far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this recently. I compared G14 to the first Sonic movie, where in its own right it's a necessary sacrifice. Because the first Sonic movie had a very similar approach. It was far more centralized on characters that weren't Sonic himself, with Sonic appearing more prominently and being a lot more active than Godzilla was in this film. He's nowhere near the he's still it's still a very heavy 50-50 split between the boring humans and the character that we're all here to see.
And to be fair, that's only because Sonic
if it was a
can't
Godzilla
talk
movie,
on
we'd be
his human
lucky to
side.
get a 50-50
Godzilla
split.
cannot do any of that.
Yeah.
Like if you have Godzilla in the movie a lot of people are just going to die. Like he's huge. He cannot speak, he cannot emote, so he has to do something. And it's not that easy with the biggest Godzilla that we ever had, at least at that point. Even in Godzilla 2000, the guy's like 50 meters. Like it's not like he
That's
just
not something you can easily directly interact with.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's resume.
I just wanted to add in, as this is something that I've
Can I
talked
say
about a
something
few
else?
times. Yeah, you go, then I'll go.
About the Sonic and Godzilla comparison, like you said, the first film was the first films of these both franchises also didn't focus that much on the title character, but in the sequels they introduced all the well-established characters from their previous franchises, and they somewhat got either very praised or very backlashed.
The point I was going to make was like King of the Monsters after it, a lot of problems that seem to be brought up about this film is less about the film itself and more about people's perception of what they expected of the film, their presuppositions going into the film not being met.
Yeah, exactly. It's like after so long, just let it go, dude. Like it was bad at the time. I get it. Like I even understand it. Like it's okay if you were not really getting what you wanted or what you needed after 10 years. But it's been 10 years from then. Like I cannot see your name, but as the guy below me said, like yeah, like just get over it.
Yeah. to quote the nerd in the suit, make peace with what you have.
Halfway through the movie, and just as they revealed him, they cut away. What was that about? I mean, I'd hope they make up for it later in the movie, but most of the monster action was so dark I could barely see it. Maybe.
God almighty.
Boyd Ghidorah's influence has transcended time and space. God damn it!
Yeah, no, dude. Like in the movie theater, this was 100% visible. Like, don't bullshit me.
Yeah.
Now the Blu-ray, the
Visible
DVD,
now. It's on
not.
screen. I can see it.
I
What
actually
do you mean it's dark? I can count his teeth.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The only reason why my screen that I'm seeing this through on, like why it's hard for me to see is because I have the brightness all the way down on my screen. So that's really it.
Yeah, I am in a darker setting. I have the lights turned off in my room, and I can see this pretty well. At least the silhouette pretty well.
Yeah,
I have all the lights on me, and I can still count his teeth. Just saying, like, and I'm on a phone. Like it's not like the best screen ever.
Yeah, I mean, the primary screen I'm using, which I'm talking through, is my phone. So that's why. And I have my brightness all the way down on my phone. But on my second screen, which is just the live stream in general, just on YouTube, I can see Godzilla just fine.
Yeah.
And the brightness is also fairly low.
And this one is one of the darker shots because you're seeing it through the lens of.
It's also this crazy thing called like how you're presenting something. Like for example, they can't see. You couldn't see something through like only flashes of light. Like for example, the weird comparison. The climax of How to Train Your Dragon, when the rest of the cast is looking at Hiccup and Toothless fighting the Red Death in the sky, and you can only catch glimpses of it through Toothless's plasma blasts.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Even
it's
G14,
that kind of comparison.
G14 itself does this at multiple points, most notably to most prominently to me being the atomic breath sequence, when the blue is a stark cutoff. That's what makes the atomic breath so effective. Not only because this is its first appearance, and it's equally builds up both in a meta sense and also just in the film with the spine slowly lighting up and the whirring noise, but also it is a harsh, bright light jutting out of the darkness.
I remember.
Have you guys seen the live-action How to Train Your Dragon movie? The newest trailer just dropped.
Stop reminding me that this remake is happening.
We don't. I'm just not gonna see it.
Also, like one thing that G14 does a lot that no other Godzilla movie had done, so I still love it to this day. I think it's the best directed film, except for Kong Skull Island. But anyway, it's the shadows of the monsters that you see moving around in the middle of the night. That's something that that's atmosphere, and I understand if you don't like it, but it's not badly executed. It's well done. It's just that it's maybe personal preference.
Yeah, I think the only other Godzilla film that has actively tried something like that would be Return of Godzilla. Which
a little bit.
If you're mirroring Return of Godzilla, then you're doing something well, especially the visual style of that movie.
Yep.
Bryan Cranston could have carried some of the weight of the plot, but he died before Godzilla even showed up, leaving us to follow his boring son around for the whole movie.
Fuck you.
Keep it going.
He's not a bad character.
Also, what happened to Godzilla's nuclear roots? I always thought that he was a species of marine dinosaur mutated by nuclear energy, not some naturally occurring atomic ray-spewing reptile.
I told you that it was gonna be the same story.
Hannes, did you watch GMK?
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't even go that far. I would say that, and I think I've talked to you about this once before in Minecraft World, but it's like even in GMK, yeah, he still kind of has the atomic roots based on how you choose to interpret that version of Godzilla, but he still has his roots here, considering that they make the problem worse by feeding him.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In this
Yeah, and
universe.
another thing. Shin Godzilla. He wasn't a mutated dinosaur in Shin
Where-
Godzilla. He was something.
I brought
else.
up GMK because that was before G14. Shin Godzilla would come after. It is a good example to
Yeah,
use.
but it'd be interesting to see. I'd be interested to know if Brutally Hannes has that criticism for Shin Godzilla as well.
Yeah,
He would have to be consistent.
Like, I would
Sure.
say,
I
like,
hope.
even in Shin, yeah, I mean, yeah, there's okay, but if we're talking like he's talking nuclear roots, but then goes into the dinosaur thing, but it's like newsflash, GMK 2014 and even Shin have the nuclear roots thing, so it's yeah, Rick,
you know
you're
what?
right. Rick
Also,
is
there's
absolutely
one-
right. The only Godzilla to have no actual connection to the nuclear bomb in any way is Ultima.
And Godzilla Earth.
Even Earth kind
Earth
of tried.
tries, keyword in the biggest quotes possible, tries at the last second of the worst film in the series. Next.
Okay. I didn't
That's
watch
how
that
Ghidorah
last
looked
one,
like.
so whatever. But also,
I
like,
tortured myself and rewatched the Polygon trilogy recently.
I'm sorry for you.
Guys, before hey,
Your sanity
before
has taken
any
a
of-
Your sanity has
Guys.
taken a downward spiral since then.
Before any of you start attacking me or start throwing your pitchforks at me, I'm just gonna say I kind of like Ghidorah's design in the anime trilogy.
Oh no, I think that's one of his
That's one of
best.
the-
Honestly,
I'm not gonna ostracize. I'm not gonna bully you for that. But if you said you like Planet Eater, may God have mercy on your soul.
I will say, Ghidorah's design in Planet Eater might actually be one of the only good things going for that trilogy.
I love it with her. But also one
Yeah.
more thing is like Godzilla here. It's like, oh, I thought it was an irradiated dinosaur. He kind of is.
Yeah,
Actually,
he
he
still
said before
is.
the dinosaur.
He's not mutated, but he's still a prehistoric organism.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is affected in some way by the bomb.
Yeah.
Anyways, resume.
Well, whatever. At least 2014 felt like they were taking Godzilla seriously. I mean, I appreciated the dark tone, just not the dark everything else. Maybe it was just that American filmmakers didn't know how to handle Godzilla. They probably wanted to distance themselves politically
No,
from his
keep
nuclear.
it going. Keep it going. This is going somewhere.
I'm sparing the line for later. I'm sparing the
We'll
line
back
for
up a
later. I
couple
am sparing
seconds.
the line for later.
All right, we'll back up a couple seconds. Maybe give a little so that we don't cut him off. All right, just like 3 seconds. Maybe.
They probably wanted to distance themselves politically from his nuclear origins,
Oh
being that
my
we're the ones who dropped the atomic bomb.
It's not even 3 seconds.
Let him talk. Okay, so he's
Right.
going to make a
We're going
lot
back
of
10 seconds.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
All
We're
right,
going
do
back
that.
10 seconds. We're going to let this play. We're going to see how we do. Okay?
Okay. All right, let's. All right.
I mean, I appreciated the dark tone, just not the dark everything else. Maybe it was just that American filmmakers didn't know how to handle Godzilla. They probably wanted to distance themselves politically from his nuclear origins, being that we're the ones who dropped the atomic bombs on Japan. You know, at least Godzilla 2014 was better than that 1998 abomination that didn't even attempt to portray Godzilla accurately. Isn't it crazy how that movie's still finding new ways to leave a bad taste in your mouth?
Godzilla tries to warn us!
that was really
Tried
funny.
to warn us. He knew everything, and we punished him for
Zilla
it.
was Nostradamus.
Godzilla was trying to save the children.
Yeah, you know. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Noah was
Zilla,
a decent design.
you want to
You
know
know-
what? You don't want to know what the here. Let me go first, and I'll let you go next. You know what the biggest irony here is that Zilla 98 is still considering he has the nuclear thing, he's still closer to being Godzilla than Ultima.
Yeah, that's what Rick said as well.
What I was going to say is that when Godzilla chased that taxi, it's because he he thought that the remaining kids were in the taxi with Didi. That's why he went all over the
Guys, can I say something?
Go
Can I
ahead.
say something about Zilla?
Go ahead.
I will say that for its a standalone creature, I really dig Zilla's design. It's almost like a mix-up between a Raptor, T-Rex, and a Xenomorph design. But as far as Godzilla's design goes, it's kind of a terrible design.
I'd actually say in comparison, this is nowhere near the worst.
Yeah. So as far as like the general point,
gave us.
yeah. So considering since we let him finish his point about the whole Godzilla, about how hey, maybe American, like what we were cutting him off from saying before we before the 98 thing came up.
I hate this point.
Oh, the Americans trying to distance themselves from the nuclear bomb thing because they dropped bombs on Japan. Did he watch the film?
If they still acknowledge the dangerous power of the nuke, the stakes in the finale is that the Mutos have access to the nuke and that it's not going to be able
Hiroshima.
to stop. Exactly.
Hiroshima. Serizawa mentioned it thanks to his watch that his dad gave him.
Yeah,
exactly. This is like this. It really makes me wonder, and this is the part of it that confuses me. Is that's the kind of statement, like the whole Americans trying to distance themselves from nuking Japan. That's the kind of thing you would back up with this crazy thing called evidence. And the thing is, there's a bit of evidence that you could actually use, being the production of 2014 and how there was apparently a version of the scene where Serizawa was telling them, do not use a nuke to try and kill the Mutos and Godzilla. And the army was asked them to remove it. You could have used that as evidence. And here's the thing. It comes from Big Action Bill's 2014 video, which came out before this. So it's there. Do your fucking research. But also, but even outside of that, it's just, so why wouldn't you do that, man? Like, I'm out here, like, just trying to steel man you at least a little. But outside of that, that's such a,
Yeah, let this guy dig his own grave.
Yeah.
I mean, you helped with that last time, so.
Yeah.
My mind is digging its own grave hearing this.
One of his defenses, one of his biggest defenses for one of his defenses for GXK was like it was made for kids. Like at this,
because the movie for kids shows a decapitated head and a parent literally being thrown into the lava pit. Yeah, totally for kids, amigo.
Well, here's the thing. My point is like it's the same thing that Renegade Cut says when he was trying to defend Ghostbusters 2016. Like, it's not made for you. It's for the kids. It's time to let the children play. It's like, even though Ghostbusters 2016 is like one of the worst movies ever made.
I won't deny that the Ghostbusters is far more kid-friendly than Godzilla is, generally, but that still doesn't excuse any of its problems. A kid's movie can be criticized just as much as a regular film, even though it does have more things to take into regard. And especially with a film as messy as Ghostbusters 2016, yeesh.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. That movie that movie still haunts me in my nightmares. It's like
it's the movie that basically changed everything for the worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rick is just like in chat is just every YouTube video that tries to criticize the MonsterVerse always at any point shows that they didn't actually pay attention, and then gets upset when you're called out for not paying attention.
It's always at least one of the movies. They don't pay attention to at least one of the movies. Always. It's always that. And it's usually
so different considering I paid attention to all of them because I have these crazy thing called eyes.
And he
Eyes
is.
and ears.
My theory for a lot of the King of the Monsters criticisms, because a lot of them you'll hear, oh, the humans are boring, it doesn't make any sense, I don't know what's going on most of the time. And my theory was because of Godzilla 2014, where they complained about Godzilla not being in it that much, people went into the cinema with a stopwatch and they just sat there with the stopwatch and just waiting for Godzilla to turn up. And then when he wasn't on screen, they just weren't looking at the screen, they were looking at the stopwatch. That's my theory, because that's the only way I can get my head around the fact that they just missed so much.
I mean, Kuro and I blame Void Ghidorah, so.
Yes. The universe
Damn it,
is
Void Ghidorah.
irreparably damaged due to Planet Eater existing.
Right, let's carry on.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm eating. You'll see I'm eating?
So, Godzilla was back, and I was content. With his name back in the cultural lexicon, I felt a little less lonely as a Godzilla fan. I could finally talk to other people who saw the movie and talk about the Godzilla movies that I loved growing up. You know what? Even if it wasn't what I hoped for, the renewed interest in the Big G was worth it. A few years later, we got Kong, Skull Island, an origin story for the iconic King Kong. Iconic King Kong. I remember liking the movie for the most part, but was incredibly hyped by that big tease at the end. Bro, Mothra, Rodan, King Ghidorah, Take Me to Yolita? Dude, no way. They were bringing back the golden oldies of the original Godzilla series. And this time people couldn't just say they wouldn't watch it because I don't like So I'm
trying to recall from back in his GXK video. Did he say that he liked Kong Skull Island, or did
I
don't.
He barely mentioned the film, but from what
important. I don't really think that's important. This is
He
about.
said that it was serviceable.
Don't really think what his opinion on Skull Island is exactly relevant, since this is way more directed towards Godzilla.
He's currently working on a series going over Kong Skull Island, and so far, from what I gather, his opinion stems to be from neutral to not enjoying the film.
They always it's Rick and chat saying, they always skip Skull Island. Keep that in mind for his part 2 video. Oh Lord, have mercy.
All right. Well, we got enough to work with, at least as far as him covering Godzilla.
We have a semi-decent idea about how he feels about Godzilla's end.
To be fair, based on his last video, his opinions are just... Well, the Showa era was bad because it was very silly, which is why GXK is good, because it's silly. And then that's why the early MonsterVerse films are good, because they're bad because they are very serious, because Showa era was silly, which is
poorly written. Whatever.
Except I like serious movies.
That's what I mean. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Thank you.
How many times I don't like to have to read subtitles.
Sorry?
I said, how many times can one man contradict himself?
You'd be surprised.
Times.
You would be very... The season I were there for Adam Does Movies.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Twilight for movie fans.
For art house.
Pretty sure Michael just took physical damage.
Remember when he said I want to be feel comfort in being in an echo chamber, and then later on in that same video he says I'm always welcome to listen to other people's opinions. You can say I'm wrong. It's like, what?
Always welcome other people's opinions until they disagree with your own.
Yeah, I've been thinking of doing a Adam Does Movies in a similar style to what Animus did with Hannes.
Save yourself. Oh boy,
Adam,
how far have we gotten?
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, I said I was gonna do a super cut of that Nosferatu Adam Does Movie stream, but now I'm just thinking do I really want to go revisit that? Because that was like Vietnam to me.
You'll be fine. You did it with EFAP. You can do it again.
Yeah, but EFAP is at least media literate sometimes.
You did it with EFAP. You can do it again.
Oh.
Please.
It's
With
not about
Adam
media
Does
literacy.
Movies-
It's about shitty takes. You did it with EFAP.
If Adam Does Movies, the failed Jimmy Neutron waxwork that he is, you can just chop up his own video to contradict himself and play them back to back.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I could just kind of I'll just like not even like go through like the whole thing and just like find bits and bobs and whatnot. Just for just all the parts where just all the goofy shit in there. We'll just be like, look, check this craziness out.
Oh boy, how far are we into this?
5 minutes.
Dear God.
Well, actually, this is like
We can do this.
This is part one. It's 12 minutes and 34 seconds. So we're a little under halfway through it, and so far so good.
We can make it to the third half before the 2 hour mark. We can do this.
Let's go.
Yeah.
They wouldn't watch it because I don't like foreign films. I don't like to have to read subtitles. This was genuine A-grade Hollywood awesomeness on the way.
Oi?
Said that's cool. Where did you hear that? I know, this is just one of those things I keep hearing, like people say, because when people talk for other people, the thing that I say is, where did you hear this? Who's saying this? Tell me so I can beat the shit out of them.
I know of people who don't enjoy subtitles. I know of people who can't enjoy subtitles for personal reasons, partially either because they have reading disorders or other things like that.
That is an understandable reason. I genuinely only know one person who, this is not a common thing that I hear. Most people I know will acknowledge, oh, it's subtitled, okay, but then shut up.
And the fact that -1 was so well received completely contradicts this.
Yes,
as well. As well as how many Studio Ghibli movies are as beloved as they are? Why is Studio Ghibli as beloved as they are?
I'm pretty sure my mom's favorite movie ever made is Spirited Away.
My point.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask you guys, but I did watch Spirited Away. It was pretty good.
Cool, I still haven't watched a single Ghibli film.
Yeah.
I should really get on that, but my backlog is as overwhelming as it
also to Rick, the dubs, but I was referring to people watching. There are people I do know that do watch these movies subtitled. In fact, I think 50% of the people who go to watch them watch them subtitled. From my knowledge, that might be an over-exaggeration, but
yeah, it's just I hate, and even outside of that, dubs of the old Showa films exist, and I've watched a good chunk of the old Showa dubs. They aren't that bad.
God bless you, Criterion. Oh my goodness.
Some are better than others, it must be said, though.
I will. All Monsters Attacks dub is an experience.
Oh God!
At least it's not. Hey! At least it's not the Gamera movie dubs. Showa Gamera movie dubs.
Gamera.
The Heisei films are actually well dubbed. The Brave is surprisingly well dubbed. Rebirth was honestly fine.
What's
the Showa films? The Showa films. There's a reason I watch them Japanese.
Thoughts on the Shin Godzilla English dub?
I have not watched it.
I have seen both the dub and sub of Shin Godzilla. I will be honest, maybe it is just me, but dub makes the film so much easier to just consume because of Shin is a very dense film in terms of text on screen. Honestly, something I want to do once if I ever reach this point, since I'm studying Japanese right now and learning how to read it, but
dude, same.
I would love one day in 3 years or something when I'm able to do it consistently, is just watch the film sub and see and pause every time there's a ton of text on screen so I can read it. gonna take me 5 hours, but it would be an interesting experiment.
Yeah, it'd be a good video to make.
Yeah.
Now Lance is warning us about an upcoming point.
Oh,
I'm
oh boy.
mentally bracing myself. Everyone brace for impact.
Oh Lord.
He
All right,
he
here we
dropped
go.
he already dropped a bomb on us with the American ones. Oh fuck.
This is going to break me. I can already tell.
This was genuine A-grade
South America's
Hollywood
China.
awesomeness on the way. I must have annoyed the hell out of my friends and coworkers talking this movie up as the big day of release approached. This movie was gonna be the Godzilla series putting its best foot forward. It was gonna have everything. And for a Godzilla fan, King of the Monsters was going to change everything. So when I walked into that theater, ecstatic to watch the Grand Monster Rumble, Godzilla, King of the Monsters, I was on cloud 9. And what a height to fall from. What the hell was that?
Seems about right.
It's as though they took every complaint I had from the 2014 film and used them as a framework for King of the Monsters. Godzilla was, once again, thunderously absent from the film, with him being on screen for less than 10% of the film's runtime. The titular Titan was a total truant. Dude would show up every half hour for 90 seconds in the background, then the movie would just change topic. He arrives in Antarctica, but oh no, there's someone trapped in a helicopter. Better focus on that. He shows up to fight Ghidorah, but oh no, there's a bunch of kids in danger. Better focus on that. The big final battle is about to begin, so let's just shove these humans right in the way. Better focus on that. And what happened to Godzilla being something mankind feared? I consider the best Godzilla films to be 1985, GMK, and of course the original movie.
You have seen GMK.
Keep it going.
It's hard not to press pause.
Oh, please unpause the video. Let him finish his point.
Be treated as gospel in terms of the character. All of them showed Godzilla as a vengeful force.
Go back like 5 seconds.
Of course, the original movie. Which
no, bit more. Oh.
Yeah.
Let's just shove these humans right in the way. Better focus on that. And what happened to Godzilla being something mankind feared? I consider the best Godzilla films to be 1985, GMK, and of course the original movie, which should be treated as gospel in terms of the character. All of them showed Godzilla as a vengeful force, set on destruction. Even Shin Gojira, which had come out a few years prior to King of the Monsters, had portrayed Godzilla in this same destructive capacity. I always figured the cheers at the end of 2014 were more for the danger coming to an end, rather than for Godzilla's benevolent heroism. Remember when he flooded Hawaii? Remember when he killed
a fucking cheer because the threat to the world is gone.
I really do not understand how people don't get the MonsterVerse Godzilla. Well, the early MonsterVerse Godzilla before Adam Wingard.
He's still consistent, just over exaggerated.
Yeah,
I'd be willing to present the argument for once we get there.
But
they called him King of the Monsters after the end of the fight with the Mutos.
Let him finish.
Cutting away
thing. The monster savior of the city? Question mark.
Yeah, it's a question mark.
It's like they're asking, like, this thing or whatever, is it actually our hero? And they're cheering, I guess, to show that
the threat's
people
gone.
Are relieved that they're, that the threat to their lives is gone. And sure, not many people knew about the Muto nest, but a lot of them are still relieved because now there aren't the giant monsters, as many of them.
Exactly. I want to address the cutting away thing, especially with the final battle.
It's called the plot.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's called stakes. The stakes of the fight is that these characters are caught in the middle of two giant monsters trying to kill each other and leveling everything around them as they do so. J14 had the same thing.
Like, and here's the thing. They're gonna have to focus on that since that's the whole reason they're in Boston is to find Madison and Yorka. So no matter what, this person would like Hannes would complain, because if it actually focused on the fight, and then it would just be like, oh, by the way, in the middle of all this, they found Madison, then they're still gonna complain. You can't win.
Exactly. You cannot win.
You can't win because you already made up your fucking mind.
Yeah, come up with a yeah, at least come up with a more substantive argument than, oh, the humans are on screen for too long and the monsters aren't on screen for a long enough time. Wah.
Motherfucker. This is consistent. Rick just stated his favorite Godzilla films aren't even in it for 20% of the film. 1954 is less than 10%. Thank you.
Yeah, and here's the thing, he mentioned GMK as being like a good template, as like a perfect template for Godzilla as a character. It's like, well, you know what? It's also a pretty good template of like, it's also a movie where Godzilla fought a bunch of other monsters and we cut back to humans, you know, more often than not. I don't. So it's like
screen time. I'm looking up Godzilla's screen time in Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, giant monsters.
I still love the fact of Godzilla doesn't start. Well, Godzilla doesn't technically appear in Godzilla versus King Ghidorah until, what was it, 40 minutes or an hour? I can't remember.
More than that, like
GMK,
an hour at least.
GMK has 16 minutes of screen time for Godzilla specifically. In a let me. Granted, GMK also has about the same amount of monster roster as Kodum, at least prominent monster roster, because that's not including the other original Titans. Runtime.
Can you send me a link to that chart that you have?
For what? For
or how you're getting the screen time?
It's not much on Google. I found it on Reddit, but GMK's runtime is 1 hour and 45 minutes. So there's that.
Like the way I've recorded every film.
I'll DM you.
Thanks. Let's moving.
Yeah, I'll DM you.
I do love the fact it's like he'll take the cherry picking details to make arguments and then just ignoring those details or those films that those details are from. In comparison, oh Jesus Christ! Bingo cards, everybody.
Hey guys, before we
Benevolent heroism.
Guys.
Yeah,
Guys, can I say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Before we begin, I just want to say yes, I am a fan of Godzilla being feared by many, but at the same time, I disagree with his point that the MonsterVerse Godzilla should be feared because the whole point, his whole shtick is that he's supposed to be a samurai. He's a force of nature, but he's also a benevolent guardian. Earth is his home, for crying out loud.
I think the feared part could work because forces of nature, natural disasters are still feared even with the good stuff. You'd still be terrified of a wildfire even if that happens. However, that's not what the films are focusing on. The films are focusing on the relief that the civilians feel that the wildfire is gone. Or in this case, the giant monster is dead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, at least with 2014 and King of the Monsters, you know, like, Godzilla is kind of shown to be, like, a creature that, even though people fear him, like, he's not actively attacking them or killing them or, you know, doing things that would endanger people. Like, the most that happens, collateral damage happens, is, like, kind of unintentional, really. Like, again, like, the tsunami pretty much happened, like, you know, that is just kind of what it is. I mean, granted, I'm not even sure if the tsunami bit was even like really all that necessary because that doesn't happen every time he rises up in any other point in that film. Or
there is consistency though. GXK actually does this too, where he's actively raising water levels because of how fast he's moving.
Right. Well, the thing is, I mean, regardless, the point I'm making is like in 2014 in Kodum, MonsterVerse Goji is kind of is pretty much not, it isn't like maliciously causing collateral damage. Like he's not.
This is
it's
something.
just kind of acted. Yeah, unfortunately, the Wingard films just kind of assassinate him as a character in that film.
No, they don't. They exaggerate him. There is a difference. Exaggeration doesn't necessarily equal character assassination. Yes, there are parts of Godzilla that aren't exactly the same, but it isn't. But it is not. He is a completely different character this time. Every single action that he does in the Wingard movies has reason to happen. He's over-exaggerating. He's destroying Apex because even Tiamat could arguably be justified, and I can't believe I'm.
What about Scylla?
Still justified. Scylla was going on a rampage. Scylla was out of her lane.
Something that to me doesn't make sense is like, why does Godzilla care if Scylla goes on a rampage on a human city when he barely processes, like the fact that humans.
It could come down to him trying to keep the peace between two sides that just will not mix.
I get that, but that implies that Godzilla understands humanity like as a whole thing, and that there could be a war and all that. And I don't know.
It's also because Scylla's destruction
specifically, but also it comes down to just trying to keep the peace, because if a war breaks out between humans and Titans, then everything is going to go poorly, and it could lead to the planet blowing up. Sorry, not blowing up, just not
dying. But also, we know we also know the Titans are capable of creating disasters and are capable of untold destruction on a comparable magnitude, even if, as shown by Fandom, even if they were under the control of Ghidorah, they still caused mass levels of devastation, and likely that caused problems for nature. We see they are actively affecting to nature, as shown by the credit sequence in King of the Monsters. So Scylla being out of her lane is potentially even more dangerous with that in mind.
But that's, for example, one of the problems I have.
Just gonna mention, thanks, Rick. Yeah, we should keep it moving, so that way.
Yeah, the one thing I wanted to mention before pressing play on this. Everyone's points here, great, all good points for the bad and the good and all of that lot. Would be great if that was in the film.
No, but
I ain't gonna deny that.
Yeah, if it was in the film.
Remember when he flooded Hawaii?
Off the previous movies. It's
sort of, but also not really.
It's acknowledging the fact
that is a discussion we can have later.
Yeah, let's move on. That is a different discussion entirely.
Godzilla's benevolent heroism. Remember when he flooded Hawaii? Remember when he killed that dog? Pepperidge Farm remembers. But no, I guess we're doubling down on Godzilla being a good guy. Now it seemed that in their darkest hour, humanity would be running toward Godzilla, rather than their darkest hour being the shadow he cast upon them. Ooh. Where he was once meant to unleash vengeance, he was now tasked to...
Say again?
I said the only thing I'm going to give him is that he cooked with that line. I'm taking that.
What?
I just have to say...
Humanity's darkest hour is the shadow he casts upon them.
I just have to say one word, which is Showa. Or actually, 2 words, second half Showa. That's all I have to say, honestly.
He doesn't...
That's 3 words.
That's why then I corrected. I said 3 words afterwards.
Thing is, wow, he doesn't like the Showa era.
Yeah, so it's like...
Well, he does, and then he doesn't.
He does and doesn't on a whim. How are you contradicting yourself this much?
It's the Schrodinger Showa. It's good and bad until you watch a movie.
I'm coining that term.
Schrodinger's Showa.
Get on with the video, please.
Yep.
Maintain balance. Maintain. Such an accurate word to describe the Godzilla I saw in King of the Monsters. He was now nature's maintenance man, rolling out of the closet like Rosie the Robot with the sole purpose of cleaning up mankind's messes. He doesn't make his own choices, go on his own adventures, or carve his own path. MonsterVerse Godzilla would now just be floating around the ocean, awaiting the arrival of the next bad monster to imbue him with relevance in his own franchise. How
Isn't that what he did for the entirety of his history?
He just showed footage of Godzilla versus the Smog Monster where he's like.
Every single action that Godzilla does in the original film has reason to be done.
Even in '98, for crying out loud.
Motherfucker!
Technically speaking, isn't Godzilla getting pissed off at mankind's use of the nuclear weapons in the original film? Couldn't that technically be described as Godzilla coming to clear up mankind's mess?
Yes.
I
In a
mean,
way.
I guess if you, I mean, it's not exactly the same as MonsterVerse because MonsterVerse, again, he has like this weird understanding. If you want to say that he wants to maintain the peace, that means that Godzilla understands the power of humanity and that these weapons are created by us, which I don't think that he should have. It's not shown in the movie that he has like that. That will basically be human intelligence at that point.
It's not. It's not just like he doesn't need to understand that the weapons are created by us. He just has to understand that we have the capacity to do this. That
Exactly,
humans
but
are
then-
actually dangerous, especially considering he himself has been at the forefront of multiple human-related incidents with these weapons. Need I remind you what the Oxygen Destroyer did?
I mean, the Oxygen Destroyer, but like before that, before the Oxygen Destroyer, it's like we basically fed him and then he took a nap. Also, like the fact that these creatures come from a world that's that used to be fully radioactive. So first of all, I don't want to get too deep into the history of the MonsterVerse world because like humans interacting with the things, it's
Yeah,
like
that's a
completely
topic. That's a very different topic for another day.
Exactly. But the thing is, supposedly in the first movie in 2014, they came from a world before everything we know, a world that was highly radioactive. So other types of life form that exist nowadays couldn't really exist back then. So like, if everything now gets destroyed, they're still going back home technically to the way it used to be. Just saying.
To refocus on what Bruty Hands was complaining about, i.e., Godzilla being heroic, and he doesn't like that. He wants them to be villainous. Rick Squirrel perfectly put it perfectly. Yeah, Godzilla went on a character arc in the Showa era. He evolved. The character started out villainous, and then film by film by film, he got more and more heroic until he was basically a hero. It's so the Showa era doing that is you can't really complain about the Showa era doing that to Godzilla because that's what happened in that
Something
series.
I would also like to add is like even in those films, and it's same case here, is that even though he is by all accounts a hero or the monster people are rooting for in these situations in most cases, he's still kind of deemed very dangerous until like the very end, where only by terror of MechaGodzilla, when the situation is that bad, you have people like screaming, "Where is he?"
Yeah. And even going beyond the Showa era, the Heisei films kind of do a similar thing by making him a father. Now he has reason to leave humanity alone because now he's no longer the last of his kind. He has a child to take care of. He has a home to find. And through that child, he can put his vengeance to the side and find a new path. In the last 3 movies, the only reason he goes on a rampage in MechaGodzilla and Space Godzilla, in MechaGodzilla, it's to find his kid. In Space Godzilla, it's to save his kid. In Destroyer, it's to find a new home for his kid.
And even Final Wars, like even though it's a horrible execution, even Final Wars does the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Moving right along. Oh boy, this is gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
In the MonsterVerse Godzilla could be compared to the Hulk in a lot of ways, in that the Hulk is not necessarily like the hero you would choose to save your life, but Yeah, he can, and he often will, even if there is a bit of
I
natural
wouldn't
damage
even.
involved.
The only
I
difference
wouldn't even
between
narrow it down
Hulk
to
and
just Titanic. I wouldn't even narrow it down to specifically Titanis Gojira. I'd just say Godzilla as a whole would be comparable to that.
The only difference between MCU Hulk and Monsters Godzilla is Monsters Godzilla didn't become a wimp after Endgame.
That is true. That is true. And he didn't
See,
have
that-
like a, and he didn't have a cousin lawyer that just like that's a woman version of himself, just like demean him and then just go on a twerking binge with Megan Thee Stallion. Or fuck.
You see, that's character assassination.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
Hannes, what are you talking about? Moving on.
True. What's more, with King of the Monsters being the second movie in the series, we could assume any patterns we saw were rules for the MonsterVerse. Rules like, Godzilla could no longer instigate a fight with humanity, only respond defensively. He can never destroy a city on a whim, only if it's collateral damage in his fight for good. The nuclear allegory of Godzilla's character is gone, so now he only represents nature. And because nature is inherently good and just, we can no longer judge him on his means, only his results. As long as he beats the bad guy, then all else is forgiven and forgotten. Sorry, father of trampled child, here.
Let him finish his point. Let him finish his point. Just,
well, I mean,
want to.
I mean, granted, I'm kind of have us break up. I'm kind of having us like pause that at least just for a little bit because the copyright music.
Fair enough, actually.
Right. Yeah, I suppose.
Okay, let's
Normally that's
do
all right when you talk over
non-copyright
the
music.
top of it.
Pum pum parum pum pum parum pum pum parum
Why are we singing?
Yeah.
now you can play it.
I'm doing the
I
Wii
think you
chop.
can play it.
Represents nature. And because nature is inherently good and just, we can no longer judge him on his means, only his results.
That's the shot I wanted.
There it is.
Our savior.
He's complaining about Godzilla being a hero, and this is literally in his video.
What is that at the
Exactly.
end of that? What is the end of that sentence? What is that? What is that?
What is that symbol? That squiggly
What is
symbol with the dot
I
on
think
What
it's
is
an
it?
exclamation point.
Oh my god, yes it is.
Yeah, why? Yeah. Why does it look so distorted though? Is the screen glitching out? Might be something wrong with the. Might be something wrong with the movie itself. I don't know.
Might be wrong with
It's too
your
dark.
eyes.
It's too dark. It's too dark.
Maybe it's just
Jesus Zilla would do.
I think it just has something to do with the font.
It's what Jesus Zilla would do.
Yeah.
We all
It's
know
too
I'm
dark.
Jason
I can't
Zilla.
see it.
Oh my god. Zilla.
Results. As long as he beats the bad guy, then all else is forgiven and forgotten. Sorry, father of trampled child, hero coming through. Guys, I cannot overstate.
Isn't Killing the Monsters literally all about like how the American government really and fucking Mark Russell hating
Exactly.
Godzilla because of the damage he causes?
Goes into the whole.
It
just
doesn't
goes into the whole
deny.
biblical story. I keep comparing Mark to Job from the Bible. I don't know why I keep sticking with that comparison, but
Cudham at no point denies the general pain that Mark and Emma are in. However, their arcs are learning to move beyond that.
literally, the whole point. And I would say this is like one of the core themes of the entire series is pushing on despite tragedy.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Too bad they dropped that after.
Moving on from letting
Not
go of
even
the pain and moving on.
GVK and GXK are actually comparable to that theme. They push Kong pushing on after the death of his island, after his island was completely lost. Gia finding a new place for herself after her people were gone. Nathan while not perfectly executed, pushing on after the death of his brother during the first Hollow Earth expedition. That is a thing that is mentioned in the movie. That's not just relegated to the novelization. That is in the movie. Execution is a different thing entirely, but that is a theme of the MonsterVerse. That is even in the Wingard films.
Oh, Lance. Mikhail. Mikhail doesn't like the monsters and the Titans. And he said, because I was sad when he died.
God, I miss Mark Russell.
Bloody film.
God, I miss him.
I mean, it's true that the movies depict the characters that don't like the monsters as not normally on the good side so far, but also like it hasn't really focused on humans that much, and the story is really bad. So
because people keep wanting it to focus on the monsters. It's just another case of I just don't think these MonsterVerse critics know what they want.
Exactly.
Press play. Keep it moving. I'm trying to keep this well paced so we can get through these and not have a stream that is comparable to the longest of EFAP.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. We are actually making good time, really. I mean, we're probably over halfway through the first one already.
38-minute mark.
Shit!
Wait a minute. Cianimus. We're in the third half.
I've got to it.
We did it. We accomplished the goal.
Let's go! If only Omni were here.
How important the nuclear bomb is in terms of Godzilla's character. The original film was an allegory for the nuclear bombing of the Japanese mainland. The bomb is the core of his character. This is clearly stated throughout the series, the most impactful of which I consider to be in Godzilla 1985.
The other night at the reactor. Didn't you sense it? The beast has a purpose. Godzilla is a warning. A warning to every one of us. When mankind...
What he said is correct, but as we stated earlier, the nuke is still very much prominent in the MonsterVerse, even when it isn't directly mentioned.
Yeah, and also, why are you using a clip from a Godzilla movie that has nothing to do with the monster? It's like, okay, yeah, Godzilla. That is the themes that we see.
Comparison's sake, that's why.
Yeah, but
also, the thing is, if this is still ultimately. Sorry, go ahead.
This may just come down to me, but I would honestly say 85 is not the best example here. If you're going to use 84 and not 85, just considering how much the dub was rescored, just knowing that, I'm not sure if this is actually what is said. I would not know, because it's also been almost a year since I've seen 84, I would not know if this is the actual line in the Japanese version or not. So I would just say, make sure that this is what the characters are actually saying, and the dub isn't screwing you over. That's all I wanted to say, since he's using 85 and not return. Using 85 to 84 actually makes this point stronger. Okay, never mind. I'm stupid.
Let's push.
Push on. It falls into conflict with nature. Monsters are born.
Nature has a way sometimes of reminding man of just how small he is. She occasionally throws up the terrible offspring. Brings of our pride and carelessness. The reckless ambitions of man are often dwarfed by their dangerous consequences.
By the way, that speech from 1985 was written by Raymond Burr himself, the American lead from the original film, so I think he'd know what he was talking about.
Oh, nice.
Respect.
Yeah, respect. Also, Zim's in the back.
The only reason why 85 isn't as much of a disaster as it honestly could have been is because Raymond Burr said that if they don't start taking this seriously, he was not going to be involved. On like reports
that's
around
pretty
this
good.
time, he outright said, "Yeah, I actually really like Godzilla."
Yeah. Zim's in the back, so yeah, we can only fit like 6 people right now. So still,
You could probably just use the private chat to lay your points. We've been doing that with Rick too, so
yeah. Wish I could fit more people, but of course we gotta pay money for that, I suppose. I'm a broke bitch.
If
so
anyone does like to
I'm
tack
okay.
out at any point, that would be great too. But yeah, for the time being, comments are always good.
Yeah.
let's continue.
If not for political reasons, I think the retconning of Godzilla's origins is most likely due to that dirty word, marketability.
It's not retconning. This is a new series.
Exactly, it's just like a new creative like direction. That's all there is to it. Why is he overthinking it so much? He's being really cynical about it.
It's like what the Sonic movies did to Godzilla. Did to Sonic. It's like what the Sonic movies
did to Godzilla.
I will send you to Jesus. Stop it. It's what the Sonic movies did to Sonic. They retconned him to be an extraterrestrial being, but it makes sense in context. It's just a different take on Sonic.
Yeah, like in the games, he's basically someone who doesn't have a home, and he's basically just a lonely adventurer who goes on to fight bad guys and explore. That's basically what game Sonic is. Movie Sonic, on the other hand, is someone who desperately needs a family, someone to guide them. That's basically the difference between the two of them.
Yeah.
Guys, do we really want to be selling toys of a badass monster who symbolizes destruction in its purest form? We'll corrupt the youth. Why not make him a roided-up Barney who prioritizes environmental conscientiousness?
Just a couple seconds. Sorry, but I just needed to say something. We discussed this actually the other day. Like, this is bullshit. Companies know that they can sell toys of horror characters to 8-year-old kids. Okay, like Alien vs. Predator was one of the most successful lines of Kenner. Okay, they had Terminator, they had Freddy Krueger toys, for fuck's sake. Like, this is not a good point. Just saying, like, you can sell.
I mean, Burger King did the Universal Monsters, so that's not even. So let's not even. And those are horror characters.
The fact,
pretty much.
Even that, you know what else they did? Even to this day, they have Jurassic Park toys, and you can rip parts of their skin off, and you can show the bone. Okay, like let's not pretend like this is the reason why they changed things. It's just a new creative direction. I just wanted to turn down that argument because I think it's really insincere. That's all.
Like, that's not to deny that the MonsterVerse can be toyetic. That is a big fault of GXK, where it comes across like all of this new stuff has been introduced to sell toys.
Well, the fact, hook, line, and sinker.
The fact that Trendmasters made Godzilla figures in the 90s is probably one of the biggest things that you can use to debunk this point.
Yeah.
I'll probably give my thoughts in the stream later just to see these
Marketability. Guys, do we really want to be selling toys of a badass monster who symbolizes destruction in its purest form? We'll corrupt the youth. Why not make him a roided-up Barney who prioritizes environmental conscientiousness?
He's become a role model for our children. Now what are we teaching them?
Couldn't he take a little time to address environmental issues?
I've never once seen him.
Is video breaking for anyone else?
Take the time to do anything nice.
No, I just paused it to for the copyright stuff.
Oh yeah. This geez, I really hope this stream doesn't get struck or anything like that. Well, I mean, I'm the lucky cheater, so my presence here hopefully has mitigated that.
Don't jinx it.
Visit an orphanage.
If you want a great example
of
that
was admittedly kind of funny.
Oh wait, I know exactly where this one's going.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, baby.
You're...
Should I brace myself? I'll brace myself.
Yeah,
Hold,
brace
hold on to your butts. Ugh.
Hold on. Here we go.
Like visit an orphanage.
If you want a great example of the MonsterVerse fumbling Godzilla thematically, then look back at the original film. Though Godzilla was the focus of the story, the most compelling aspect of the narrative is the debate over using the oxygen destroyer. America used...
Oh,
let it go.
Godzilla
Let it
is the
continue.
focus of the film.
Put
Let
it,
it continue.
I know
Let
where
it
this
continue.
is going.
Let it
Oh,
Please
dear
continue.
God.
Continue.
Let it continue.
Continue.
over using the oxygen destroyer. America used the atomic bomb to defeat the Japanese in World War II, and as a result, Godzilla was born. The Dr. Serizawa of the first film was a scientist who accidentally created a weapon called the oxygen destroyer. However, his dilemma was that if he decided to use his new terrible weapon to destroy the product of the last terrible weapon, what could wind up being the product of that? Would the cycle of destruction just continue?
You have your fear, which might become reality. And you have Godzilla, which is reality.
In the end, Serizawa decided to use his creation to kill Godzilla. However, he sacrificed himself to ensure that all knowledge of the oxygen destroyer died with him. Think about the thematic weight of that. Now cut to King of the Monsters, where the oxygen destroyer is literally dropped in out of nowhere to temporarily take Godzilla out of the plot, and MonsterVerse Serizawa undoes the damage by detonating a nuke in Godzilla's face. The MonsterVerse got it so completely backwards that the movie is now telling us that nukes save nature.
Do your thing, Minecraft.
Whatever Serizawa did to Godzilla worked a little too well because it's about to explode like an atom bomb. The nuke backfires! How many times do I have to say this?
But to be fair, one part of his argument that is correct is that the oxygen destroyer did come out of nowhere. I did not
The
like
oxygen,
that.
yeah, I do agree that the oxygen destroyer could have used a little bit more build-up, especially considering how prominent it is in a meta sense. But
yeah, the second part is
an
wrong.
idiot. This guy is
That
a
was
dimwit.
already
He's
established.
a
Bro,
moron.
Skianimus
He's
is
a
muted.
simp.
You just know he's yelling.
Animus, do what I just did. Scream, let it out on stream.
I'll say it once, I'll say it again. This guy is an idiot.
Honest, I will send you to Jesus, damn it! What the hell was that?
A good point to say it. I don't think that he's necessarily an idiot. I think that he doesn't like the movies, but maybe he doesn't really know how to express why he doesn't like them.
Can we
So
also
he
just
comes
like
up with
establish
arguments
that
that
he's
are
removing
very
all of the context
hypocritical
for this?
in a lot of ways.
Like to establish that, because he's also removing all of the context. Dude, Cianimus, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Ugh.
I'm fine.
Rick, yeah, is
Raindrops
completely...
on roses and whiskers on kittens.
That's the third time in a row.
It's, yeah, Rick is right. He's removing all of the context. Now, the oxygen destroyer thing, yeah, you're right. That is like one of the things I will give as far as points against Kodum. But using the nuke, for one, can we also just establish something that I think is not mentioned is the fact that the film is not saying nukes save nature. That's not the point of that scene at all. It is making peace with your demons in spite of everything. And one important little bit of imagery I think everyone fails to mention. What's the shape of the cloud that the oxygen destroyer makes upon impact? Very, very recognizable shape. I think it's
like
right. It's a mushroom cloud.
Oh.
The oxygen destroyer may as well also be a nuke. So your point is essentially, so you realize how dumb you sound when you say this thing they make as a worse nuke, and then they use like nukes solve nuke. You realize how idiotic this point is. And also, yeah, this. I wouldn't even say that the scene is like arguing that we can use nuclear power. I would
Hey,
say that that's a
guys.
secondary
Hey, guys, can I say
meaning for
something?
Serizawa's sacrifice. Can I please finish the
Serizawa's
point?
sacrifice is a finisher of a character arc. It's Serizawa making peace with his own demons.
Well, also telling Mark.
Guys, can I say something?
What's up?
I have some unfortunate sad news. I probably am going to leave soon.
Okay.
Okay.
So, before
Well,
any
it's
of
fun
that
having
asks-
you.
Nice having you on.
See you, dude. Oh my god, that genuinely gave me a
I
headache.
wish I could be here a lot more, but I'm here for literally 2 hours, so I should probably take a little break. I'll probably post a comment or two, but otherwise I'll just take a rest after this because, goddamn, these videos are really stupid.
You made a thing out of doing them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, adios, muchachos. See you on the next live stream.
See you
See you,
around.
sir.
See you later.
See ya.
Have a nice weekend.
Yeah.
Let's get Rick back if you're still there.
All right, now let's get Rick back on here.
Holy shit. That is the third stream in a row that this topic has been addressed.
And it really makes me scratch my head around like how you're getting this. Because yeah, it's also a necessary evil that and the irony of what Serizawa was doing is obviously on his mind by the fact that he's looking at his watch.
Yeah.
That was exactly what I was going to say, the watch.
Yeah, like he is very well aware of the irony of what he's about to do and how it could be misconstrued. But that's not what the film is saying. The film, again, is saying that sometimes to heal your wounds, you're going to have to make peace with the demons who created them. The fact that they wouldn't be to go back to this, they wouldn't even be in this situation if mankind didn't try to get involved in what is all accounts a conflict between gods and try to solve it their way.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, it's not that the military, when they launch the Arch and Destroyer, like, you can't really necessarily, like, you can understand why they would hastily go ahead and send this thing out to try to kill Godzilla and Ghidorah because there's like monsters running around, and it's like we need to nip this in the bud before it gets any worse. And the fact that they didn't know that the Destroyer was only gonna half work when Ghidorah wasn't even affected by it at all, and Ghidorah is the significantly bigger threat to humanity than Godzilla. That just kind of ultimately just kind of sets things into motion for the rest of the plot.
It's such
the way he says it in this video as well, that the oxygen destroyer just knocks him
You're
out
just
for a little
killing
bit.
all the nuance this film is trying to bring to this discussion.
This is ticking the bingo card of people who have watched the film, have
But
the
didn't watch
context of
the
what happens
film.
later in the film, and then they try to apply that context to earlier parts of the film where the people don't know about it. So it's like the oxygen destroyer is used to knock Godzilla out for a little bit. It's like, no, they were trying to kill him, and as far as everybody was concerned, they did. And they immediately regretted it, because then they had nothing to stop Ghidorah with. It's thematically relevant. It's like, almost as if, in the original 1954 film, they actually used the oxygen destroyer and then made things worse.
Yeah.
I also just want to say this whole thing about nature is that we are messing with nature, and that's why, because Godzilla is part of nature. He is supposed to be part of the wildlife, so we're messing with it. Therefore, we're making the conflict worse because of our own actions. That's 1954 all the way to now, so it doesn't really matter if he was created or not by a nuke that we detonated on him. We're still making the problem worse in 2014 and King of the Monsters and all the other movies.
Exactly. If any, like you brought up 1954, the nuke explicitly is the cause of the problem. Oxygen destroyer, that solves the problem, but at a cost.
Mm-hmm.
The nuke is of a very
cost.
And reminder
There's also
in
another thing
King
I
of the
really-
Monster and
Sorry.
reminder in King of the Monsters, the nuke is the same thing. The nuke is what's going to cause burning Godzilla. The stakes in the finale is that Godzilla is going to die for real because of Sarazawa's actions.
You also have to remember that the oxygen destroyer is also a weapon because it could be even worse than a nuclear bomb because both can be seen as a weapon. So neither one is seen as like this magical thing. They're a necessary evil.
Both of them
Both situations.
come at a detrimental cost.
Also, I just wanted to ask you: do you remember if it was in the movies or if it was extra stuff, outside canon, that in Isla de Mara people can still not fish, for example?
It's in the post-credit scene. It's mentioned in the post.
Monsters.
It's mentioned in the post-credit scene.
Okay, then. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do love the amount of conversation this scene comes with. The amount of viewpoints, interpretations, and then you just get brutally hands like, this is what it is.
Yeah, to me, this is what people who only watch the movie once or twice and a really, really, really long time ago think. It's like I don't like the movie, and then they try to go backwards and try to justify why they don't like it. And it's like you don't even need to justify it. If you don't like it, it's fine. It's just a lot of these arguments are very. He's cherry picking. He's being very hypocritical. Or hypocritical, I don't know.
And the thing that frustrates me with this is not just the cherry picking, it's also the fact that this is the third example in a row of this. We've had to deal with this on stream 3 times so far. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, god damn it, people.
It's funny that, like
I
when
really
you say
wish
like,
both
he had
sides of this discussion would be able because King of the Monsters should really be a film that is like discussed a lot more than it is.
Well,
it
is.
It's one of the most controversial MonsterVerse films.
It is discussed a lot. Why do you think it's so contentious?
Maybe it's just my corners, but it feels like so many people just, I don't know. I want more conversations like this.
For me, I'm kind of getting sick of the discourse.
I'm not like wanting discourse. I just want a conversation.
I'm kind of getting sick of the discourse with this movie because, god damn it, y'all aren't paying attention.
That is very.
I'd love to correlate all the opinions into a video. Just the good, the bad, all of them. Just put them all together and be like, okay, this is everything for this scene.
You did that a while ago. I've been thinking of doing just that. A massive defense video of King of the Monsters, discussing pretty much every single criticism that I can find about the film, scene by scene, line by line, frame by frame, pixel by pixel, and addressing them directly.
Yeah. Let's continue. Holy crap, this is easily the thing that got us talking the most.
Oh,
We've got like half a minute left.
Bro. With this utter evisceration of Godzilla's thematic origins, as well as his minimal screen time and shackling characterization, I knew somebody had to be honest. Brutally honest. So, let me ask you, if you could go back in time to where the plans for the MonsterVerse were first being drawn up, what ideas would you have suggested to the writers? With the benefit of hindsight, how would you have improved the story of the MonsterVerse? Would you have made Godzilla more villainous? Hold back on revealing Ghidorah and the other legacy characters? Maybe give the guy an origin film for Christ's sake? Also, if you made it this far, then just drop a like, you silly goose.
No.
Subscribe, you ridiculous waterfowl.
Absolutely not.
Yo. You should subscribe to Sea Monster Live so we can cover Little Platoon.
You may as well.
Yeah. Well, we're at it.
Sea Monster 11 remain. I'm just letting you know that.
Wait, what?
11 subs remain.
Oh no.
Yeah, getting close.
Oh
right,
boy.
So he raised the questions of how we would have done the MonsterVerse differently, I suppose.
I think that is a massive topic in its own right that needs to be
could be
addressed
its own
later.
discussion. I've thought of doing a MonsterVerse rewrite, but honestly, the only part of that I would have done is I would hold off on Ghidorah. That is one of my only like accepted criticisms of Gotham is I do get the whole it does feel like holy shit we went from 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Now normally I'm all for that. I'm all for chaos, but this was, I feel, an overcorrection of the problems that I felt 2014 had, which my problem
Ghidorah does have the Thanos problem, unfortunately, in that his effects on the world, the effects on the world should be very long lasting.
Yeah. That is a major criticism that I do think. The MonsterVerse, King of the Monsters is really the only MonsterVerse movie that actively addresses how people feel about, well, debatably GVK, but King of the Monsters is the only one that explicitly addresses how people feel post G14, like what happened. Monarch got into some hot shit. The general public is terrified of this, of the fact that giant monsters now exist and could potentially rise from the ground or sea or sky even.
Pull up the latest message in chat.
Okay, let me pull it up.
How? What do you mean it's worse?
Part 2.
So we're ready to go whenever you are. Well, actually, no, I'll say that. I'm gonna go buy a break. I'll be back in a minute.
I'm gonna get a drink. I'm gonna get a drink of water.
Trust me, that video that I was commenting on, that's where he started getting really snarky with me. Minecraft can back me up on that.
Yeah. Oh. I should really consider getting me some lunch set up. I think Rick left.
Oh, did Rick leave? What the heck?
Yeah.
So do we want to like take like 5 or 10 just to do something, or because I was
let's have a little break.
If you want to take a quick break, yeah, we can do that.
This video's basic, unless there,
someone said that the video is basically over.
Yeah, if he's doing a subscribe plug, I don't think there's anything that we're gonna miss by just ending it here.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick, you good?
Sorry, that was a mistake. I misclicked.
Oh, okay. I was like, felt weird. You leaving without saying anything. All right.
I mean, I guess if I want to bring up something like as far as like the Ghidorah having like the Thanos problem, pretty much. I mean, here's the thing. Much like the MCU, like after the whole thing with Ghidorah and the Mass Awakening and all that, you got the following entries: GVK, GXK, not like just establishing the world as if the Mass Awakening never even happened. Like it's. Yeah. I mean, they reference that Ghidorah happened, that Ghidorah existed. Like they reference him, but they don't really and they mention Emma Russell, and obviously Madison and Mark are in the GVK, but they don't really talk about everything else that happened.
Yeah, that is an overarching problem. The MonsterVerse does overcompensate a lot on criticism.
It does a lot. I remember way back when King of the Monsters was first came out, someone who I watched back in the day said they kind of overcorrected the problem, I feel.
Yeah.
Which honestly, for me it was a case of I welcomed it back then because it felt like they actually listened. But I do definitely understand that mentality. But also, I get it.
To be fair, like if I could change something, I think that the terrorists trying to wake up the Titans is something that should have lasted 2 movies. You know, like they start with the small ones, and then you find out that they discover that there's something in the Antarctic, and all you see is, like it's like this huge thing, and it has 3 heads, and boom. Finish that movie, but the first one should have like already Rodan and Mothra, maybe, so you can establish the family a little bit better.
I would say one of the things I would have liked, if we're gonna do that, at some point you could make the climax of that hypothetical part 1 like Madison is now with Mark, and we get to see their dynamic instead of her and Emma's. And also, she like mentions that they had a plan to go to Antarctica, and this just makes everyone who works at Monarch shit bricks.
Yeah,
They
dude,
know what's they know
Yeah.
what's at Monarch, and so the question that it leaves us with is: wait, is Madison and Mark asking what's in Antarctica?
And
Why is that actually a good idea?
Yeah.
Because I make shit up in like 3 seconds and it's great, and then when I try to develop it, I fuck it
cooking.
up.
It's called cooking.
We're welcoming you to the kitchen.
Well,
Dude.
actually,
Dude.
I did rewrite Monarch season 1 to make it like a direct continuation from Godzilla 2014.
I just want to let you guys know I'm probably going to be mute for like 30 to 40 minutes, but I'll still be listening. But there's one thing I know you guys, because the next one is going to be Godzilla versus Kong, but I just want to let you guys know that Mike Doherty still like worked to touch up to make sure that it was still consistent. So I guess if you guys had problems with that, I guess you could still blame Mike for not being consistent with himself.
I would say that since I'm not aware of the extent to his involvement. From what I was aware, he made a script, but it was not like used much for GVK. I could be wrong.
It was more so used as a template.
Yeah.
For what
I
like,
kept saying, but if they just stuck to their guns with King of the Monsters in that direction, we'd be talking about a very different MonsterVerse.
I agree. I agree, though, even though I really like GVK.
Oh, I do. I like the Wingard films, GXK especially, but I do oftentimes wonder what could have been and if that would have been better.
That's with anything, really.
Yeah. Constantly pondering the question.
One point he's going to bring up is that they don't address anything from King of the Monsters, and there's 2 points that I brought up to him in my comments. Is that the King Ghidorah storm messed Skull Island up, and MechaGodzilla was a response because now that Godzilla is the apex, like the alpha, they need to make humanity the alpha again. So
one thing that I want to say is, and this is a discussion we had about the canon and non-canon things. So in canon, quote unquote, because I don't think that it will be remaining as canon if they come up with a better explanation in a movie. In canon, it was Kamazots that fucked up the island. But the really smart
Kamazots took Ghidorah's storm and brought it there. But it was Ghidorah's storm that was the catalyst.
Yeah, and then Kamazots like finished the job. Like he finished destroying the island. Basically, is that it?
Well, it wouldn't have been there. Well, Kamazots wouldn't have had anything had Ghidorah not been there. So.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Basically, you could just make it so that Ghidorah storms were the thing that really just fucked up Skull Island, and you could just ignore Kamazots completely. And I think that's very smart because right now you have something that you can take as canon, so you can sell comics to fans, and bullshit them saying that this is the real story. But in universe, everything still works perfectly fine, even if you don't know anything about Kamazots, because it makes more sense to me that Ghidorah will be the one that flooded the island,
right,
completely. So I think that was really good that they did it, even if they are not really, even if they're undecisive on the real story.
Yeah.
Well, and here's the thing. Yeah, and then here's the thing. Monarch Law even like throws a wrench into that whole thing because Skull Island is like covered up in a storm. When we in that final scene of that first season where they're on Skull Island and it's still like 2017, and that's 2 years before.
But that could be just normal rain too. We don't really know.
To be
if
fair,
it's like
Lom threw a
this
wrench
or-
in pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another discussion for another day. I'll see you guys in like 30, 40 minutes, and then I'll put my thoughts in more, but I'm listening.
All right.
Okay. Now we're just waiting for C Animus to come back from break, right?
Yeah. He's just taking a breather.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm back.
Kuru is also off getting lunch, so there's that. Antonio asks imagine if Brutally Honest reviewed the Sonic movies.
If he did,
for that, he would need to watch everything and play the games, all of that. I don't think he would. Just saying.
True.
Yeah, here's the thing. Hopefully, he'll do a better job at it than how he's been reviewing the MonsterVerse. I will say.
Oh man, I still have yet to delve into his Quantum and G14 video roster. I'm putting that off. Animus, why did you have to make me do that?
I made you do nothing. I just put it in a video and put the pressure on you. That's all.
My point.
All right. So are we just kind of still waiting for others, or are we just gonna get into part 2 then?
We're all here, right?
Yeah, I think Kuru will be listening in. Rick said he's going to be listening in, so
all right.
Yeah.
We're pretty much it.
Let's pull up part.
Next up was Godzilla vs. Kong.
Ready?
Yeah.
Yep. Here we go.
Though King of the Monsters had drained all my hype like pus from a cyst. But I figured with each new sequel comes a new opportunity to improve. To a degree, Godzilla vs. Kong did just that. We saw Godzilla being an aggressive brute again, torching people and burning fleets. He still had his obligation to restore balance. However, we saw that his methods could still be destructive. Inevitably, though, with the good came the not so good. King of the Monsters ended with mankind looking at an uncertain future. The Titans were awoken, major cities around the world were in shambles, and there was even a little hint that Godzilla may change his attitudes toward mankind.
Good thing he's on our side.
For now.
That's still one of the, like... Sorry?
To Zim, can we maybe take a long break in between debates?
He said that this.
I'm not doing a debate anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I see you mean for Brutally Hannes to come on, and then we're like, right, you.
No, Zim doing a debate to defend or something like that. I don't know.
What, defending Brutally Hands?
Yeah, because he said he wants to play devil's advocate with this one.
I mean, it will be interesting. Like, I would like to try and defend it, just for the fun of it.
Oh God!
I remember for also just on the topic of that,
because you all know that I don't actually believe most of what he's saying. So I want to see if I can gaslight my way out of it. Like,
but I remember an idea before the second Quantum debate that Kuru and I had was an April Fool's joke where both sides basically switch. So the Quantum defenders are the Quantum offenders, and the offenders are the defenders. So CGF has to defend Quantum.
Oh, that will be funny. Yeah,
that would be hilarious.
I could use
it
the
seemed like with the next
argument.
film, we'd be looking at a world whose landscape had totally been changed by the events of King of the Monsters. Hilariously, this was all cast aside in the first few minutes of Godzilla vs. Kong. Where the last movies had begun with tragedies, this film began with goofiness. That and the acknowledgement that the world-altering event that was Ghidorah's uprising would be left completely unaddressed. Remember?
True!
You say that like the tragedy that we don't start off with is Kong's island being completely destroyed.
Yeah, but that's the only one. Like, we don't.
It's
really
the only thing.
Yeah, yes, that is the only thing, but it is still a tragedy. Right, that said, yeah, I think we can all agree that them casting aside, G. Quantum was problem. Ugh. Oh boy.
I have so many problems with Godzilla vs. Kong, so yeah.
Remember the utter destruction unleashed on mankind in King of the Monsters? Well, this sequel sure doesn't. In fact, the opening titles of Godzilla vs. Kong even told us that all the monsters introduced by King of the Monsters just went Betty by, and we wouldn't be seeing any of them. including all the legacy monsters like Rodan and Mothra. Just poof.
Okay.
It also seemed like the
Mothra
story was
dead.
leaning to be.
Mothra was
actually
dead.
did die.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, this is the funny thing, is that when something is bad, it's quite easy to point out when it's bad. And this is Brutally Hands, who's generally quite shit at making points, is on point so far.
What happened?
Become more Kong-centric, with most of the plot revolving around him. I wouldn't have been opposed to this had Godzilla been given an origin film as Kong had. However, the Mutos were the focus of 2014, and Godzilla was in the background for most of King of the Monsters.
Hold on a sec. Godzilla doesn't need an origin film in order. We don't need an origin film for Godzilla in order for GVK to work. We need GVK to work in order for GVK to work. Okay, like
Yeah.
Also, I just wanted to say something that I read in one of the comments. It said that it wasn't depicted as a tragedy what happened to Kong. And remember that the whole movie he goes looking for a new home. So maybe it's not like it doesn't really punch you in the gut emotionally, but it's still something that's affecting him. So it's still kind of tragic. Like maybe you wanted it to be more tragic, but that doesn't mean that it's not. So that's something that I wanted to
That's
address.
always been a bit of a contentious point for me. I know OmniViewer's video on Godzilla vs. Kong, he interpreted the whole thing as like a hero's journey, where Kong's like going on an adventure and finding a new place and finding new purpose, which, yeah, you can get that from the film. What I got from the film was Kong is kidnapped. Kong is imprisoned, drugged, chained up, kidnapped, dragged across the sea, nearly killed, then forced onto a foreign continent where he's told this is his new home now.
I want to see the part. I want to see like the version of that film where they just take a giant burlap sack and put it over his head. Oh my god!
You know what's really, really weird? He gets drugged in the film, and you're like, how the bloody hell did that happen? Like, how did you drug a Titan, one who's already awake and doesn't like being where he is? I'd like to see them try to do that.
And not to mention the implication.
They do it again.
Not to mention if they were able to drug Kong, holy shit! The implications of something like that that could be applied to other Titans.
So here's the thing. The only reason why it worked with Kong is because it was berry juice. Okay, it was berry juice. So he drank that shit up.
I genuinely.
That is actually something I wanted to. In a Godzilla X Kong rewrite, I would have loved Trapper to have gone, don't worry, in our explorations of the Hollow Earth, we found this fruit that's around the old great ape areas, and it appears to be some kind of like alcoholic beverage to Kong, and then you just see Kong with like jar after jar lying next to him going,
hello King Kong, my old friend, you're drunken berry juice again.
I might add that in my Godzilla the Arrival.
Now here he was once again.
Just so you know, I took that joke from I think Anthony's reviews or something like that, or Brandon's reviews. He made that.
Oh, Brendan Tenold.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes.
Oh, I love that guy. But like, I'm now thinking about it, like in the background, because I established that the apes have developed a kingdom. I'm imagining in the background, you just see some jars, and one ape is farming like berries in the Hollow Earth.
I mean, it could be. Actually, that's a very normal
That could be
thing.
interesting world building, actually, to show just how far the apes have come after Scar King's death. Huh.
That'd be something.
No,
to
I might
like
actually do that.
Like Godzilla versus Kong's War film, like the ape society before everything went to shit.
Yeah, maybe Scar King took control because everyone was drunk. maybe
that's how he managed to subdue Shimo.
Yeah, exactly.
What if he introduced it? What if he introduced the alcoholic beverage and then took over?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my god! Wait, we're cooking. We're cooking. Maybe the reason why Scar King was so stupid is because he didn't have any more alcohol, and so he was so desperate to get it.
Yeah, that's why he can't think of anything else.
Exactly.
No. It explains why why him and his guys never thought to leave the Hollow Earth, because they all had crippling alcoholism.
Exactly.
Oh my god. So why are they moving rocks around all the time? You just see jar after jar lying around and all these eggs.
God.
Make this into a thing.
Oh yeah, that's the thing that happens.
Had been given an origin film as Kong had. However, the Mutos were the focus of 2014, and Godzilla was in the background for most of King of the Monsters. Now, here he was, once again, chilling in the ocean.
Can I just point out the irony of him saying Godzilla is mostly in the background for killing the monsters? Shows this image.
He was in the beginning, middle, and end multiple times throughout those. Like, just this guy doesn't remember the movies. I think he only watched it in cinemas and never
That's
seen.
an entire scene where the entire cast of the film are staring in awe at the majesty that is Godzilla.
Yeah.
This 120-meter tall animal shining a light show whilst showing personal recognition with these people and showing respect to these people, letting them know, hey, something's up.
And this is not even the first time we see him in the movie, like in the story, yes, but there's a scene before that, even if it's a flashback, you still see Godzilla a little bit. Like, he's throughout the entire thing. So yeah, let's continue. This guy's bullshitting.
Alright.
Waiting to be relevant to the story. He was the MonsterVerse's main draw, so he should have gotten the focus. But no use beating off a dead horse. We also had the massive addition.
Is that not what you were doing with G14?
Which had merely been hinted at.
Is that not what we're doing to hands right now?
Beating a dead horse. Is that not what you were doing to G14?
Isn't that, well, granted, he could be saying, isn't that what you're doing to me?
Technically, yeah.
That's probably his.
This guy's an idiot. Also, just the oh my god. Okay, I'm going to briefly derail the stream for a second. Let's see if I can get that image back up.
We also had the
right. This.
Yeah.
What order did they go into that portal?
Okay, let me see.
Like, Kong went first, then there were the Heaves, right?
Then the Heaves went in.
Yes.
What order are they coming out of the portal in this image?
The Heaves first, then Kong.
Really? I thought Kong came out first.
Yep. Those two little dots in front of Kong, those are the Heaves.
Ah, fuck.
Now, wait for it. What order did the Titans go into the portal in GXK?
Godzilla, then Kong.
No.
The answer is Scar King.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it was.
Oh,
Godzilla
afterwards.
next, then Shimo, then Kong. What order did they come out of the hole?
Scar King, Shimo, Kong, Godzilla.
Well, you say that. Did Kong come out of the hole?
Implied, yes.
You would have
It's
to.
implied. But Shimo was standing on top of the hole and Godzilla had punched her out the way when he came out. But Kong was already out and he punched Scar King before that. So somehow Kong didn't come out of the hole behind Shimo, but he came out before Godzilla without interrupting Shimo.
Also, keep in mind, Kong snuck up on Scar King, like, along the side, not from behind or anything. So, Scar King...
Oh, yeah.
He was out of frame. It's like a superpower. It's normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
That scene is fucked. It's absolutely fucked.
Oh
I mean,
God, it is.
It
Oh, yeah,
was. It was bad because now we know the reason. They're all alcoholics. So when he arrived to Brazil, he wanted to take a caipirinha. Okay, he went and he drank some caipirinhas with the Latinas over there. And they were in the beach. He chilled right there because it was chilly. It was cold, and then he punched Skarking. Yeah, like now we know the reason.
He got punched.
He joined Shadow with the Latinas.
Kong stopped. Yeah, while this was happening, like the big heist scene at the end of Fast 5 was happening, and Kong noticed Vin Diesel walking there. It's like, yo, I love your movies. And then he went, oh wait, oh shit, I gotta deal with Scar King. Okay.
Also, Rio was happening too at the same time.
We've made the films immensely better.
The hole in Rio could have been wider than we saw. Could, not is. We're talking about what is in the film, what we see here, rather than what could be in the film. What if? It's like...
Oh, well, I'll go into it in the video when it eventually comes out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to this bullshit.
Massive edition of the Hollow Earth, which had merely been hinted at in the previous film, but ultimately, it felt like way too big an expansion for the series in the third film. It's a concept that really needed more time to marinate and become palatable.
Third.
Let's be real.
Film.
The revelation that the
Stop
entire
it.
Earth is
Stop it. Third.
Kong Skull Island.
He ignored Kong Skull Island.
Did he say third?
He said third.
That's what I'm telling you. I told you guys, remember that.
Did he forget that Kong Skull Island happened when he wrote this?
No, because it's not a Godzilla movie, therefore he can't criticize it. Because
it's a MonsterVerse
Kong Skull
Why
Island.
did I suddenly become Nemesis?
I tell you guys,
Brilliant.
he keeps removing information.
You had one job, Hannes! You had one job!
He's good at this, isn't he?
He's good at this.
So what? That it's a big leap. Like, it's already a big leap from Kong Skull Island to say, oh, there's a Hollow Earth, and then they go to a Hollow Earth place in King of the Monsters. Like, okay, now we're in the world of the Hollow Earth.
Hold up a minute. I just got back after hearing that whole 3 films bit. What? Starscream,
he mentioned it.
A ball crushing machine.
Now imagine
had merely been hinted at in the previous film, but ultimately, it felt like way too big an expansion for the series in the third film.
Oh my god, he did. Oh shit. Oh. Dude, I have a gas tank next to me and I'm gonna blow it up.
Can I use the line?
Yeah.
Do it.
So it went from South America to China in its cocoon form! Its larva form! Did anyone catch that? Hannes, you're breaking me!
It would be really funny if we press play and he immediately corrects himself, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I meant the fourth one," and we've been talking about this for like 5 minutes.
He doesn't. I already talked about how
we've already gone there. He didn't correct himself.
Oh, okay.
He didn't correct himself. I said that in the comments, and then he started getting snarky with me.
Aww. Okay. So he got snarky with you over the fact that you said that GBK is the fourth and not the third.
Also, Rick, I would like to point out this could be viewed as a nitpick as well, with your whole feels like a nitpick thing to the consistency of them falling out of the portals. This could also be viewed as a similar thing. This is why this kind of stuff matters. This is why we
but
get
he's
pissed
talking
at
about
stuff.
why it's a huge leap, and he's making a huge point, but he's not importantly talking about how Kong Skull Island also had the Hollow Earth thing. So if he's making a big point and seeing it as a problem, then why is he not including Kong Skull Island in it?
He did mention it.
He mentioned it in the last video, though.
He only
That's
meant
versus main draw, so he should have gotten the focus. But no use beating off a dead horse. We also had the massive addition of the Hollow Earth, which had merely been hinted at in the previous film, but ultimately, it felt like way too big an expansion.
I'm sure he just mentioned.
He mentioned it in the
on
previous
Skull
movie.
Island.
He mentioned it in the previous video.
Or was it the previous film?
Yeah, it was the
He only
previous
talked about
video.
Kong Skull Island, saying he enjoyed it, and that there's a post-credit scene with King Ghidorah and all that stuff. That's all he talked about with Kong Skull Island.
I was about to say he barely mentioned he made almost no mention of Kong Skull Island despite using footage of it.
Oh wait, no, he did mention it in this video by saying Kong had an origin film and Godzilla didn't.
Oh,
well, that's
So-
it.
So he.
So an
said
origin
about-
film does not count as part of the universe, or maybe he just made a mistake and we're overlooking. But it is funny that he couldn't.
Well, if
even
he's going
do
to
that.
throw in that there's only 2 movies, that's incorrect. There's 3 movies talking about the Hollow Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they mentioned that Kong Skull Island, they mentioned that the ground was like when they dropped the bombs there, like they say like, oh, the ground is hollow or something like something like
Kong
that.
Skull Island's entire plot happens because of a Hollow Earth related expedition.
Because they're trying to test the theory, and they think that Skull Island might be a part of that. And they confirm it. That's like the whole thing. That's the reason why they're there in the first place. So when I say that's not a nitpick, that is a important integral thing when you're talking about it. If he's saying there's only 2 movies, that's incorrect. There's 3 movies.
And not only, it's not even like they just say that the Earth is hollow. They clearly say that the skull crawlers and that they come from the hollow Earth. You know, implying that there's like massive monsters down there.
One of the few things that GXK and GVK does pay off is having what are the birds called?
The bat birds that are like human.
The ones the ones with buzz saws on their face.
It was
the psycho vultures.
Those things. Yeah, those are down there. That's something that GVK, GXK does pay off. One of the few things one of the things they do right.
Yes, the leaf wings are also. They're even in King of the Monsters. You see them in the background flying towards Godzilla at the end, and you see them still on Skull Island. Then you see them both in both GVK and GXK.
Yeah.
Although to be fair, one way to really connect it will be to have skull crawlers down there. They are.
Yes, I want to see I want to see a Hollow Earth subspecies of skull crawlers. I think that would be fascinating.
Yeah. Lance is saying while he did forget the number of films, his wider point here is one that apparently there's a wider point that he says we might agree with. Let's see what happens. We'll just back up a little bit. Let's just.
I think the wider point being that Hollow Earth is too massive. I disagree with that. Hollow Earth can be done in various different manners, and I'd say MonsterVerse, while not perfect.
Well, saying that it's just like too huge, like there's so much being thrown upon you with GVK. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, that's the point.
Well, I don't see it that way.
Honest to God, I just see it as a new setting to tell interesting stories.
Why would we slowly, just movie by movie, slowly get to that point? I think most people are just fine with just seeing it after 2 movies.
Yeah.
Let's see what he says, just in case. Let's hear his whole point.
So he should have gotten the focus, but no use beating off a dead horse. We also had the massive addition of the Hollow Earth, which had merely been hinted at in the previous film, but ultimately, it felt like way too big an expansion for the series in the 3rd film. It's a concept that really needed more time to marinate and become palatable. Let's be real. The revelation that the entire Earth is hollow and housing giant monsters should change everything we thought we knew as a society. That impact should be felt throughout the story. But, like most of the films in this franchise, we never get an idea of what it's like to be an average person on the ground. That's because we never get to see how all the major events of this series affect mankind in any meaningful
14.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen.
Did you
Maybe-
seriously forget about the opening of Fandom and G14?
I think maybe what he means is that after that, like, there was no. But to be fair to the MonsterVerse, me as a normal person, what the hell am I going to do if I hear that, for example, there's an actual Hollow Earth? Like, what? Yeah, like that's wow, like holy shit. But also, like, I have to work, from 9 to 5, dude. Like, I don't have time to like do anything about it. Like, they
Exactly.
say that some people want to go on expeditions, but it's
I'm
like
gonna be more worried. I'm gonna be more worried on the Titans on the surface than the things beneath my feet, unless one of the things beneath my feet comes to the surface.
Yeah, I mean, here's what he's trying to. Here's what I would say a better point would be made. It's like GVK is the introduction to us to the Hollow Earth proper. It obviously people like GVK wouldn't necessarily have the time for people to marinate on people finding out about the fact that there's a whole nother world beneath their feet in the introductory film. That would be up to GX. That's kind of like on GXK to kind of establish that, which I mean, I won't say it doesn't do it entirely. It's just that it's kind of just like, by the way, people now know the Hollow Earth exists.
Yeah, it's like Hollow Earth expeditions are treated comparable to oceanic or outer space expeditions. It's venturing into an unknown world. That's not something that's going to directly affect human people. Sure, it's going to affect interests and jobs, and something that would be more affecting to way of life would be the mass awakening, which he already mentioned was glossed over. Hollow Earth, being the thing that it is, wouldn't do that unless, as I stated, the things beneath my feet come to the surface.
Yeah,
which they did at the end of GXK.
Exactly.
Which is
exactly. And if the movies are going to and that is something that the movies absolutely need to address, considering this is probably the second time in less than a decade that Rio was completely annihilated, and this could be viewed as a detriment to Monarch's part, especially considering that both GVK and GXK established that major corporations and government agencies would very much like to take over Hollow Earth. This is so they could pay that off by using what happened both with Cairo and Rio as, building blocks.
Okay. Yeah, and the fact that like earlier in GXK, like Eileen is all like, you could tell the Italian governor or whoever to just like to do something. Like if it wasn't for like she was like just kind of being like just having like a snide remark about them, just complaining about Godzilla sleeping in the Coliseum after killing Scylla, which it's like and after the events of GXK, the world governments would have more reason than ever at that point. It's like, oh, well, if she just was like so brazenly, if Monarch seemed to be so brazenly okay with Godzilla, like, doing that to Rome, what are they thinking about what just happened in Rio, where 4 Titans, 5 if you count Zuko, just popped up out of the ocean without warning, without the city being prepared to evacuate, or even get notification of something like this happening, and potentially thousands and thousands, maybe millions of people dead.
That's
as a result of them fighting.
This was after both Hong Kong was leveled, Pensacola was leveled, Cairo was leveled. Godzilla and Kong destroyed one of the major wonders of the world in their fight.
Yeah, and not only that, Godzilla also was tearing up like Europe, pretty much. Like not just like sleeping in Rome.
Godzilla's rampage through Spain, the destruction in France.
He's doing the tourist guide,
Yeah, and then.
But one thing that, to be fair, like I do think that Hans has a point, is that the Hollow Earth while introduced, I don't think it looked like anything we expected. Like there's like a sun apparently, but we know that the light comes from like a bunch of crystals, but there's also like a sun thing that has not really been explained. Why do you see all of those lights that look like 2001 Space Odyssey? You know, there's a lot of things that I know that normal people are like, why? Like I have a friend of mine that just told me like I just think it's too unbelievable. I bought the
Yeah.
monkey and the lizard being gigantic, but you know, like basically having like a mini galaxy in between the surface and the hollow earth. I don't believe it, and I think he's right. Like I think that there
I
are
think
things
that also
in
com-
Hollow Earth.
I think that also comes from Hollow Earth not being expanded upon as much, which I think he does mention that, and that is a point that I do agree with. GXK tried, kind of.
No, it fucking didn't.
Well, let's just say, well, let me halfway. It tried, but it just came
It
at like a
tried by
cost of like
tried by
being
adding
popular.
another layer, and it tried by making things even more complicated.
It, well, I
It's
would say
the biggest
making the
complaint
world
I had
building even
about-
more. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
The biggest complaint I had about Godzilla X Kong versus Kong, I mean the biggest, one of the biggest, was that you just had the goo, which ended up being called a portal. It's just, what is this goo? What is this thing? Why is there all the light? What does this do? And like Al said, it's like it's just this thing that's just there that's never explained. We don't know what it is. It's like when Stephen King, I've always used this one. When Stephen King writes, he says he will take a normal world and then put something weird in it, and then it helps us understand what's going on. You can see people's reactions to it and stuff like that. And then when you have a series like this, you add. So you add in, oh, there's more Titans and they're sleeping in different places. Okay, cool. And the Hollow Earth, which was hinted at, oh, here's a little bit of it that you get to see. You just add in a little bit more and a little bit more. And then GXK just tipped over the entire box of Lego pieces onto the floor and went, there you go. Yeah, what the hell was supposed to make out of this?
Yeah, like, and that's something you even see in production when you look at the art book of the concept art. The Hollow Earth was really dark. Like they made a sun just
Oh
so
yeah,
you
I've
could
seen
see
those.
stuff. Yeah,
That would
so
have been
they
great
clearly
to see.
changed their vision on it for the
Yeah.
convenience of being able to show
Oh, but
the
can you
actual result.
imagine? Can you imagine? Oh my god, it's too dark. I can't see anything.
That's
and then the DVD's even darker.
The thing is, like, they could have just, like, if they wanted to do the whole thing of like, oh hey, like they could have just done that whole dark setting thing, but then you have like the crystals that we would see in GXK be that light source. Like you could have just done. Like you could, like you can have your stylistic lighting that makes it easier for people to see, while still having a Hollow Earth that's at least more consistent with what the other films established to be the case.
Yeah, and not only that, you already established bioluminescence, so you could say that maybe water down here is bioluminescent, so it lights up everything a little bit more. Still, we need to know. We should
Or you
understand that
could,
there will be a lot of
or you
dark.
could still keep the crystal idea.
Wait, I kind of hang on. I'm
the
not
crystal
thinking,
idea
like,
should be.
No, you have the crystal idea, but then to go like the whole bioluminescent water, it's that like the organisms, like the microorganisms or something that live in the water, give off light, and that's why the Hollow Earth is able to be so well illuminated. Because
actually something
every
to talk
single one of
about
the
in,
water sources is just full of bioluminescent microorganisms.
That's one of the things I talk about in my script for GXK, is that when they use the bioluminescent water to light up the Chamber of Exposition in the Iwi village, I thought that's great because that would be a natural progression of technology in a way, in that this underground world would have these bioluminescent creatures in, because there's no sun, so they need to light up in different ways. You've got the giant crystals, which I'm pretty sure are supposed to be radioactive, but it's never actually referenced as such. But then you're going to have other creatures producing it as well. So it would be a logical step that the Iwi would then collect this stuff to then light up their dark spaces. Because again, there's no night in the Hollow Earth, so they're not going to be the idea of like having things illuminated all the time. They're just going to have it in specific spaces. They kind of cock it up with people having flaming torches, but yeah, that's GXK for you.
Yeah, Lance is saying Wingard has said on Twitter that the light in the Hollow Earth comes from the crystals.
Is that in the film itself?
Sun in there a giant crystal?
Exactly, that's bullshit. Like that's not well done.
Yeah.
Like you cannot tell me
Is
that
the
sun
film-
is a crystal.
The fact that Wingard has to clarify that on Twitter is that it should be in the movie proper.
Yeah.
This is what I mean. You can look at it and you go, I interpret that the crystals are the light source, and then you could go further and say, in the distance, that sun, quote unquote, is just all the crystals in the distance sort of like merging into one bright light source. You can sort of interpret it as that, maybe, possibly. But this is entirely interpreted and is never referenced, it's never hinted at, and it's just a massive missed opportunity for, well, GXK more than GVK, because GVK didn't even have the crystals. GXK, just a massive missed opportunity to do any kind of world building with all of that.
Yeah, I think another idea for the light. I think another idea for the light sources, because we see Hollow Earth is separated into different biomes and sectors. You could have those different biomes showcase different light sources. For example, Scar King's lair is noticeably brighter by comparison because it's lava, because the light sources are far more prominent and consistently surrounding.
Yeah, it's just, oh, that doesn't make sense either. When he goes to the surface and he's like, oh my god, the sun, I'm going to put my hand up. And like, you come from you live next to lava. How is the sun bright to you?
All right.
And the sun is brighter than lava at points.
I think we should probably just keep the ball rolling. Not trying to.
Go.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Way. In fact, if you want to have any of these questions answered, you have to look to outside media like the novelizations and comics. This is something that frustrates me to no end.
That is a
as I
very
made my reviews
valid
and put
point.
forth my question.
Yeah, like the thing that I complained about before was Scylla attacking at the beginning of GXK. It's like, that's not explained. You can make up ideas for it, but it's never explained. Apparently, there's a comic that leads into that, but that's a comic. It's not referenced in the film. There's no connection in the film. So if you've only watched the film, Scylla just turns up and gets killed for no reason.
Yeah. A better rewrite would have here's my idea, explained why Scylla is going on a rampage during the opening credits, have the title card, and then the fight after the title card.
Hang on, I just had an idea. Like, so maybe she's also getting agitated from like this Iwi signal or something.
Yeah. There you go.
Ooh.
That could fix that.
Actually,
yeah.
You've actually just given me a great idea. What if the Iwi are fucking around with the crystals trying to get the right signal and they keep getting it wrong?
And they just wake up everyone by accident. And now Godzilla's like,
and they're like pissing off Scylla,
are you kidding
doing
me?
stuff like that. And
And
then they
that's why-
finally get the right one. They're like, yes, we got it.
That's why that could explain why he's so temperamental, because all of his work making all the Titans go back to sleep is undone, and he's just like, really?
There you go.
That's actually that was actually an idea I wanted when I was watching GXK and writing the script, blah blah blah. A great comparison would have been the Iwi and ape tribes, in that the ape tribe
you could also
very clearly
you could
bad,
also- I
but
just
you could
had
have also
another
have the
idea.
Iwi tribe be bad.
Yeah, I also just had like another idea to go into like my whole them trying to send out an SOS agitates some of the other Titans. If not all of them, maybe like say Scylla and Tiamat, and that's why they're active. But if you want to go with that angle, but they could also, as a way to tie it in with the rest of the MonsterVerse, you can just have one of them mention. So they were basically recreating the Orca. Just as a way to acknowledge, yeah, the previous movies did happen, since I admit I would like a little more connective tissue between these movies.
Please.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
That's all.
There's
I
a
want
lot that could have been done. That's just a big subtitle
Yeah.
for the MonsterVerse post Kingdom Monsters. A lot could have been done.
Yeah.
Yes.
End. See, as I've made my reviews and put forth my questions, people have referred to these outside medias to help provide answers. However, my personal belief is that the MonsterVerse should be baiting me into checking out its other media through a desire for entertainment, not clarification. If I don't enjoy or understand what's happening on screen, why would I spend more money and time trying to? Nonetheless, we got Godzilla vs.
To be
Kong,
fair,
a film that started off by trying to sell us on a...
I mean, to be fair, the average person isn't really going to like question so much about this stuff because he really gives us the basic kind of stuff for his films. Like, I can understand if it was the other films because they're more lore driven, but these are more just basic telling stories.
But isn't that kind of the problem?
I mean, it's a different shift in tonal thing from the other
Yeah,
film.
but
Yes.
that itself breaks a lot of things, especially when considering the actual impact that GVK and GXK would have.
Mm-hmm.
Why
Well,
would
we would just have to see the next. We would just have to see the next film in order to see the impact GXK has. We won't.
What I would say
but GVK's impact, absolutely, and especially what GXK is trying to set up.
I'll give you that.
I'm saying, like, he has a point with some of these, but I don't think all of them necessarily need an explanation. Like, I guess you can sit the whole what Ghidorah's impact. Sure, that's one I can give you, but not everything really needs an explanation because most of the stuff is pretty simply you can just take from just watching the movie.
So, explain to me in the logic of the movie why Scylla is going on a rampage, because consistently speaking, the Titans have a reason to go on a rampage whenever they do.
Is there a reason that Scylla needs one?
Yes, because
Yes.
this is because it's consistently showcased and it is an established thing that the Titans do. Scylla, the Mutos have a reason to go on a rampage. They were awakened and are now mating. Godzilla attacked in response. Ghidorah awakened and wants to reforge the awakened by humanity and now wants to reforge the planet, considering Godzilla is gone. Rodan awakened and now awakened by human activity and now wants to go and is now doing his thing. Mothra awakens due to natural causes and
Well, why can't it just be that Scylla just wants to do her own thing or just is attacking? So Godzilla responds by fighting her.
Because that's shit storytelling?
I wouldn't go that far, but
it's very basic. It just doesn't have a lot of depth.
It's a basic idea that GXK doesn't even achieve. Because the idea of Scylla just wants to do her thing. Okay, cool. Is that what she's doing? We have no clue.
Yeah, there's no context for why she's attacking. She just attacks. We just see her
So based
attacking.
on what we've been told before, this is what I was going to say. If GVK and GXK expand in the universe like this, simply, if they were making a simple quote unquote story, just a straightforward, we're doing our own thing story, and they used what we already knew so they didn't have to then explain new things, great, that's fine, do it. If the story's bad, okay, the story's bad. But they add so much and they do not explain, set up, properly mechanically connect any of it. There's so many things that are problematic and cause so many questions and world building issues. And then people just go, oh, but it's a silly film. It doesn't need to be. No.
That's not what I'm
saying. Go
saying.
back and watch a silly film from yesteryear. They do not cause this many problems with a single film. Isolated film does not cause this many problems. This is a film that's connected with other films. It needs to make sense and connect with other films, but they don't. They just cause so many issues because, and I'll give the example once again, Adam Wingard wanted to do something in GVK and he just went, oh yeah, let's just make Ghidorah psychic. Fuck it.
What?
Yeah.
Literally, in one of the videos, in interviews, he said he wanted to do something in the film someone suggested to him that Ghidorah could be psychic, so he just put it in the film.
What do you
He
mean
didn't think about
psychic?
the further context of it or how much that could
Psychic as
affect
in
things. He just went, sod it, I'll just do it.
Psychic as in telepathic. He could telepathic what
I thought
Bernie
you
states
said
about the heads when.
I thought you were like
Psych-
he's a like a hero sidekick. I was.
Oh,
I
sorry,
didn't.
psychic,
Okay.
Yeah,
side.
like telepathic communication between.
I mean, you could always say that
minds.
Bernie is just making stuff up and is just wrong.
Okay, but he's been consistently proven right.
Well, sometimes he hasn't, but most of the time, yeah.
That's another problem. So sometimes he's right, sometimes he's not. When?
And in this case, he was proven right.
Decide on a whim.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah,
the
I mean,
thing is,
that's
if
kind of a
he's
question.
wrong,
That was a question that I kind of raised in my in one of my like sort of like MonsterVerse retrospective video that I posted back in 2023, where I pretty much talk about where it's like okay, how does Bernie like if Bernie was like right on some things but wrong in some things, like he could be wrong that there's a second Ghidorah head in MechaGodzilla, what have you. It's like at what point do we draw the line? And it's like where is he correct on one thing, where is he incorrect in some things? Like, and the film doesn't really do the best job at clarifying that.
and not only that, it's like when a character says something, a lot of times it's just the writer telling you something in the voice of a character. So
Andrews does that a
how
lot.
am I exactly? So how am I supposed to know that that's not? Because why would you have him say that? You know, like if it's not true, why don't you make it
What a really
like
good
even
example.
more weird?
You know, a really good example. Oh, I saved the world when I helped defeat MechaGodzilla. He says that at the start of the film, and we're like, oh, for God's sakes, Bernie, you're such a stupid idiot. But then later on he says it, and people are like, oh, yeah. And then even Trapper says to him at the end of the film, he's like, yeah, you helped save the world. Wait, I thought he was being stupid. You're agreeing that he did. How do you know you weren't there? 2, what did he do? Nothing. That's what he did, but somehow the film
He
has
stopped
concluded
MechaGodzilla's
he has.
tail from doing the drill thing, so that way it gave enough time.
It was
that
still
that wasn't even him. That wasn't even him.
Yeah, but his flask was what helped them out.
His
I mean,
flask.
he was a part of it.
He himself
but
didn't pour the drink. That was
Yeah,
Josh.
but if he wasn't there, they wouldn't have any drink.
That's true too. Like he was an integral part of it, but that's it. Like he didn't
was
actually do
unintentionally part of
anything.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Bernie is established to be an unreliable narrator, but they also use him for exposition, which makes things confusing. Pretty much, I mean, that's kind of the long and short of what I was trying to say.
Yeah, that's on the point. But I didn't even think about the fact that he didn't pour the drink. I completely forgot about that.
Well, and not only that, like actually now that he's talking about the novelizations, in GBK's novelization, they do say that there's 2 heads. So we all know that that's not just him being unreliable, that's shitty writing that's expressed through the character. They want you to believe him.
The fact
that was the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they hope that you don't remember that there was only one Ghidorah head that was found at the end by the end of King of the Monsters.
Yeah, it's literally Transformers, 4 levels of writing. It's horrible.
Look. I'm not saying that he doesn't have some points with the explanations. I'm just saying that not everything needs like this in-depth explanation for the movie.
Well, it needs something.
I'm not saying that there shouldn't be. I think there's things that should. Because I agree with the Ghidorah thing, and I'm hearing your points out with the whole.
Let me put it this way. If I turned up on your front door and I was just, hey mate, how's it going? Yeah, here's this thing. Oh, hold on a minute, I just need to sort this out. And then I just turn my arm into an iPad. As in, like, my whole forearm just turns into an iPad, and I look at it, and it turns back into an arm. Would you go, holy shit, what the fuck was that? What the hell? Or would you just be like, okay, his arm just turned into an iPad. Okay, cool.
I would just close the door. That's all I'd say.
Well, now imagine that the 3 reactions to this film are, what the hell is going on with all these things, which is what we're here doing. The second reaction of just like, oh yeah, sure, whatever, is done by a lot of these brain dead reviewers who are just like, yeah, this film's great. And then your third reaction is just quitting the MonsterVerse. Just stop watching the films. That is the condition we're in at the minute. And the people who are still cheering on this film, like Brutally Hands apparently, are people who are just like, yeah, this is cool. I don't understand what the fuck anything's going on, but it's fine. It's great.
Well, here's the thing. He's not exactly cheering it on. He's not actually cheering GBK on. He's just saying he's just cheering it on in comparison to some of the other films.
And also, there is a fourth group of people who are the people that are like struggling so hard to reach for excuses. You know, and they're still it's still closer to the whatever. I'm fine. This is good, but like they're trying, to pull from everything. Like Goji Center, for example.
Well, I don't think the movie's writing is really that great. I'm just trying to make a point that, you know. I'm not like defending.
Anyway, back to this video.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're 3 hours
We got Godzilla vs. Kong, a film that started off by trying to sell us on a lie. Remember that tagline, "One will fall"? Didn't you just smell the bullshit?
I don't remember
Godzilla won.
Well,
Godzilla won.
Godzilla very definitively won.
Yeah, he killed Kong.
Kong was gonna die.
Yeah.
His heart actually stopped, didn't it? Like he actually was like minutes away from dying. He basically died. Yeah,
He was on death's door. Godzilla just let him die.
Yeah.
Kong, after their fight, Kong tried to get up and literally fell.
Yeah, it literally happened. He fell.
In another
he
sense,
lost.
Kong did fall into the Hollow Earth.
Shut up.
True. It's based.
But did he
Godzilla
fall?
also
Did he
fell
go
when
up?
he got sucker punched.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah. 2 out of 10 if we're judging GBK object.
Oh no, he fell when he got hit in the head with an axe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, they both fell. They both fell.
They both fell.
Oh no, both fell. That makes the tagline wrong. It both will fall.
2 will fall.
No. 3 will fall because MechaGodzilla is there. They triple crossed us.
4 fell because of the Nasugi. Remember when he took that guy out of the air?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
5 because of the small spider thing, the small rock spider thing.
That one was just eaten. That didn't fall technically.
That didn't fall. But no.
What about the war
dog
bat?
in the corner was rolling, so he fell.
True.
What about the war bats? They both 2 fell. 2 more fell.
You could technically say that
they were just whipped around.
How many Hellhawks were there? How many Hellhawks were there?
All of them fell, like 6.
So that's like
Hellhawks
so
fell.
that's 11.
We got more than what we bargained for.
11. They got from Stranger Things. It's so
many people
Stranger
fell.
Things. Hey, and technically, if these rock spiders rolled, you could say that they were,
if we want to talk about, go ahead. Go right ahead. I'll say something next.
I just said, I just got back. What? I'm missing some context.
Hannes said,
let's rewind a little bit.
Let's rewind it a bit.
Film that started off by trying to sell us on a lie. Remember that tagline, "One will fall"? Didn't you just smell the bullshit? Like, did you?
I mean, that's not implying that one of them is going to die. It's just that there will be a clear winner, and there was. It was Godzilla.
Yeah.
11 will fall. Well, here's the. Well, you know what? If we want to say that aircraft carriers are like a monster of a ship, one did fall along with thousands of people in that.
Trying to remember how many people it was. It was like 6,000 people died in that go.
We must not forget MechaGodzilla. He fell.
Yes.
We counted that. That's part of the 11.
We got that. Hell, if you want to say the heaves going into the tunnel towards Hong Kong is falling, that's 3.
Okay,
by this stuff falling,
we've carried this joke through. I think
Yeah,
this joke is
one in the
carried.
comments says get to the. We should just continue because this is going on too far.
Yeah,
It's funny though.
I know. But
we
I think
run jokes into the ground. Anyways,
Yeah,
but
but
I was
yeah,
about
no,
to jump
Godzilla
off a
won.
bridge
All day.
Yeah,
just to
no,
say that
Godzilla
12
won
fell.
significantly.
All right, okay, fine.
Let's go. Anyways, Godzilla won
Do you honestly think
significantly.
Toho would allow America to kill off Godzilla? Did you really think they'd give Kong a sweet little girl with a disability as a companion before Godzilla grinds him into a pulp? Of course
he
not.
did.
So instead, they hot potato in MechaGodzilla as a sacrificial lamb to make the tagline of the movie not a lie. One did fall. He also just happened to be introduced like 5 minutes beforehand.
What the fuck?
Okay, but
I mean,
but yeah,
You
basically,
can
he's
kill
just
Godzilla. He just needs an offspring to like take the mantle. Godzilla can die, or he can lose a fight. He just
yeah,
can't
but as
die.
we said, like Kong lost straight up. I think maybe that's why he never liked the MonsterVerse. Maybe that's why, because he's a Kong fan, and that's why he's making all of this like
Well, if he was a Kong fan, he would be
hypocritical.
gushing about it, wouldn't he? Kong Skull Island.
True.
Oh yeah, that's true. So he doesn't. Yeah, this guy is weird.
Yeah.
On the one hand, you could defend the use of the tagline "One will fall." On the other, I don't like GVK, so yeah, sure, I don't like it. It's rubbish.
Also, MechaGodzilla
I will defend
was
the
the
fact that
reason
he
the
said
plot kicked into
MechaGodzilla
motion.
came in. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say because I forgot the guy's name. Yeah, he was set up throughout the movie. He's the reason why Godzilla attacks Panacosa and then gets Kong involved in the first place. He's the whole reason because they're building him, and it's the whole conspiracy about humans making MechaGodzilla.
Yeah, MechaGodzilla is the driving force of the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which
He's
I'm
not-
pretty sure was a greater
Like, yeah,
plot
he
than they had in
physically
the
and
theatrical
does
release.
stuff in the last third act, but he's still like very much a part integral to the plot, just because we don't see him in action. So,
in a way, MechaGodzilla in GVK is kind of like Godzilla in 2014. You see hints of him a lot, and a lot of the plot is affected by him, but he doesn't actually have a huge amount of screen time until the end of the film.
screen time isn't everything.
It's like poetry and rhymes.
But yeah, it's an interesting comparison.
And the entire plot is hell-bent on stopping these two monsters from meeting.
All right. Yeah. Press play.
Let's go.
Dude, Godzilla fans love MechaGodzilla. He's like the ultimate badass of enemy monsters. And this is how you utilize him in the series? You thought City on the Edge of Battle.
Uh-oh.
What are you?
Oh, no! You thought City on the Edge of Battle was disappointing? Don't you dare say City on the Edge of Battle did a better job than this. Don't
Okay, wait.
dare.
It's rage bait.
Hang on. Let's see what he says.
Dude, Godzilla fans love MechaGodzilla. He's like the ultimate badass of enemy monsters. And this is how you utilize him in the series? You thought City on the Edge of Battle was disappointing. Well, how about using him as a mere plot device to form a tenuous alliance between Godzilla and Kong? This legendary character was reduced to a stepping stone to facilitate future goofiness. I know.
But I thought the future goofiness was good.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Also,
so why is that a problem?
To be fair, also with specifically with MechaGodzilla, it's not actually a problem. He can always come back. It's a robot.
Yeah, they could just rebuild him, but not use a Ghidorah skull like next time. Like that's just
exactly.
I'm hung up on City on the Edge of Battle. That's not even a MechaGodzilla. That's a city. It's just a city.
The MechaGodzilla they have in the poster doesn't even appear in the movie.
Actually, I understand now why they call him a troll. He says that people say that he's trolling all the time, and now I 100% understand why.
Is this
in his first video?
I can't tell.
It has to be like no one in the right mind says, yeah, you know, like that MechaGodzilla that's a building.
Mike, I'm pretty sure I just had my South America to China moment. Oh my god.
We both just had one right here.
And now my dog is losing it. Give me a minute, please.
Bro, that dog is mad.
God.
Actually, hands so bad he irritates dogs.
Brutally Hands is
trained
giving
that
me a
dog
brutal
to
headache.
hear whenever
God
he hears
damn
the
it.
anime trilogy, he just goes feral mode and starts attacking kids like a pit bull.
Oh man,
God.
this is fascinating. Yeah, like you want to know why? Like here's the thing. Let's see. So Lance says, I do agree that MechaGodzilla was not done justice as a character. He's a driving force of the film, but not a character for most of the film. The reason why MechaGodzilla in GVK, is pretty contentious is mainly because it's not so much that they fuck up the concept of a MechaGodzilla, a giant robot modeled after Godzilla, designed to kill Godzilla. Which you could say City on Edge Battle, you could say the Polygon trilogy did do that, but they never paid it off in a way that was like okay, so you just make instead they make him into a city, which just defeats the purpose of having MechaGodzilla there in the first place. At least with GVK, it is a giant robot modeled after Godzilla, designed to kill Godzilla and other Titans. The plot doesn't really do him justice because it's pretty much like a wet paper. It has the stability of a wet paper bag, but
I don't even think you can really say there's much character to MechaGodzilla because he's always controlled anyway.
Yeah,
I would only
that's
say
what
Kiryu is probably the only one with his personality, and this one technically is Ghidorah.
Kiryu and Titanus MechaGodzilla have the thing. Even would apply that because they're drawing personalities from pre-existing characters.
Oh my god! I'm sorry, I had to go take a breather. Holy shit!
Titanus MechaGodzilla, as you stated, is drawing from Ghidorah. It's basically a repeat of King Ghidorah's personality, although exaggerated in the Wingard way. And Kiryu is basically a character arc for Gojira 54's personality, which so even when MechaGodzilla does have personality, that's why I say it's pretty hard to screw up MechaGodzilla, though the Polygon trilogy did succeed somehow.
Somehow Voice Ghidorah returned.
Yeah, it's really difficult to screw up MechaGodzilla because he doesn't really have a personality to draw from, and when he does, it's usually because of the influence of other characters that came before him.
Yeah, he's a tool, not a character. He's literally a tool.
That's why I think
He's like thematic and like physical punching bag.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be thematic of, technology versus nature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
That's why I would say.
Even
Sorry, go
like
ahead.
City on the Edge of Battle, like I get the idea of him becoming a city because Godzilla terraformed the whole planet. Like all the plants are just like him. So MechaGodzilla like terraformed this little part of the world into like a whole city, like advanced technology things. So if they kill Godzilla, he would become the planet as well. But the problem is that Godzilla still looks like Godzilla in City on the Edge of Battle, and MechaGodzilla is just not there. He's just the city. If he was there with the city, that would be a different story. So, but there's always some thematic thing with MechaGodzilla.
Yeah, so like even then, like what do you mean City was disappointing? At least in this one, he's the whole reason the plot's happening.
Yeah.
The reason the plot's happening, he's actually MechaGodzilla.
Jesus Christ!
He just threw like two big fat lies, one after the other. First one, he said that there was no one that actually lost, which is bullshit. And then he said that Godzilla was disappointing, which objectively he was.
No, I've heard people say nobody lost because in order to lose, they have to die. Therefore,
that's bullshit. You know who says that? You know who says that? That's your little brother that you beat the shit out of because of a PlayStation 2 debate, and then he says, "Nah, I didn't lose. I'm still standing." You know that's the logic here. That's stupid. Yeah.
That's
How much longer do we have?
Just continue.
Half the video.
Ugh.
8 minutes.
Come on, we can do
Let's
this.
go.
Oh
That,
God!
that took the wind out of me.
Stepping stone to facilitate future goofiness. I know.
Yeah,
he was still pretty
that was
cool and was a
crazy.
formidable opponent. But was his being introduced and off in the third film of the franchise really that satisfying?
Again with this third film.
He said it again.
I will say, though, in compliment, the use of the MechaGodzilla theme is fitting. And it's just a good song.
Are we gonna get this stream copyrighted though?
I mean, you can always just post edit it and just remove the sound, I guess.
More. I find that the music is often
that
the
could just
copywriting
kind
of the music is often buggered by people talking over the top of it. Like I use a lot of music in Shin Godzilla, Shattered Diamond.
It's just one of those things I don't want to take chances with.
Yeah, to be fair,
there's ways
as
to
someone
remove
who's
the
gone
music.
through the copyright hell with Toho, I can tell you that playing music and talking over the top of it often gets around music copyright.
And we consistently pause over the sequences, so the music itself is cut up.
Yeah, just make it quieter and just like talk loudly and just have it as background noise.
The way I think of it is, Hannes could get away with it. We could probably do the same.
Fair enough.
Yep.
All right. Keep it going.
I mean, the previous films have been building up this idea of mankind fighting back against the Titans.
So what happened to them not acknowledging the So what happened to them, like, completely ignoring that stuff earlier? Like you said.
I'm going to begrudgingly quote
because
Mahler
Apex
here.
even said that once Godzilla came in 2014, like he had a dream. You can imply that even without like removing the Monarch episode with Apex, like they're making this in response to Godzilla. So it is a response to all that.
I'm going to begrudgingly quote Mahler here. There comes a time in all forms of media consumption when you are so utterly bewildered by an event occurring that there are so many things wrong with it that you don't have words and just simply laugh. That is
We've
what
had that way too many times here.
I hate
can't
that I am
pronounce
quoting
name
Mahler. God
F29,
damn it,
but-
brutally honest. You have made me do the one thing I don't want to do.
I can't pronounce your name, F29, your first name, but yes, it is the fourth MonsterVerse film, but they're not saying G14 isn't a MonsterVerse film. They're not counting Kong Skull Island because it's not Godzilla.
Yeah, he didn't even talk about Kong Skull Island all that much.
He only mentioned it like in 10 seconds at most.
Yeah.
At part one.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit here. Well, alluded to it here.
He keeps forgetting it's in the MonsterVerse, so this is like the second time he said this is the third MonsterVerse film. It's like, that's not the third one.
Redraft, please, for the love of Christ almighty.
It's not even a redraft. Just pay attention to what the hell you're talking about.
You also have to remember that Kong Skull Island is the reason why they get the MonsterVerse and like the whole cinematic universe thing in the first place, because King Kong is there. They're setting up that they're going to fight each other and then cross over.
Yeah,
so that is an important thing. Not just the Hollow Earth, just King Kong as a character in general is in this universe now. So they're going to oppose each other or help each other out. So, yeah.
I just want to rewind this a little bit here. Hold on a second.
Was a formidable opponent. But was his being introduced and off in the third film of the franchise really that satisfying? I mean, the previous films have been building up this idea of mankind fighting back against the Titans.
So earlier he said we had no idea like what people thought or like experienced in the MonsterVerse and blah, blah blah whatever the hell he said. And now he's saying here they're building up this idea of it, like they're showing us these things. So which is it?
I think
is the MonsterVerse not?
Let him finish the point.
humanity,
Let him
or
finish
is
the
I?
point
I don't know.
first. Let him finish the point first, because there might be a payoff. So I think I know where this is going.
Oh God.
It makes sense that MechaGodzilla would have been the inevitable solution. Honestly, in accordance with the story, it would even be justified. After the Titans leveled every major city and Godzilla destroyed a fleet over a dick measuring contest, isn't it fair for mankind to make their own defender? Simmons' intentions were actually pretty noble in context. He just did too much mustache twirling and flubbed the execution. That's the problem. MechaGodzilla should have been something the story of the MonsterVerse built to, but they didn't do the appropriate world.
That's the whole plot of this movie. The problem.
I think he means that they should do it over movies. Like you should see it develop.
The problem isn't that humanity, like intrinsically, Godzilla is. The more I think about it, Godzilla is not mad specifically at MechaGodzilla existing. It is the means at which MechaGodzilla was created.
That's what
the desecration of both Hollow Earth, which should be off limits to humanity, and also resurrecting Ghidorah.
The thing that could have killed everybody.
And almost did. Twice.
Exactly.
That's the problem. That's literally the plot of the film. Is that
all right, let him continue because he was saying something about the whole world thing.
Yeah, holy crap.
Were actually pretty noble in context. He just did too much mustache twirling and flubbed the execution. That's the problem. MechaGodzilla should have been something the story of the MonsterVerse built to, but they didn't do the appropriate world building, either narratively or even logistically. Let me ask you, did you get any inkling in Godzilla 2014 that MechaGodzilla was just around the corner?
What? Why would they? This is the first time Godzilla first appears.
Exactly!
To the public, anyway. Like,
where did Sea Monster go?
I think he died. I don't know.
This video killed him. No!
Quick, someone get a heave.
We're going down to Hollow Earth to save Sea Monster.
By the way, that was a pretty cute callback with the heave by using the electricity on Kong to like revive him like they did for King Kong vs. Godzilla, but just like with the heave. That's pretty nice.
Okay, so what did I miss? Because my internet just kind of crapped out for a sec.
Me having an aneurysm and everyone else just being pissed.
Okay, one at a time, please. One at a time. One person at a time, please. One at a time.
The appropriate world building, either narratively or even logistically. Let me ask you, did you get any inkling in Godzilla 2014 that MechaGodzilla was just around the corner?
Basically that.
Yeah.
I just want to say that I do think that establishing Godzilla or MechaGodzilla in GBK was not enough because of what we discussed, what you discussed in the debate, which is the escalation on like the power creep of technology. Basically, I do think it would have been nice if we have like a notion that a MechaGodzilla was being developed in the story, okay? Because I know that King of the Monsters threw a bunch of bullshit at the end on news clips and all that, but I'm talking about the story. However, they just don't know when they're going to make a movie. They go one at a time. They don't really know if it's gonna work every single time. So they see what sticks and then they do the thing. So in retrospective, yes, I would have liked to have more movies. First of all. I wouldn't have wasted Ghidorah so early or used Ghidorah so early, and I would have established MechaGodzilla sooner. But it's what's going on. It was a bad time in the world too when this movie came out. So yeah.
Well, even retroactively, why would they make a MechaGodzilla? Because Godzilla wasn't seen since they detonated bombs on him in *54.
Yeah, why? Or that even just. Not even just make a MechaGodzilla, hint at him at the least. You wouldn't immediately think, okay, I'm going to make a robot version of this monster after literally just meeting this monster.
And that's the thing. it's okay if they didn't do it immediately, but suddenly he's already built, as if he had been there like all the time.
The thing is, there's also a gigantic amount of time that takes place in between.
Like 4 years, I think, happens in between the events of King of the Monsters and GVK.
Five.
Yeah. Again, further proving my point.
You still have a massive chunk of time for Apex to come into power, start developing things, and build what MechaGodzilla is going to be.
He even says when he first saw Godzilla in 2014, that's when he started having this idea for MechaGodzilla. So it took 10 years, and they're just now finally finishing him up.
You say that's what he said.
He's like, I had a dream.
He says this.
And then he died.
I had a dream, bang.
Yeah, but you can infer that when he first saw Godzilla.
It is not that difficult to infer, to be fair, that he was like, I have a dream. And it's just like humanity sitting. I think he starts saying about how he wants humanity to sit at the precipice or something.
You can infer a lot from the fact that the company's called Apex, and he doesn't like the Titans being.
He also says humanity being the apex species. So, sure, he doesn't say the whole speech, but I think there's more than enough context clues that you could see where it's going.
Yeah.
I think there's also a lot more setup in GVK that we don't see. I'm pretty sure I'd love to see a director's cut of GVK to see how much of it was just cut out.
Yeah.
I think it was a very different movie from what I recall.
Yeah.
There's a map on Madison's wall, and if you pause it and just look at it, you just see loads of sticky notes of Attack 1, Attack 2, Attack 3, Attack 4. How many times did Godzilla pop up and destroy something? How many things have we not seen?
It's always interesting to think about with movies where they go through production and everything, especially ones that get reshot to be a different thing.
However, if I'm going to be realistic, and that's the problem with the MonsterVerse, but at the same time it contradicts his points because he likes goofiness apparently until he doesn't like it anymore. In 2014, exactly. Basically, it's if you have a realistic tone in 2014, I don't believe that MechaGodzilla could be built in 5 years. Even if you think about him 10 years ago, dude, just making a toy like an SH Monsters figure takes 2 years. Making a giant ass Godzilla, that will take at least 20. So that's what I'm thinking of, that maybe that's what he means. It feels like it just came out of nowhere, like it magically appeared, because it's impossible for something so big to just be built like that. And on that, he's right. I cannot really say anything else. It's true. It's just incredibly unrealistic. Also, the heaves are unrealistic, unless, and we spoke with this on the Monarch stream with Blackaroni. Unless they say that all this time it was aliens, that created the technology, because how the hell do you have the anti-gravitational technology, for example? So it's all broken. It doesn't make sense.
Also,
the lore of the
also to
it was
address,
the advancement of technology
also to address
that needs to
Godzilla
advance was what, and more budget going forward towards that caused the huge shifts from 2014 to 2019 to 2024.
Also,
but this is a secret project from a company.
Hang on. I think Minecraft World, you want to say something?
I just want to address Godzilla 2005's comment. It should have been Mogera. Would that have made it better? Could the same thing not have been applied to Mogera or even Jet
just
Jaguar?
Trying to troll. Moving on.
Godzilla 2005, try not to be cringe challenge.
Fair.
Resume the video.
Fair.
Right. Come on, we're on the 5-minute mark. We can do this.
Okay.
Of course not, because the technology mankind has in these films upgrades drastically from movie to movie to the point of it becoming distractingly absurd.
Okay, I guess if you have a problem with that, I guess fair, but it's just something that happens.
Ever heard of this thing called natural progression?
Is that not a consistent thing with the
but it's
Godzilla
unbelievable.
franchise, though? Is that not consistent with the Heisei franchise, with the Godzilla franchise as a whole?
To be fair, just because I'm getting in his shoes, it always bothered me a little bit in Heisei. that all of a sudden they have like psychics and you have all of this technology.
Yeah,
But
fair.
like, yeah, I think it's personal taste. I just think that in the MonsterVerse it's been worse and worse. Like, I think the MonsterVerse is way worse than.
I think the shortest technological leap that we've seen is GVK GXK, because it's like all you get after that is an improved model of the Heave and a Hollow Earth base.
They
That's
got
it.
more Hollow Earth portals, I think. Like they can make their own Hollow Earth portals.
As somebody who's spent a lot of time looking at this stuff, Godzilla King of the Monsters is the one that Blackaroonie and that were talking about in the debate.
Yeah.
And their arguments were, to say the least, terrible, to the point where they just looped back to their original thing when I tried to question them on it. But from 2019 to 2021, which was realistically going to be 2020 until the pandemic hit and they had to be
GVK
moved.
takes place in 2024.
It's a 5-year. Each one is a 5-year gap.
No, GXK takes place. GXK
Oh wait,
takes place in
3-year gap.
2027.
My bad.
No,
yeah, it's
anyway. Okay, let's just say it's a 5-year gap. So from 2014, 2019, Monarch got more stuff and they were able to do more things with it. From 2019 to 2024, they invented anti-gravity.
Well, they made one
That's
and it
a bit
didn't
of a leap.
work, so they had another model that worked better.
Then they've also got. I mean, like this. The thing he's showing on screen now is possibly one of the most absurd things in one. I say one of the most absurd things. The Antarctic base in Godzilla vs. Kong is absurd on
Yeah,
so
I don't
many
know where that
levels.
came from.
Yeah,
that's a
It's like
little
you've got
odd.
skyscraper-sized buildings in Antarctica and multiples of them. You're like, why? And then you've got this huge tunnel. What the hell is this used for?
Well, it's for
You
the
know,
plot,
I think-
silly Billy.
I think there was like a
Exactly.
weird missed opportunity. I think there's like a missed opportunity there where if this was supposed to be like a base where they kind of discovered, oh hey, there's like some activity there. Like, wouldn't it have made more sense if this was that this place was built like in place of Outpost 32 after it got destroyed in Kodum or something like that?
Yeah.
To give like where they just be like, okay, after picking up the pieces of the whole thing with Ghidorah and so on, they discover that there's like some kind of secret passage that was like underneath all that, and so they just kept digging until they got to the thing, the portal or thing that leads to Hollow Earth. They were like, oh shit, look, check this out. Whoa boy,
Yeah,
we're
this is
lucky that
exactly-
Ghidorah didn't find that.
This is the point I was trying to bring up. Well, I did bring up earlier is that when you've got a story trying to be made using existing stuff, you can do it, and it usually works better than when you're trying to make a story and you're adding new stuff. GVK and GXK made their own stories and just added things in as they went along to make the stories. And this is a perfect example. They added this enormous base with ridiculous structures that make absolutely no sense with no obvious purpose. And you're left sitting there going, why the hell would anyone build a base like this at this time with this level of technology? And there's no answer. There's no feasible, reasonable answer for any of it. It's just there to look cool.
It is cool though.
And it doesn't.
Well, I think it's cool.
In both,
when you've got like those,
I mean, it is pretty
It
cool.
is quite in
Godzilla
the most
2014
it is
had
in
soldiers.
the literal sense cool, since it's in Antarctica.
I mean,
yeah. Okay.
To be
fine.
fair, not only they could have used Ghidorah, so they didn't need to say that it was a different base. You don't even need to make the tunnel. Just say that when Ghidorah came out, the tunnel was made naturally. You don't need all of this metal bullshit around it. You could just make it more realistic, but no.
I also want to point out that Godzilla 2005 is saying, "Oh, when Rick you criticized GVK and GXK, Godzilla 2005, didn't you tell people to kill themselves because they didn't like the Heisei Godzilla films? Also, you got banned from Fandom." Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know anything about this, so sure.
Okay,
I do like the idea of.
anyway.
I do like the idea of Ghidorah being like frozen over the top of the portal, and maybe that was the reason why he ended up frozen the way he was, because he was trying to get to the Hollow Earth, and then Godzilla like somehow trapped him in the ice whilst he was trying to do that or something. That would have been an interesting thing to connect up with the films. Would have.
I think maybe one thing, and this ties back to Shimo, the reason Shimo was used to stop him is because Ghidorah was going to a portal. Ghidorah was trying to get to Hollow Earth for some whatever reason.
Anyway, let's get back to this video.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Let's not depress ourselves with possibilities.
Let's go.
Technology mankind has in these films upgrades drastically from movie to movie to the point of it becoming distractingly absurd. Godzilla 2014 had soldiers transporting a nuke by train. Godzilla vs. Kong has a massive hologram dome for Kong on a remote island. How did that come to pass? And who the hell is funding it? I guess the money came from Apex, this entirely new faction in the universe that suddenly appears in Godzilla vs. Kong and will most likely never be heard from again. Just like the Argo. Remember that big-ass ship in King of the Monsters that hasn't been seen since? The MonsterVerse sure doesn't. Alright, fellas.
Okay, that is a point that I do agree with.
Up the arguments.
That is a point that I do agree with. The internal callbacks, the fact that a lot of the stuff, because I would have liked to see the Argo or something like it used in GVK, I think, or even just a mention of it or something like that.
Well, again, this is just
a
lot of problems post King of the Monsters is simply, I wish GVK would have mentioned this.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's just like, I wish GVK would have mentioned this. The Argo, again, I'm not going to go into it again. The Argo is absolutely fine technology-wise. The fact that people have problems with it just means they don't think.
Yeah. Lance is telling us that there's a hot take coming up.
There's a hot take coming up. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Oh, God. Okay, let me rewind a second and get some buffer zone. Let's go.
The MonsterVerse sure doesn't. Alright, fellas. Here's my hot take on Godzilla vs. Kong. The biggest tragedy at this point in the MonsterVerse was realizing that there was absolutely no use in fans trying to make predictions. Think about that. The human characters are exchanged from film to film. We pay no attention to the world building, and the monsters get rearranged on the board based on the current director's whims. Fan theories are what sustain a franchise during the downtime between films. I remember spending lots of time between seasons of Game of Thrones looking through numerous YouTube videos discussing potential hints, theories, and teasers for future events. Despite popular belief, combing over the tiny details of a show or movie is entertaining to a lot of fans. So having a series where you can never trust any character to stick around or any event to ever be addressed again hurts an audience's overall engagement. Right now, I could say that in the next MonsterVerse film, there will be flying pigs. And that theory would hold just as much water as any other, because there's absolutely no structure to our expectations. This is why I don't understand why people defend this series so vehemently. What do you have to hold on to? At this point, all you can predict is that Godzilla and or Kong will slap their meat against another monster and win. Beyond that, what? Aside from those few YouTube clips...
That
like a broad generalization at the end there.
That is, I would say that is precisely why people stick around, because the unexpected nature, while yes, it can be frustrated for consistency's sake, it allows, especially when you have so much to draw from, both in the MonsterVerse and in their rogue, and in both Godzilla and Kong's rogues galleries respectively, that allows a sense of unpredictability and interest. What's going to come next? Who's going to show up next? Who will I be able to see? Who, blah, 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 blah. And especially considering the MonsterVerse, especially considering the human casts have been far more character-focused, successful or not, they've been a lot more eccentric, they've been a lot more upbeat. Trapper is one of the most beloved human characters in the MonsterVerse so far, and there is a reason they're bringing him back.
Are they?
I think.
Yeah, Dan Stevens is in talks.
Jesus Christ.
I think if I were to kind of like lend a hands here an olive branch, I know, crazy. I think when he says like how stuff like the Mass Awakening never gets brought up in GBK or GXK, or other elements from like the past films, don't get carried over until like the next, like I can like as if like those films don't really happen. Like I can kind of understand where he may be coming from, because like, okay, there isn't really much sense in a way of like continuity. Like hell, like even between GVK and GXK, both done by Wingard, they pretty much have like things that don't align with each other continuity wise.
That I will give you. The continuity is scattershot at best. Let's just put it at that.
I mean, which is a shame, because like 2014 through King of the Monsters, like they did, they pretty much, like maybe not a perfect job, but they did like a better job at maintaining continuity than a lot of people would be willing to give them credit for. But once you get past King of the Monsters, that's where it all just goes downhill. And so now, and that's why we just don't, why we just can't help but just not even, but just kind of be sympathetic for whoever's taking up the mantle for the next MonsterVerse film, because like they have a lot, they're gonna have a lot to like potentially try to fix up if they are to like make another movie.
Yeah,
like a lot of things to account for.
And not only that, like the problem with having the possibility to go in any direction is that there's a lot of good directions that you're closing by doing whatever. So like, here's the thing. I think that Hans is like 100% right. Like there's no point in trying to come up with what's going to happen next. And actually this happened like a couple of
Space Godzilla though.
I mean, but those people are like morons.
So many people want Space Godzilla.
Those people are stupid. Like, okay, so tangent on a tangent. If you see a Godzilla with wings and you say Space Godzilla, you're sorry. I'm not normally the guy that goes around saying, okay, this type of people are dumb. Those type of people are dumb. Mm-hmm. Godzilla has crystals. Space Godzilla has crystals. He doesn't have wings. Shut up, little kids. And all of that is because of one YouTuber that's making like videos that a lot of like pre-teenagers watch, and then those kids go around sharing their stupid ideas and theories and all that. And because there's so many little kids, you see it everywhere, but it doesn't mean that people that actually have a brain do really think that it's going to be Space Godzilla. So
people can speculate on this stuff. That doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what? I've just realized something. Lance just brought up something that one of us said something on a previous stream, that if everything is possible, nothing then nothing matters, and he thinks that's what Hans is getting at here. The fun, and here in this video, he's saying this like in a negative light. When in the GXK video we covered, he said, "You know what? Fuck it is the way to go, I guess."
Exactly.
So when is it okay?
And he says it in a positive way.
So is it only okay when GXK did it? Because I don't know, because it's the fifth one. So I guess if they screw up by the fourth movie, it's okay. By the fifth movie, they still don't do it. So you'll just along for the ride, I guess.
I thought the MonsterVerse was gaslighting you into enjoying the movies now.
I don't know what he's doing. What's going on with him? I mean, like, what's going on here? It's like if someone were saying, like, that the Michael Bay Transformers movies are like so terrible. They're really shit. I don't understand why people would be willing to defend them. And like, there's no consistency in the continuity. Nothing matters. It's so lame. But then he gets to Transformers: The Last Night. And he's like, you know what? Fuck it is the way to go, I guess, and I'm
Real
with it.
Cinema, boy. Yeah, it's actually, you really
like,
hit it.
Now.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you like the worst one of all of them. Are you trolling? And that's why this guy's probably considered a troll by everyone he talks to, because he has opinions that are right in some points, but then they're inconsistent with everything he says.
Yeah, and then
like
there's some
everything
shit that
else.
he says they're just, and then he says some things that are just batshit insane enough for us to just be like, "I'm sorry, what?"
Yeah.
Be consistent. That's all I say.
Exactly. Yeah.
Keep pushing forward.
I mean,
we're almost done.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
At least if you're going to have an opinion that most people don't agree with, at least stick to it.
Yeah.
Yep.
But just I wanted to see if I can get that last line again.
Will slap their meat against another monster and win. Beyond that,
That's he said that like it's a negative thing. Like, oh, Godzilla's just gonna beat up another monster, and that is literally the majority of his franchise is him fighting other monsters that people have come to see over and over again.
That's
but don't
the
you get
beauty
it?
of the that is the beauty of the kaiju genre. Just seeing these giant monsters either wreak havoc on a city or try to kill each other. Or both.
Doesn't that look like Braden's profile pic?
It do though.
I know a little bit. Yeah.
That when the giant monsters destroy stuff, like those are criticisms I see.
That's the fun part. Seeing giant monsters either level a city, try to kill each other, or both.
It's almost like you put something fun or you put something like the giant monsters in there, and then you put an interesting idea around it to then give people something to watch and go, yeah, but then also come away from the film having something to think about.
Exactly. It's almost like
Past
that's
Godzilla movies had depth. That's why Hans is criticizing the MonsterVerse. Oh, and 2014 and King of the Monsters don't have depth.
And Kong Skull Island
clearly don't.
Even if that isn't a Godzilla movie, Kong Skull
Remember
Island doesn't have depth.
remember who this is. Remember who this is.
Oh.
How many times do you have to hear Godzilla 2005 speak before you realize everything he says is just a waste of time?
Who's Godzilla 2005? Like, I don't know. Can I get
right
a
along.
little synopsis?
He ain't worth it. Let's keep moving.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
what? Aside from those few YouTube clips worth of monster action, what's left to take away from these films that doesn't require additional media to justify?
A lot, actually.
Oh, and by the way,
you'd be surprised.
Yeah, and here's the thing: how do you know that any fan of the MonsterVerse and also stop painting MonsterVerse fans in broad strokes, saying that we all defend these movies, by using extended material. Yeah, exactly.
You guys realize how many times I have to defend GXK?
Yeah, well, here's the thing: do you use like expanded material, or do you just try to use what's in the film strictly?
I don't even use expanded material. I haven't seen any of the expanded material. I just use stuff from the film that I've gathered from it.
Respect, man.
There you go. There you go.
I would legitimately not use expanded material. I'm just going to take what's from the film. Like
I'd still suggest you read the novelization though, just for the experience.
Oh no, I've heard good things about it, like some interesting stuff, but I'm going to make my case based on how many times I've watched and just analyzed things because I really do like a lot of it. So
yeah, I mean, looking at expanded material could help you like understand what could have been, pretty much, to be like, man, it would have been nice if they had this in the film.
The expanded material could help, like what could have been, what was the thought process.
Yeah.
And context is definitely something to take into regard when criticizing a piece of media, both in a meta and in an internal sense.
Things I take as of right now are just interviews and just like people who've worked on the film. That's it.
Yeah. That's what I'm referring to. That stuff is important to understand what the thought process was, so that you can criticize it with that in mind.
Yeah, and even then, I would apply some. And even then, I pretty much would recommend applying death of the author in some regards, because a filmmaker's intention is one thing, but how did they execute it is kind of like what we ultimately need to come down to. Like,
Exactly.
did they succeed
My
or
problem
fail?
with
what
a
they
lot of
intended?
people I argue with, or like they have a problem with it, is that it basically comes down. They say that the light is red when the light is green. and they just didn't show that, or they just will not acknowledge that that happened.
Yeah.
That's my problem with a lot of people. Like, they don't like it, but they don't have a reasonable explanation, or it just makes no sense because it didn't either happen, or he just didn't understand it, or he just didn't like it the way it did.
Yeah.
Keep it moving. Sorry, don't want to rush anyone, but
I was
just
going to say, in terms of like discussing the quality of the past two films, we could be here a while.
Oh, yeah.
Media to justify. Oh, and by the way, the Earth is full of slave monkeys. At least that's what the next film, The New Empire, told us. Was anyone predicting that as the credits rolled on Godzilla vs. Kong? Of course not, because anything is possible in a franchise as poorly planned as this. But before we get there, we should briefly address Monarch Legacy of Monsters, which I had hoped would tee us up for the monkey apocalypse, but oh god, was this show a debacle in its own right.
Why would it even
WandaVision?
What? I don't even.
You know, realize it takes place between 2014 and King of the Monsters, right?
I mean, hey, but I do have to say that I think someone had mentioned before the show came out that it will be integral to understand GXK. Someone said it in some interviews. Maybe it was fake news, or maybe someone did say it, and then it was bullshit. But I remember hearing that, just to add some context.
I recall nothing like that.
No.
Yeah,
I mean,
but again, it
Monarch
could have been
Legacy.
fake.
I mean, Monarch Law has like its own plethora of issues, but failing to not set us up for GXK isn't one of them. Like, I don't care that this show doesn't set up GXK. I care about whether or not it was consistent with what we've seen up to this point. And and that's why I don't even regard this show as canon, to be quite honest, really, because like there's just so much that the show contradicts in the past in the films that it's
There's
just
a
not
reason.
worth it.
There's a reason that I stated in the stream for the brief bit that I was on that the only thing I regard as canon from Monarch are the monsters shown.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, like, you know, like my discussion stream on Monarch season 1, and I guess like any seasons going forward, you know, it's just like I would only like entertain them being canon for the sake of just being like, okay, we would just entertain it because they were intended to be canon with the MonsterVerse, even though they failed miserably to the point where they may as well be not canon anymore at this really, and we just don't.
Monarch is the one that has the most inconsistencies, more so than the Wingard films. And this is the show that's supposed to establish everything. It's the lore show.
This is supposed to be the Rogue One of the MonsterVerse.
It's supposed to connect Consco Island and all this other stuff, the origins and everything of all this stuff. And it does it the worst out of all the products.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do with season 2 if it's gonna be more Kong centric. What are we in for with that? I'm riding that train all the way to hell just to see what happens.
My only ask with season 2 is give me some of the Kodum originals or some of the Kodum introduced ones, or even I will settle for Camazotz. Just tie that end up at least.
So we see what he has to say.
All right, we'll see what he has to say.
Get ready, guys. Get ready.
How can I quickly sum up Legacy of the Monsters? Let's see. Hey guys, let's take this opportunity to expand the world building and add meaningful context to the ongoing story of the MonsterVerse, and instead use it to tell the tale of a dysfunctional family that we'll most likely never see again, occasionally crossing paths with Godzilla. Ta-da! Look, we love Kurt Russell in this house. My girl and I watch The Thing at least once a month. I wanted this show to be good, and to be fair, they did add a little world building by showing how Godzilla's emergence impacted society, and even brought back that serious, grounded tone I so longingly missed from this series. But Legacy of the Monsters quickly fell apart as you began to realize what the story was actually about. They just threw in a few strong, independent women telling it like it is, added a dash of masculine incompetence begging for forgiveness, and then the lightest peppering of Godzilla.
Is he actually saying that it's woke? Are you fucking? It's not a woke show, okay? For all its flaws, it's not a woke show.
I can't even say anything because I haven't seen Monarch. Because the only thing that I'm even bothering, if I get Apple TV Plus, I'm gonna watch Prehistoric Planet, not Monarch.
Oh yeah, that's the goal.
Better
Yeah, I
choice.
love that show. Yeah,
Better choice.
but still, like this is not something. The anti woke.
I mean, they do Kentaro gets done dirty a lot in this show. Don't get me wrong. While like Kate and May are just like kind of like totally like yeah, the show's all positive about them. But I mean, other than that, it's like I just don't like you call it woke or not. I just call it like treating a character unfairly. I don't really,
I agree.
Just
That's
said
what
something that I need
that's
to
the
double
better
check.
phrase.
Saber just said something I need to double check.
My girl and I watch The Thing at least once a month. I wanted this show to be good, and to be fair, they did add a little world building by showing how Godzilla's emergence impacted society. It even brought back that serious, grounded tone I so longingly missed from the series.
Didn't he say that he didn't?
The serious tone that I really missed from the series, GXK. Wow, this film's silly. I really like it.
I mean, you can like both, but come on.
Wait. There's something else I want to check.
But Legacy of the Monsters quickly fell apart as you began to realize what the story was actually about. They just threw in a few strong, independent women telling it like it is.
Oh, no.
No, the story's about strong, independent women. No, not the women being capable. No!
And they're not
You
independent
know,
anyway.
like-
The whole thing's about their families.
Exactly. Independent implies that they're living on their own terms.
Yeah, and even
Also,
like
I would agree that Monarch Lom. They have the women being like very strong-willed and very like aggressive and all this sort of thing. Well, to the point where they have two of the female characters having a bitch off in the car. But and yeah, the male characters are done dirty a lot. I mean, a lot. And what's his face? The dad, I hated him because of the way he treats like Kurt Russell. Well, young Kurt Russell, Kurt Russell's son's character. There,
Wyatt.
Yeah, that's
Him
it.
and Kentaro isn't a bad character. He's just done dirty. But yeah, the father is not a good character. But you're forgetting all the other good male characters in the show.
Well, actually, Tim was really done dirty when he was the nicest guy in the show, the most noble to be fair.
Yeah, Tim was pretty. I liked Tim. Titan Tim. He was.
We had freaking Young Bill Randa was really good as well.
I mean, Bill Randa. Bill Randa was a good character because he was a carryover from Kong Skull Island. So it's not even.
But even then, he didn't really feel like the same character. To be fair.
No.
Well,
because one we know doesn't mean that it'd be a good character this particular product. I'm just saying. So, but they made him good, and of course, both Lee Shaws are great as well.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Lee Shaw. I like the potential of that character, and I do think that Kurt Russell and his junior pretty much do a great job playing him. It's the issue though is I think his character as far as like motivation for blowing up the portals and all that, it just starts. I do think his characterization gets pretty confusing as it progresses.
Well, that's how I feel about the show once like we hit the halfway point. Like I was defending some things because I thought people were missing things, but then once like we got to the latter half, I was like, okay, there's a problem here, even though I was having problems earlier. So yeah.
So Lom has some good ideas and some good scenes. The way he explains how Monarch goes up and down in terms of importance and funding. I liked that. That was a good attempt at trying to explain a very confusing bit of history. I also like there's a couple of very good bits of like visual imagery communicating a situation, i.e. Young Lee Shaw standing outside of the general's like picket fence looking in at the happy family doing stuff. And then the general's like inviting him in, telling him, "Yeah, come into my house. Look, come experience what being an officer and an important higher up is. What you could be if you stopped acting like a grunt." And then he goes and acts like a grunt and then loses all that. I really liked the fact that they had that attempt. Well, it was a good visual imagery of all that situation. I really like that. I wish they could have kept it for the whole series.
See, with the exception of like the pacing, because like it's really bad with the past stuff.
Oh god,
and
yes.
The continuity stuff. With the exception of those two things, all the 50s stuff or like just the past stuff with Lee Shaw is fantastic. I would just take.
I wish they could have had those two stories just separated out, so
Mhm.
we could follow those stories independently rather than jumping backwards and forwards between. Because it's bad enough when you've got one continuity, like the future continuity, and you're jumping between different characters and their independent storylines and all how they all mixed together. And then, in amongst all of that, you're jumping back in time to another storyline with all their connecting characters and independent storylines, and you're just jumping back and forwards between two, trying to follow it. On your Jesus Christ series, just slow the fuck down.
Alice is asking,
yeah.
so score 1 to 1,000. How many brain cells have we lost?
That's assuming we had brain cells to begin with.
Over 9.
What the fuck is a brain cell?
I don't.
I'm a Persona fan. Do you think we have brain cells?
So I asked, how would you guys feel if Monarch Lawn was an animated series? If the writing needs
change the problems.
Well, the problem
that doesn't change
anything. Animated.
Our problems aren't with the visuals. Our problems are with the story. Are with the writing and general structure of the story itself.
Although to be fair, though, a Dohei Goji in a 2D animated style would go hard.
Yeah, that will be nice. But that's all we will get out of the show, to be fair.
I mean, they translated Titanus Kong into a 2D style pretty well, so Titanus Gojira can't be that bad.
Anyway, how much of this video do we have left? Just so we know.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We're about less than a minute.
We're at the 8-minute mark.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
Added a dash of masculine incompetence begging for forgiveness, and then the lightest peppering of Godzilla. And you know what we got? Vegan dog shit. Impossible schlock. I can't believe it's not filler. Let's be real, people. This show added nothing to the ongoing story of the MonsterVerse films. It's almost like Legacy of the Monsters was a studio using the Godzilla IP to vet some amateur writers. I didn't feel any passion for the character or ongoing story. I don't even know who the audience was intended to be. I could go on, but I already did the review, and I honestly never want to think about this show again, so check it out if you're interested, but we're moving on to The New Empire. But not yet. See, you guys,
Stop stalling.
Your comments, your feedback has given me a tremendous amount to think about.
Wait.
I don't think I can cover everything that I want to say in just 2 videos. So let's do one more.
I'm not fucking leaving! The show goes on!
Part 3 out of 2.
I don't know if this clip is copyrighted or not, so I'll just leave it there for a second.
I can play the triangle.
You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, shoving those sandwiches into your face.
Busting makes me feel good.
Oh wait, it's finished.
Yep.
Oh, it's over.
Wait.
Fuck.
No,
What?
that's finished.
Oh, that was it? Oh, that was just Kyle Chandler make. Oh, yeah, Kyle Chandler was in Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, he was pretty cool on that.
Wait.
Part 3 is not out yet.
No, not yet. Yeah. I guess we will wait. But that is it for the We're gonna be. Oh, don't worry. It's gonna be Hands and GXK round 2, baby.
No.
Why another part if he's already talked about it in another video?
Oh well, hold on. Well, maybe he'll cheat. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he'll do better next time.
Don't even entertain the possibility.
It's funny he didn't talk about Skull Island, either the movie or the show.
Broken. Finally.
Well,
so that was it.
That was one of the worst. Well, not one of the worst, because there's way worse. We got freaking, what is it, Little Platoon comparing destroying the pyramids to Black Lives Matter movements. Taking
What?
You always need a little bit of...
You haven't seen the whole thing, have you?
People, subscribe
to the
people, please subscribe to my channel. 300 subscribers. We're gonna be please.
Do it. Do it so we can endure more torture.
Please, can we just, please, I want this. I want him out of my conscience.
Jesus Christ.
Oh God! Part 3 of this isn't even out yet.
I don't want a part 3.
It doesn't matter, because either his points are the same, or he's just going to contradict his other video.
Yeah. Let's just okay. I feel like if Hannes makes a part 3, let's only cover that if it actually warrants covering. If it's just more him contradicting himself and just more of the same, I honestly think we should just leave it at this.
Yeah, I mean, I'll vet it for us, and see, when it comes out, I'll give it a whirl, I'll give it a watch, and I will get back, and I will definitely get back to you guys on that.
Yeah, obviously, the obvious stuff, despite how much this made us lose our minds.
Thank you, Lance, for subscribing.
Don't go at this guy. Prove you're the big guy.
Yeah.
Also,
attack his words. Don't attack the guy himself. Honestly,
no. Listen,
he mentioned
y'all need to do his Cottom series. There are still so many things you haven't seen.
How many parts is that? How many parts is that? No, we're not doing that. Fuck
I'm doing it on my no. See, I'm sparing you guys. I'm doing it on my own. I'm doing that on my own. I want to go through. I'm waiting for him to finish his Kong Skull Island series because I want to go through his series on all 3 of the early MonsterVerse.
I think you're just going to have to do the Cottom in 2014 because I don't know how long it'll take for him to finish that Kong Skull Island one. Who knows what he's going to be doing next? I don't know.
It doesn't matter at this point because how amazingly stupid some of these
Kaiju no, sod off.
Vic, no.
Vic, I swear to God.
No. I will send you to Jesus.
Can I just say I'm amazed we actually tore through this as fast as we did?
Yeah,
I know, right?
4 hours.
And
4 hours.
15 minutes.
We are 2-ish hours less than Adam. About an hour less than EFAP.
I'm amazed that we actually tore through this as fast as we did, even with as many people we have on the stream.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
right?
we did try to contain ourselves. A lot of times we were like, okay, let's get back to this. So I'm proud of all of us.
Yeah, I can't with
of trying to work out how many people fell down in GVK.
with EFAP and Adam, it was just me and the C's.
How many guys did we watch? We watched 2. He said that he's doing part 3, but it hasn't out. It's not out yet, and we will see how that one is.
We're gonna. It's only going. The only way I could see us covering it is if it's like, if there's something actually in it worth discussing. If it's more of the same, more just contradictory nonsense, it's not worth talking about.
Also,
To be
like
fair.
this is something that I told Monster, I think in one of the comments. It's ironic that he touches on a lot of the things we discussed like a month ago, and a lot of times you like even on the debate you like repeated a lot of these things. So like even if you think about it like regarding other streams, there wasn't much new. Like we just talked about his opinions and the fact that they're so contradictory. And by the way, I just want to say that everyone is a little bit contradictory. Like we're all human, and that's fine.
Yeah.
The thing is, once
That's
you
not
are
the
making a
problem here.
YouTube
The problem
video,
is that,
you have
like,
to do a draft. You know, you have to think about what you're saying. That's an opportunity for you to actually think about it, do more introspection,
Oh yeah.
and realize, okay, maybe I was wrong about this, or maybe I was wrong about that. And the fact that all of these people are not really doing that, that's the problem we have. It's not that it's wrong not to like the MonsterVerse. It's just
That's
that
also
if you're gonna make a video about it, think about
that's
it.
also the value of taking criticism and actually thinking about what people are saying about your work. When, say, Rick the Squirrel gives a breakdown of the video, and you just say, I ain't reading all that, that just shows negligence. That just shows negligence in some way, shape, or form. Regardless of whether or not what he said was right, that shows a cowardice and negligence and unwillingness to engage with what other people are saying.
Yeah, the problem that when you pretty much say like I'm not reading like a whole like essay worth of a response to my video, there's no way he's gonna be listening to these streams.
One more thing that this just comes down to me is I've been for a long time very unsatisfied with the current state of just media criticism and also just the criticism of Godzilla films in general. And that's kind of why I started joining, was just to talk about other bad critics. And just people who I think either in the hopes that they are either, one, get their act together, or two, are not seen as a voice of authority worth listening to.
Yeah, because like also as a YouTuber, shouldn't you like try to interact with people if you're trying to grow instead of just being like, nah, I'm not watching anything. Like I'm just going to say something. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I do not post. This is the extent to what you see on YouTube. I would like to. I have been wanting to work on a script for a long ass video that I have in mind, talking about what is one of my favorite stories ever made, that being Persona 5 Royal. But from what I've gathered, whenever you're a YouTuber, you're put, whether you like it or not, you put yourself on a pedestal and are given a voice of authority, whether or not you want it. So it is up to you to be responsible with how you use that power that you have now, since, like it or not, someone is going to come to you for advice on, I guess, how they should think, or at least something to think about. So when
that's the sin of
like
sins
this,
issue.
Yeah.
And I would just say that it's just kind of a problem for anyone who, that's just something that anyone who's who's in that position has to grapple with. Yeah. It's just, and this goes for like anyone who's a YouTuber. There are people who are fond of you. Where was I going with this? I had a point.
You're going to eventually find an audience that trusts and takes you at their word and takes you at your word. So you may as well present your word as honestly and as truthfully as possible. And if that word spreads negativity or becomes or spirals out of control into something worse, you have to take responsibility for that. Yes, there will be bad apples in your fandom. Yes, there will be people that spread negativity and try to hurt others because someone else disagrees with them. But you have to be mindful of that, and you have to understand exactly what's going to come of it. An unwillingness to engage with that audience is one, going to foster that negativity, and two, not going to allow the people, not going to help the views of what not going to help improve yourself, and as such, the views of the people who look up to you. That's why when people like Adam Does Movies say they want an echo chamber, we all point out the immediate faults of that, because as I stated in the stream, when you present yourself by doing the things that you are, by presenting yourself in the way that you are, by doing the things that you are putting yourself in a position that for people to look up to you and berate you. By saying you want an echo chamber, or by not engaging in the media or by not engaging in criticism in any way, shape, or form, you are setting yourself up to fail.
Can I say something?
Or at the very least, be seen as a joke. You go, Rick.
Either way, either one.
Well, for one, the whole echo chamber thing, clearly he has not played Metal Gear Solid 2, or even watched the... And
I'm wanting to play the remake of 3 when it comes out.
The other thing is that I've seen in his part 1 video a lot of prominent YouTubers that were agreeing with him, despite me looking through it and just seeing all these contradictions and problems that we've went over in this video, and that's kind of concerning. Either they just don't know it, and I have to bring that to people's attention, and that
Something I hope that, at least with this show, is that someone comes on here, someone who is that this is just something I hope is that people who follow, those other YouTubers come across our stuff and just we put the ideas in their mind and make them question those voices of authority, and that maybe something ain't right. And hopefully some of them will wake up.
Well, hang on, let me finish my point.
Go ahead, sorry.
I believe I was the only one to break down in the comments why his points were not good, like they didn't have any context to them when he was making them. And his part 1, he was very nice and everything. It's like, oh, I didn't notice that about the watch and everything, the Demon's thing for King of the Monsters, and it seems like you paid attention more than me. And I was like, yeah, I don't even think the movie's good. I just want to make sure everything is given fair criticism and things that happen in the movie. And I gave more stuff. But in the second part, when I went and did that, I guess I went off a little rude, but because I said this was even worse than the first part. But his responses to me and some of the others, but specifically him, were like what Minecraft World said, very snarky, I'm right, you're wrong, and he was very sarcastic at the end. He's like, fine, you win, you're right, I'm wrong, and everything, because I'm not going to read all that and everything, because I was still wanting to have that discussion and topic. We broke down multiple points, maybe even 10 points, and we just kept going back and forth a couple of times, and then he just didn't want to do it anymore. And I was the only person to do this, so it's clear that he's only wanting to take the positive feedback, but no negative feedback. And I know I've had problems with other people, and they've had criticisms of me, and I will come out and if I get something wrong, I will admit that I'm wrong, or I'll just take that part out and apologize. So I just hate seeing this fandom or people going into something I like Godzilla, and they won't ever admit that they may have messed something up.
Just make damn fools of themselves.
Exactly.
And that's just, and most people just don't see it. And because even people who like these movies or something, they will go into different groups where other people will like or dislike something in that whole echo chamber thing, because they want to be validated for what they believe, because they'll listen to those people only, and anyone else that is opposed to what they believe, they will dismiss no matter what, even if they have a point or anything, because if they do have a point and they listen to it, that's going to break down their whole structure about how they think and everything, and that's going to mess with them. So they don't want to do that, so they continue to live in ignorance and hide in that bubble because they don't want to formally do discussions. And despite them wanting to have this whole discussion and criticism things, they really don't want to have that because they just want to say, I'm of my opinion, therefore I'm right, you're wrong.
Or even just like, it's just my opinion, leave me alone.
Yeah. It's like, that's what you said about Adam Does Movies. Like let me vent.
They always want other opinions until they disagree.
It's always, let me have all the positives of one thing, but none of the negative repercussions of any of it. It always has to be like that.
You have to take them as they come. You got to whatever you get into, you got to. And if you're committing to getting into something, you got to know what you're in for, pretty much, good or bad, good and bad.
You don't get that when you put your hand on the hot stove and it starts to burn you. It's like you're going to, when you put out something, even if it's something like, oh, I thought The Godfather is a masterpiece. Not everyone's going to agree for different
It insists
reasons.
upon itself.
Yeah. Even if you were to say something like very, like normally, like most people would generally agree that it's good, not everyone's going to agree. And whenever you put yourself out there, don't ever expect 100% positive feedback.
Yeah, it's like you can make a video, someone can make a video like today that like saying something along the lines of, oh, I don't know, like something as wild as, oh, what would be like the wildest hypothetical?
I have a wild take that you all could try and dissect.
What?
Toho should lose the rights to Godzilla.
I told you to wait.
Well, technically they will in America in like
no, public domain in the United States.
It's public domain.
It was a prophecy.
Dr. Scooper.
Why is Skipper being Nostradamus? Damn it! Why him?
Dr. Skipper's video actually came from the future. We just didn't realize it.
Oh no!
Yeah.
He came from a future of deplorable Godzilla films.
I swear to
I want to
God.
know what his future is like. I want to see what Godzilla movies they came up with.
And
Maybe he's actually a bird.
I can't wait for the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey guys to do a slasher Godzilla movie. I cannot
I still
wait.
can't get over the Fortnite comment actually coming to fruition.
But it's like, oh, it's in Fortnite, therefore now it's bad. But like, does that mean like a bunch of IPs that cross over with Fortnite are now suddenly bad because they just ruined the
Is
industry?
Hatsune Miku bad because she and Godzilla became friends?
Yeah, like
God
she
of
made
War
that
bad
one
now?
really good song.
Is God of War bad now because you can make Kratos do the nay-nay?
Isn't that an improvement?
Yeah.
No,
Oh yeah. So
stop that.
Yeah. Just to bring some like positivity here. I actually recently watched the Shelter 54 video.
Let's go!
Woo!
What was it?
Is that
Holy
the one
shit!
with Violante?
What? Yeah, the one with
Okay.
Violante. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Is that they put Shin Godzilla and it just like has two vines and like a vine in his mouth. It's just kind of a weird in between that and the Biolantes we know. It's just kind of an odd thing.
It made Shin Godzilla awesome. Like, I never thought it could happen, but they did.
It's so good. It's so good.
I get the Godzilla thing? Wait, what's the Animus?
What's this we're talking about? What next? Shin Godzilla good?
Shelter 54.
There's a fan of it. There was a Godzilla like fan video that was made recently called Shelter 54, and basically it uses Biollante and Shin Godzilla in a really interesting way. So basically, at some point, it incorporates Shin into the origins of Biollante, and it's really good.
Yeah,
well, it's not really Shin, and that's the main point. It's Biollante looks like Shin at one point, and then she becomes more Violante than Godzilla, and yeah, that's it. It's not that it's actually like
It's
Shin.
so good. It's so
Yeah.
good.
I love
Yeah.
the points where they are trying to talk to Erica. I don't know why, but the voice is.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
because
I mean,
it's like it's because it's uses one of those older text to speech voices, which themselves are very unsettling.
yeah. I mean, the introduction to when they first enter the shelter and they see all that stuff in there. It's like this reminds me of fucking Dead Space, where it's like,
yeah, it does make me think of Dead Space. Like,
dude, Dead Space. I mean, if they used Dead Space as an inspiration for that, it's like, hey man, Dead Space is like probably one of the best bits of sci-fi horror out there. I mean, well,
Dead Space is
if you want to stick with the first game at least, like I mean, two.
Did you know
Yeah.
John Carpenter's a fan of Dead Space? Like he would want to do a Dead Space movie.
Yes.
John Carpenter directing a Dead Space movie. I would be down for that day one.
He could do a Shelter 54 movie with Suitmation and everything.
Shut up. Don't make me want this. Oh,
that would be pretty cool, though.
Yeah, Dead Space could be like a mix between like The Thing, Alien, and it could just be like some crazy
like Godzilla. It wouldn't surprise me.
I think he's like 50-50 on him. I recall stuff about that.
I recall that he's not a fan of the American Godzilla media.
He just doesn't like CGI.
Or that. Well, if that's the case, then he probably won't like Shin or minus. He probably shouldn't like Shin or -1 then because they're CGI.
Well deserved for one
He
of
may
them,
have the
too.
James Rolfe effect, though.
Yeah.
James Rolfe effect. That's. Oh boy.
You guys realize how much James Rolfe has had an impact on opinions on Godzilla films?
We've talked about this before.
Like that guy will give you no original opinions in the fandom.
Who was James Rolfe?
Angry Video Game Nerd.
Cinematic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, now I know.
Back to the past. Oh yeah, I mean, we've covered like a couple of his like Godzilla videos here on Sea Monster Live.
Yeah. And now I remember. Yeah, I think that his opinion on the summation is bullshit because he's basically saying I want people to endanger their own health for my entertainment instead of having CGI, which is more safe. I think it's incredibly fucking selfish and irresponsible to say that. But anyway,
to answer,
I don't think he's saying that. He just thinks that CGI is just not the same because it's not on camera.
Yeah. Doc Kaiju Labs. First of all, hello. Second of all, thank you for subscribing. Third of all, actually,
Wait. Did you just say he subscribed?
Yes, Doc Kaiju Labs.
The final 10.
9.
Hold up.
9 remain.
Yeah. So, all right. So, Doc, hold on. Let me answer. I want to answer his question here. We actually have covered. Well, at least I have covered Monarch season 1. It's one of the previous streams. It might actually be actually the second to last previous stream that I did before this one. So it's 5.5 hours long. So. And to be fair, there was quite a bit of tangents in that one because about just the MonsterVerse in general, but we have covered Monarch at least to some degree.
Yeah. Also to Kaiju Knots comment on the Firewood Media on Suitmation. I have not seen the video in full. I honestly just don't care about Firewood Media anymore. Dude, just this.
Oh. Katsubu says that Red Letter Media had arguably a worse effect on media discussion.
No, I don't. I disagree on that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
We're talking about like back way back in the day, Mr. Plinkett stuff.
Yeah, with the Plinkett stuff.
Is funny though.
Yeah, I mean,
unfortunately, some of their opinions have carried over in terms of just people not liking CGI because it's CGI.
Yeah, and plus they pretty much have had such a reputation for themselves for being like the biggest haters of the prequels, like that you could find that even when there's so much Disney Star Wars content that's just obviously objectively worse than than all three of the prequels combined, they still won't concede. They still want to be they still end up trying to be more forgiving of the Disney stuff more than they would for the prequels, which I don't
have
understand.
grown and matured since then. They probably don't want to do that, but I'm pretty sure they don't like the movies.
Well, here's the thing. They said that they liked the Kenobi show, so unironically.
Is there a problem with them liking it?
Well, the thing is, though, it's just kind of fascinating that they would. Well, the thing is, they keep saying like it's better than the prequels, even though like the prequels didn't have anything. It didn't like the prequels weren't flawless, but they didn't damage the brand of Star Wars the way the Disney stuff has done, pretty much.
Honestly, they did, because they pretty much were like, for a long time, people didn't want to do anything with the prequel stuff when they finally came to Disney. Nobody wanted to touch them. They wanted to
kind of just came
much more. They did have an negative impact, and now I do remember Natalie Portman said she couldn't get a lot of jobs because they saw her in the prequels and they thought that she couldn't act. So.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, how much Disney had, even though Disney does make like a lot of has made so many like shows, and they've done like the movies and all of that. Like, I mean, like Star Wars was still in a better place because like it was like incredible, was still very popular.
I will give them that. I will
like
give
Star Wars, like the prequels. The prequels did a lot for the health of Star Wars, in terms of like keeping it as like a brand. Like Star Wars was probably like bigger than ever when the prequels happened. And then by the time like after Rise of Skywalker, like does anybody even talk about unless you're the big Star Wars fans or you people like EFAP, like does anyone even talk about Star Wars in the same way it like as often or like in like such heavy amount of discussion, after Rise of Skywalker than they did after Revenge of the Sith? Like, can we really?
I think that it's because of the burnout, but to be fair, I do think that it really had the second explosion with the Mandalorian. I think that the Mandalorian.
There's two answers I want to give to that. So, the prequels and all that stuff, the George Lucas late 90s to early 2000s stuff, that whole thing is different from how Disney went about their stuff in a way, because the output of different mediums was different, what people criticized about them was different, and so on and so forth. So it isn't really the same, but you could still say that Star Wars was at its peak between 2015 to 2017. So there was a peak at one point with Disney, and they were riding high on that until
with Disney Star Wars, but I'm just talking about Star Wars as a whole, as a franchise. I mean, I won't deny it, but
now,
after TLJ, and especially after the sequel trilogy wrapped. Sorry if I interrupted you. I won't say Star Wars is a dead franchise because obviously they're still cranking them out, still trying to keep it relevant, but it's just
there's
no hype around it. There's no hype around it at all. There's no.
Well, because all of them are relegated to a streaming service, and there's just so many of them. The output is different from what it was in the George Lucas era.
And that, and plus the fact that the sequel trilogy really damaged like Star Wars as as far as like being part of the cultural footprint and what have you, in a way that the prequels couldn't even come close.
The other thing is, I wanted to get back to what they were saying about Kenobi. They said, they like Kenobi more than the prequels. As long as their reasons are not contradicting what they said about the prequels, I think that's fine.
The thing is,
people can like what they like. The thing is. Continue.
On Star Wars is when Star Wars Theory, if you know who he is,
don't get involved. I don't talk about him.
Okay, fair enough. But on it, EFAP covered this recently, probably months ago at this point. But they showed a clip of Red Letter Media talking about Star Wars Theory, because Star Wars Theory was complaining about whatever the most recent Star Wars thing is. And Red Letter Media then taking the piss out of him. Look at him concentrating on all these. Sorry?
I'm pretty sure like Star Wars Theory pretty infamously doesn't like Andor.
Oh yeah, he didn't like Andor because there wasn't any lightsabers in it, which was a terrible reason to not like it. But then he didn't like the more recent one with the 2 girls in it. And he was going through all these reasons why he didn't like it. And Red Letter Media then took the piss out of him because, oh, he's going through all these details on this Star Wars show, blah, blah, blah. And then people rightly pointed out to them, but you go through all these details in Star Trek. Like, you do exactly the same thing with Star Trek. Apparently their response was, well, Star Trek is like, it matters and Star Wars doesn't, or some absolutely stupid reasoning like that.
Well, then they're wrong with that.
And so then when you hear them say, oh yeah, I like Star Wars Kenobi, you're like, do you? I wonder if there's any good reasons why you like it.
If their reasons are not contradicting or they're not coming from a place of good faith, then I think it's fine.
I think you meant they are coming from a place of good faith.
If they're not coming from yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, you get it.
All right. Well,
I think now's a good time to wrap up the stream.
This series was a experience in.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was,
have unfortunately, well, I guess kind of just I have a job that I have to go do now in like the next 20 minutes.
All right.
Oh, have fun.
Looks like I'll have to postpone my date till tomorrow.
All right.
Simp.
That's a lie. Godzilla fans don't go on dates.
Well, I do.
You'd be surprised, Rick.
Give me your Godzilla fan card. You don't deserve it anymore.
She was willing to give you, bro. If you think the Godzilla fan card,
Dr. Kaiju.
What?
Doc Kaiju saying goodbye. I was just saying goodbye to him.
See you, dude.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for.
We apologise to your right hand. I'm sure you can.
Wow. Who says he uses the right?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm left-handed for some things, and right-handed for others.
No.
Gross.
What have I done?
I was gonna say, if you think my Godzilla fan card is what should be revoked, bro, I play Persona. That's even less. That's it is women repellent.
Oh God.
The funny part is that she was down for me to bring a handful of Godzilla movies to watch later.
Ain't no way.
Bro, she's seen -1. She liked it.
Bring her All Monsters Attack.
You know what's funny is I have the Criterion collection. I could bring it. It would be really funny.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Rick, I wrote an entire essay for one of my college classes about All Monsters Attack. I could send you that to read.
Send it to me too. I'd love to read it.
Okay, I'll send it after the stream.
Also, if you don't want to have kids, there's you need to show her Son of Godzilla, so you know you don't need a condom anymore.
Gua gua.
She just won't want. Yeah.
Also, Son of Godzilla is
narrate your essay on All Monsters Attack and upload it to YouTube.
I mean, I could. It was the premise was to use, because in one of my composition classes in college, we had to talk about a Disney short film, and then we could either compare it to another Disney short film or something else that we've watched. And I was trying to think of one of them I could use and compare it to a Godzilla film or something I actually cared about. And for some reason, the one I chose was, I'm not sure if any of you watched it, but it was Sanjay's Super Team, and I chose All Monsters Attack for some reason, and I was like, okay, but why is this working?
Huh.
But it was a fun thought experiment. I got a very high B on that paper, so it was nice.
Oh. Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I'd love to read it.
Yeah.
All right, looks like it's time to get going.
All right.
Happy you were on the show this time, Rick. Do you think you would join for Platoon?
Oh boy, would I?
Also,
the,
Rick,
the-
just to ask, have you watched Nosferatu yet?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, watch
Good.
C's Adam Does Movies stream so you can understand
no.
exactly what I was referencing.
Hey guys, did you guys know that the Asian cast in the movie are actually Indians?
Oh,
God.
don't! Oh God! Oh.
Less than 10 remaining. Less than 10 people remaining to come subscribe to this channel.
Hey guys, just so you know, I'm going to eat now, so I'll leave right now. Okay, but
I gotta go. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, good lord!
And that was 4. So I guess, yeah, Rick the Squirrel. Check out his channel.
He
so
makes
on.
good stuff.
I did have an argument with him on Twitter about a Scar King, but he seems to be all right, so I'll let him off.
Yeah, chill guy. All right, who else wants to plug?
I'll jump off. I'm getting it's 9:45 here. Yes, see Animus on YouTube, see Animus on Twitter. I'm currently in the process of making GVK Pain to Watch, which currently stands at about 40,000 words on the script, and I'm not even done the conclusion yet.
Ow!
Wow. It's going to be a full breakdown, going through the entire film and then just doing conclusion.
How long was your
bits.
Cottom script?
I don't even know.
Do you
But
remember how long Fractured
I reckon
Diamond
this is
was?
going to be many hours. Sorry?
Do you remember how long Fractured Diamond was?
No, this is the first one where I've actually measured how many words I've put into the script because of just how long it's gone on for. So I decided to actually put it into Word and count it, and it's like, oh shit.
Oh hell.
So yeah.
Well,
it's going to be a long video, and it's going to be a very expansive detail, which is why when people praise the film or say anything good about the film, I'm just sitting there like,
Noted. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down.
It's just I've seen there's so many things about the film which are absolutely. If you want a really good idea of just how bad the film is, the lava pool that
There is lava in the background. There is lava in the background. You do actually see some of it.
There's when Con arrives, he looks at the whole area. You've got the lava fall at the back. There's nothing at the front. When the guy gets kicked into the lava pool, Kong is silhouetted by the lava fall, which is behind him. He is facing Scar King, who just kicked the guy into the lava pool, and the lava pool is just there.
Okay.
It's then gone in the very next shot when Shimu arrives, because Shimu is facing from the lava fall at the area, and there is no lava pool.
Huh.
The lava pool pops into existence to kill somebody and then disappears.
Oh.
And it's not the only thing that does that in the film. It's happened
Oh.
several times with several objects.
Look, GXK is a complete and utter mess, but damn it, it's my mess.
I love the crap out of the film.
I'm gonna bring up once I've gone through the whole thing. The first thing I'm gonna say, and in the conclusion, is how many things needs to go wrong in the film before you admit that it's wrong, it's bad. Before you admit, it's just there are so many
The
things.
thing is,
Actually,
I'm admitting the film is junk food, but god damn it, it's good. It tastes good.
Yeah.
There's so many things that are just wrong with it.
Anyway,
I'll send you a list of just the breakdown of just categorized things that I've got going on.
I feel like
the Andrews Jaya stuff is absolute bollocks.
You're gonna give a list, and it's gonna be like in those. I don't know what cartoon it was, where it's just it just unrolls and it just goes on way past the horizon.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's so many clips of that I could use. Have you seen Good Omens?
No.
Oh, in Good Omens season 2, there's something that They're talking. I think that when God's tormenting Job and he hires one of the demons to do it, and the angel's like, "You can't do this," and the demon's like, "Yes, I can. Look at this contract," and he just unravels the contract that goes off into the horizon, over the hills, round and back again. As I'm using that as a metaphor for my list, because Jesus Christ. And on that note, thank you for having me. This has been terrible. I hate you, Sea Monster. I hope you get 9 more people so you can cover Little Platoon. I shall see you all later.
Sub to this guy. As far as myself, hopefully keep an eye out for when I start posting. I really want to. I could honestly do that reading of my All Monsters Attack essay as like a just to see what people think and test the waters, but my real work would be a start of a video essay talking about Persona 5 Royal and why I think it's one of the best things mankind has ever created. Because
call me if you need help on that, because voice work.
Yeah. Minecraft World was there for just my actual downward spiral. That is my obsession with this game, and now the larger series.
Yep.
Antonio's asking. Antonio's asking if we've seen the newest Slick animation.
Yes.
No, I have not.
Okay.
But anyway, as far as
also,
recommendations
Antonio,
from myself, I was gonna just say recommendations. Go watch Gurren Lagann. Go watch Lego Monkey Kid, and go play Persona 5 Royal, and also watch the 1956 Moby Dick. It was good.
Yeah. Antonio, you should probably not spam. You've been spamming that for the past 10 minutes.
Just a word of advice, man.
Yeah. It's not nice. It's not cool when you do that in stream.
And see you around.
See you around.
We'll talk tonight, if possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm here till the stream cuts off, but I'm just saying that to the viewers.
Okay. For me, Nemesis video essay. I'm working on that. GXK sequel pitch outline. I'm working on that. I am currently on the part where we meet Sam for the pitch redux. And I am on chapter 1 for the Nemesis video essay. Oh god, this is going to be a while. Yeah. Find me on YouTube, Minecraft World. Find me on Instagram. I'm Minecraft World 1954. Kara, Minecraft World 1954. Blue Sky, Minecraft World 1954. Yeah. Take care. Tiamat deserve better. Take care. Peace.
No.
And this has been your host, the Sea Monster. Thank you all for coming. Thanks to the new Lance and Lance. Lance Nowalkaji and Doc Kaiju Labs. Thank you for the subscription. So hopefully that 300 subscriber count will come soon enough for that Little Platoon GXK stream.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So,
the
and as far as
the only thing that would be worse than us covering Platoon,
what
is if Lily Orchard decided to talk about kaiju-related media.
I had a dream where she talked about Gamera.
Lily Orchard. Who the fuck?
Do you not know who that is?
You don't?
Yeah, maybe I need a refresher on that. Just
no, good. Stay in the dark. Holy God!
Dark on this person. Holy
okay.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
You know the funny thing. You know the funny thing is you say don't look, and then I'm a dumbass in a horror movie. I'm just they're telling me not to look.
Okay, fine. If you want to look into her, watch Celtic Phoenix's videos and streams on her.
Do not support her. She is an actual horrible person.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You're talking about an abuser on multiple levels.
Okay, so it's it's like going into Chernobyl. You just got to put on some kind of
Chris Chan is going into Chernobyl. Lily Orchard is like a step down.
This is Fukushima by comparison.
Unfortunately, I know, but unfortunately, I'm aware of Chris Chan. That is.
Who isn't?
Yeah, who isn't? We're talking about the most well-documented human in history. That's not a joke.
More than Hitler.
Yeah, you think I'm not joking? Like, there's an entire 60-plus part documentary series.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, and it's still going.
I know of it. I haven't seen it. Could you send it to me, please?
I'll do it right now.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
good.
Yeah. As far, well, here's the thing. As far as like my plugs here, obviously subscribe to my channel, See Monster Essays, where I host my live streams here. See like this one here, and more to come. I also posted videos like a Final Wars essay video, got a versus King Ghidorah essay video, as well as like some videos on Universal Monsters movies and so on and so on. As far as like what projects I have on the lineup, what's coming soon. I have mentioned I'm working on a GXK video like The Animus, but I don't know. I don't think it'll come to 42,000 words. Holy shit! But it'll probably be a decent chungus for sure, or at least I'm expecting it to. So far, and as far as my Twitter,
are you planning to do an essay on Nosferatu?
I'm not. I'm not entirely. I've had that on my mind, or doing something for it, but I'm not sure. I'm waiting for it to come out on Blu-ray, before I can even think about doing something like that.
Okay, fair.
But it's coming. It's coming out on the 18th, so I'm jazzed about that. Supposedly, so I will.
I'm waiting for the extended cut.
Well, it will have the extended. It's going to have the extended cut. So.
Right.
Yeah,
Right,
I mean, apparently the extended cut's only 4 minutes longer than the theatrical, which is like, all right,
cool.
So not too much of a difference, but whatever, fine. I kind of figured that a cut that's 3 hours long is probably a bit of an exaggeration, anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah. And as far as like my Twitter, follow me on there, KCI, See Monster, so on. And and we just hit 5 hours, so now let's close this out. Finally, close the book on this until part 3. I assume whenever that happens, or whatever.
And when we decide to cover it,
or if we decide. True. Anyways, good night, folks. Take care. Peace.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.